There we go.
Yeah. Here
Everyone
we go.
thinks
It's a
because you're a
lie.
zombie, you don't know good coffee. Well, they're wrong. There's only one brew that gets my seal of approval. Deadly Grounds coffee is my guilty pleasure. The aroma is so intoxicating. It brings all of my neighbors out of the woodwork. Deadly Grounds coffee. Coffee to die for and zombie approved. It's good to get a little deadly. Use the front door! Oh, they're so disgusting.
The Dorkening and all affiliated shows are not intended for anyone under the age of 18. The following may contain discussions or scenes that have adult situations, graphic violence, nudity, strong sexual content, and graphic language. This show is intended for mature audiences only. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good, bad. I'm the guy with the mic.
Howdy, howdy, howdy.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
No.
Hey, everybody.
Hey, pretty people. Nice to see you all.
Hey, Stefan. Oh, wow. I need to get that.
The power of telepathy.
Oh, we got a Tom Dog. Yeah.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
Hey, Tom Dog.
Oh, I'm just glad to be back in front of a camera because I was sick all last week
Oh.
and everything with COVID and everything like that, and so I had
Welcome back.
yeah, I pretty much had to scrap everything that I had planned last week. So sadly, no review of the double review that I had planned. Wrestling gossip.
For those of you who are wondering what the hell we're doing with Who Has Internet tonight, we're all caught in different storm areas. So she might be getting hit by a hurricane. James and I, Dr. Uncle Necro down there, might have various thunderstorms and rains and things coming through and flooding us out or taking out our internet. And I'm not sure about the folks from Ohio or the coast, but I'm already lagging, as you can probably see, which I can't.
Oh boy.
But
Yeah.
so if I'm stepping over people's toes, I'm very sorry.
Yeah, we had a pretty bad storm over here last week in Connecticut, so
We're mostly okay in Ohio right now.
yeah.
Apparently, his shrink said he's not sick either.
Yeah.
Maybe not physically.
What that itself's all about.
I'm all sore. I'm like, oh look, here's my medication since they didn't give me any. For my
But
shoulder.
if anybody's wondering why I sound a little hoarse, it's because I had a pony for dinner. So
Well, it's a good thing you didn't eat frog or you might croak.
yeah.
So you had McDonald's.
Yes. Well, no, I had to. Well, when I was sick, I was able to have the only thing that I could stomach, and that's chicken nuggets. So, but today I had beefaroni, and straight out of the can, and
Botulism.
and cheese fries.
I don't know, you haven't lived until you've had like Chef Boyardee straight from the can.
Exactly.
okay if it's rusty. That's just flavor.
That's where all the nutrients are from. Or
I
so they
have
say.
I have chicken nuggets in my freezer because I don't eat them, but Mom's pup does. Well, she's half my pup, really, Peanut. And I ordered a biggie meal from Wendy's where they give you the deal where you get chicken nuggets and a burger and fries and a drink for super cheap. So, but she has like a huge amount of chicken at home right now, so I just have chicken nuggets in my freezer and I don't eat chicken.
I had Subway for lunch only because somebody gave me a $10 gift card, and I normally don't eat at Subway. And I thought, it's been years. I'm going to stop by. And first of all, the line was so long that, and the humidity was so high that my
Oh,
fake leg was starting to chafe. By the time I
boy.
got there, and I noticed the prices. $10 helps out, but then you'll have to like pony up the rest of however it is. I wanted the chicken teriyaki, like I
That's
always
the best.
used to get. Oh yeah, but yeah, that's so I had that. I probably won't go back unless I get another gift card. You know.
Well, they've gotten
So,
really popular again because they've been doing a shit ton of deals for months now. Like every other week, it's buy one get one free. Put one sub. So like it's kind of almost made it cheaper prices again, depending on what you're getting. But so like I know there's times where we've gone for 6 of us and only paid like maybe $25, like 25 bucks, with tax, and that's all getting like nicer, bigger sandwiches. Like for a family of 6, like that's nuts.
yeah.
We had a moment where Karma was getting everybody over on my sister's side a bunch of sandwiches. She was running through Subway to get them, and it was when she retired the first time. She's employed again for like she's had 2 retirements now, but it was after she retired the first time, and when she got through, they forgot to put any of the condiments or extras on. They just gave her the meat and cheese subs, and so they have teased her ever since that like after Karma retired, she just couldn't afford condiments anymore. We just can't count on her for those. So, and Stefan, we kind of all have emotional support animals. And sometimes we have to support them. Like when he had to watch Troll 2, we took care of each other in the week following that. It was rough. It was really rough. Del still hates that show.
And I've never heard the kangaroo and Mickey D's before.
Yeah, that's a new one.
That's a myth in Australia.
Did not know that.
Yeah.
I learned some great things. I was talking to these guys, and I think in some of our upcoming shows, we might try doing like, and this could be something where the audience could help too, like come up with some really weird, obscure piece of trivia and ask and see if any, like as a question though, you can't just announce a piece of trivia and be like, what do you think? Like ask and let people give what they think the proper answers could be or something like that, and then explain it and see what we think. And it was because I watched a little BBC show where they do something like that, and the topic was on do you know why they named the giant turtle or tortoise the giant tortoise? And like in its Latin name or whatever, and it took them forever. They just never named it anything different, and people were going through and guessing like, oh, there weren't that many of them, and it turns out it's because they are delicious. And everybody who would grab them to take them back, have them studied, like their boats would be, they would eat them on the way. And it was apparently better than any other meat they'd ever had. And so it took them a long time to get them to someone to study them because they just kept eating them. So I was thinking we could do something like that on the show. If you guys think that's fun, like.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I love that show.
I think it would be
And
fun.
very
Q is always
educational
fun.
too.
Yeah, that sounds like a fun show,
Yeah.
man. For show. I know me and Jane Powell used to do like it's like 20 questions sort of. We just find random questions and everybody would have to answer like weird shit. I like shit like that. It's fun.
That's fun. Oh. Another question for Ron. Ron, what is the update on your signature drink, the orgasmic wave?
Wow. Well, I would have to do a bit of research, but I just haven't really been able to go out to meet the appropriate people in order to find out what kind of sensations it would feel like in order to know how the alcohol would affect you. Uh, d- yeah, we'll stop it there.
Wouldn't that be a bar?
Or a
And
brothel?
have you not been to a bar recently?
The appropriate environment for conducting the research
Okay.
and querying the patrons of their preferences of what may cause those particular sensations in order to uh, help them conduct the research toward achieving such goals.
In other words, that's just a lot of fucking work. That's what he's saying.
No,
And he
it's just
doesn't know what it
some-
feels
some-
like, so I'm so sorry.
He doesn't know what an orgasm is, so that's a whole other.
I feel bad for you, Ron. I really
There
do.
just hasn't been many opportunities lately to
Man's forgotten what an orgasm like. Somebody help him.
broaden my knowledge of what would cause such sensations.
You should ask for a hooker for your
Oh.
birthday, man.
Wait, I didn't mean to raise my hand like I was volunteering. I was just saying that.
Whoa!
I mean, no offense or anything. I'm just saying that hands can help there if
Sure,
you're
sure,
looking for.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I've used my hand in enough research projects lately that I'm fairly certain it would not produce the kind of results that would be necessary for achieving the particular goal we're looking for.
According to our private chat, Jenny has something to weigh on in here.
What?
I
What
finally
about the eating out or the my cock is bigger than yours, or
that works.
Oh my god.
Can
Rob.
we go back to kangaroo meat now?
Kangaroo meat?
or do you want me to help you
Come on,
go
what
find
is it?
certain toys and where to find the alcohol to make it?
Oh my.
I would suspect there is cream cheese involved.
I like
Mm.
That
Some,
helps if there's two people.
protein
Chocolate.
milk.
You know what?
Chocolate?
Mm.
There
Also-
has been a piece of cake or two that I have had a moment with.
Wow. Wow.
I mean,
Uh,
just
Something that
eating it.
just- yeah.
It was just that good where I was just like, shit. I don't need anybody tonight. I'm great. I am more than great. I'm gonna have another bite.
Speaking of which, I type in cake farting once, and now I'm inundated with these ads. That was very loud.
A
Woke me up.
particular mythos that I have heard, which may or may not be true, and I don't know. I'm not the person to find this out, but I've been told that pineapple juice can enhance flavor.
Yes.
Therefore, I'm sure that it would have to be part of the final concoction, as it were. Tom, you say yes,
Are we-
and I would like to know how you know that for a fact. Have you?
I used
tried
to
it?
watch a
Are we
lot of
talking
Katie
about
Morgan
the
on
drink?
HBO.
Yeah. Blind taste test at a supermarket.
What is? Oh, Oh my.
Her show was Katie Morgan on HBO was very informative. I learned a lot,
Well,
even
that's
though
the
I learned,
hearsay,
even
though.
though
That's
I
not
knew
learned
all the
from
stuff, but
firsthand
I learned
experience.
some stuff that I did not know. So
I'm just now
yeah,
thinking of Tom's taste tests from what Raz said and being like, and
That's why I said
today
it.
on Brilco, we're going to be letting you know if we can tell the
Pineapple.
difference between who
Pineapple.
drank
well, if I
pineapple
come out of
juice
the
and who
closet, I'm
didn't.
going to be. I will definitely say that. Said for this episode, I'm just going to try some semen.
It was just different types of pineapple flavoring, and one of them just happened to be that.
Qualified
That's
taste
supposed to
tester.
be in my mind.
But then I would have to open up an OnlyFans if I have to do that. So
Yeah.
Good night, everybody.
And
That's the show.
the one
And
moment where we
scene.
should have Rob Paulson on here and be like, "Good night, everybody."
I saw something on my, I don't know if you guys get the Pocket thing on, I use Firefox, so I open up to my homepage and it has like all my major links and then thought-provoking stories that you can keep in your pocket. And one of them
Oh,
was
Pocket FM.
No, it's just a little group of stories from like Lifehacker, The Guardian, a bunch of Huffington Post, just a bunch of different newspapers. It'll what it thinks I might be interested in. And it was like, so many people do this one wrong thing when grilling pineapple, kind of stuff. And so I was like, okay, I gotta know, what is the one thing people are doing wrong when they're grilling pineapple? Is it like, should you core it a certain way? Should you coat it with something? I don't know. They're using pineapple that is not ripe.
There is a difference.
someone
I
needs to
don't
pay
think that that's an article worthy topic. Like, if you use your fruit when it is not ripe, it will not taste good. Lesson. But they wrote like a whole, I mean, somebody got paid for an entire article about grilling pineapple is great, but please make sure you follow this one very important step and let it be ripe pineapple.
Have
I
you
would
seen
also
those?
suggest not using rotten pineapple.
Yeah. Yeah.
All right.
Have you seen those articles that are, you won't believe what they found, and then it's like you start to read it, and you'll get like a paragraph in where you seem like they're going to tell you like really quick about what's going on, but then they stop to tell you the backstory about a lamp in the room that's not like relevant to the story, and the next thing you know, you've clicked like next like 20 times, and you still have not gotten to the end of the
Oh, I
story.
hate those articles. I hate them.
Okay.
I clicked on one of these recently, and it was, it showed a picture of a snake in a toilet. And I'm like, man, okay, this is about, people flushing reptiles, a lot of that bullshit. Okay, what is it? I was like, I am just going to take me a while, but let's click, let's see it. And I shit you not, it actually talks about, this guy had an emergency. Something came out in the bathroom, and he thought it was just a snake, but it didn't say where it came out from. First of all, so I'm like, was he doing something with this reptile, and it just slipped out into the toilet, or did it come up from a pipe? What's going on? So I'm reading, and it turns out that it came through the pipes. And then like 5 of the pages is talking about the way the neighborhood is built because of the pipes, the type of toilet it is, and it's getting ridiculous. And then out of nowhere, or not quite out of nowhere yet, he calls the police to figure out what's going on. There's a reptile, yada yada yada, and they come check, and then they leave. Then out of nowhere, somehow the FBI is involved, but it's not actually the FBI. It's some secret government agent that thinks he somehow has an alien organism in his toilet based on the fact that it's not actually a reptile, although it looks like a snake, just like a snake. And it spins wildly out of control to the very end, as he never spoke about it to this day because he had to sign an NDA, and they were afraid that he was afraid that they would come back and kill him. And I'm like, then how the fuck did this article get made?
So long story short, somebody watched Dreamcatchers and they thought of shit weasels, right?
Apparently, because this whole thing was like, it was, I clicked like 20 times. I was high as shit and invested in this story. And then the FBI shows up, then he'll never talk about it because, the NDA and murder, but we all know about it now. So.
Are we certain
They're
this
shit
wasn't a
weasels.
round robin story from Reddit?
More or less.
My favorite thing here, and speaking of Reddit, to do that is there is a subreddit called Saved You a Click.
Yeah.
And some people will write down how many clicks, and it'll be like, I saved you 127 clicks. This is what the story actually is about. So we have, I'm looking at it right now. Hippopotamuses can become airborne for substantial periods of time, researchers discover. Answer: for up to 0.3 seconds with a running jump. The unexpected trick to grilling better hot dogs: literally put them on a grill and cook them. There is no trick. Jay Slater could still be alive if he had access to two things, says expert: food and water.
Wow.
I'm not going to even go on. This is the kind of shit that those are.
Yeah, it's clickbait articles to sell ad space. That's literally it. We could make a fortune here on Ally doing that. I'm telling you, like a fortune.
This is
Another equivalent to that. Oh, go ahead.
No, I'm just looking.
Another equivalent to those long ass next page stories is those videos that they show on Facebook where they drag it out. They keep dragging it out, and it's like, just fucking do it already. Or I'm like, really?
Like when they're doing like cakes and stuff, like those are especially the worst. Seen like one or two. I fell for it once. Then got stoned and fell for it again, and I'm like, no, can't watch these anymore, man.
And most of those like that I used to click were basically those who were just the guy was gonna caught the girl cheating on him and everything like that, and
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, just get on with it. And it's like, just do what I did, watch Family Guy and have her pack her trash and get the hell out.
There you go. Jenny had
saved
Jenny,
so much.
you look like
Oh, yes, sorry.
Yeah, she had some computers and snakes.
So quick snake story that you don't have to click and wait for. Dad comes home from work finally, and he goes to jump on his computer. And next thing I know, I hear the words, "Annette, get the girls and get them out of the house." And they call the cops. The local officer comes, and he finds 7'5" man holding a gun, pointing at the computer, and a snake wrapped around his monitor. And what surprised me was how big the knife the officer had. It was the size of his thigh, and I didn't know where he hid it.
Oh, that's a knife.
So, long story short, there was
And a
snake nets
sofa.
on the computer and on the desk, and he didn't get bit. Yes.
Now that's a knife.
Wow.
Couch machete. I can't. Oh, how do I fit on the screen? Oh, you got to
You
get
call that
Leo
a
in
knife?
there. He's a snake.
That's a knife.
He's a snake man.
Yeah.
I,
You know where
I
my
learned how
brain
to
just
save
went
a.
to?
What are you saying, Dave?
Where'd your brain just go to?
Well, my brain went to the movie Machete, and that scene where, at the beginning, where that naked lady's there, then they go to a shot of the guy in the room, then they go back to the shot where the naked lady is, and she's holding a gun. Forever since then, I keep wondering, where did she keep that?
Yep, you're supposed to. Fun fact of that movie, despite everything she had done, including nudity, Lindsay Lohan would not do her nude scene in that film, so they had to use a body double.
I think I'm mentally blacking out Lindsay Lohan because I don't remember her in that movie.
Yep. She's making a big comeback right now. Her and Jamie Lee Curtis have signed on to do a Freaky Friday sequel.
Yeah.
So Raz,
That I did
Raz,
hear.
I see you're
criminally insane. Oh.
Go ahead.
So Raz,
Which
I see you're
leads me to
criminally
ask,
insane.
crime
Oh, shit.
I thought there was just an echo like the first time, and then I saw you both talking, and you're both like, "Go ahead," then you both started again. Pick someone.
Okay.
I'm lagging. Jenny, do it.
Go ahead, Jenny. You're clear.
which crime was involved, because there has to be insanity and a crime committed to be officially diagnosed that.
So I was diagnosed actually legally insane in the state of Ohio many years ago, over 2 decades ago, for reasons. The crime I committed, I'm still not allowed to talk about. There's a gag order in place, and I get in a lot of trouble. But rest to say, only 19 people died. Only 19. So I mean, it could have been worse.
It involved Sasquatch hormones.
Well, there was some chocolate milk, a fire extinguisher, a rubber chicken, and a kiddie pool involved. I can also tell you that.
Not
But
hormones,
that's
pheromones.
Barbed wire. So
Okay,
So
so
much fun.
I have a life pro tip for you guys. I got into the true crime videos and I was on YouTube and I was watching them because I'm like, oh, these are pretty cool. And then I figured out that they're all being read by the same electronic voice that is it's altered to sound a lot like a human voice, but it will fuck up things like numbers and stuff really bad. So you're like, oh, you're
An
not really
AI.
reading this. Yeah, you're not really talking. It's not really you. And some of them are pretty good, but they use a lot of stock footage, and none of the pictures that they ever show, like worst reactions ever from children sentenced to death row, they're never there. That's not in the video. That's just something they made up or grabbed or something. But
Yeah.
so I started saving myself hundreds of hours because I was really into them by just realizing that if I click on the name or the video till I find the name and then just Wikipedia them, I can read, because I can read a lot faster than they can lead me through hoops of every single thing that happened. And yeah, so, and every single one of them is the absolute worst crime ever imaginable. And I'm like, but that was last week. And this happened before then. So how did that work? Anyway, yeah. Save yourself time. Read. Reading is good.
yeah.
Oh,
Reading
So-
is fundamental.
On
Speaking of
that
reading,
note,
speaking of reading, Yeah,
yes,
go ahead.
I've been getting into this YouTube channel called the Stephen King Book Club. And initially I thought, okay, this guy is just going to talk about his Stephen King books. He's a constant reader, as it were. But it's kind of different in that there are some videos that it kind of takes, like say the ones where he goes to various places to check out, like say Desperation, Nevada, and goes around and, well, it's kind of set up as kind of a fake podcast in that world. And the guy's voice reminds me greatly of the what was it? Night Vale. Welcome to Night Vale.
Yeah, I love what
That-
I feel.
You know, that soothing kind of warm milk kind of voice going. But he also does, talks about the books. But my favorite one so far is it's an ongoing thing. Once a month he posts like maybe a 20-minute to maybe half an hour length where he's going chapter by chapter, and basically he's like the on the site reporting on the long walk, more or less. It's obviously from that standpoint and not really and kind of going through the book, but from that point of view it's rather fascinating. I listen to it, then I'm sad because I'm done listening to it and have to wait another month for the next one. But having actually read that book, it's one of my favorite Richard Bachman books, basically. So I recommend seeing that channel.
I need to know if it's okay if I steal that soft kind of like, or warm milk kind of voice. because that was a
It
good
is.
voice description. It's going in a book. All right.
Sure.
Cool.
Sure.
Thank you.
I was thinking
I
a lot
love your
about.
brain.
I was thinking a lot about
I
crowdfunding.
love it too.
I was thinking a lot about crowdfunding because the other day Dell and I were talking about Three from Hell and the travesty it turned out to be. And, I was talking about how, largely that movie was crowdfunded. And, there's a lot of things being crowdfunded these days, like a lot of cool things. And most things turn out pretty well. But it occurred to me that crowdfunding isn't new. Like, I mean, I know we've had, things around for a little bit, but crowdfunding started like back in the 80s, if you think about it. And I started thinking about this because I saw a video that popped up that reminded me that right before Nightmare on Elm Street 6 came out, there was a 1-900 hotline where you could call and answer trivia. And if you answered a certain amount of questions, you got money every day. There was grand prizes of like $10,000. The biggest grand prize was, you and your family got a free trip to the set, and you got to appear in part 6. And I really started thinking about that. And it was always $2 for the first minute and $1 for every additional minute. If you're a kid, ask your parents' permission. And that was like the entire 80s for every movie that I liked. Nickelodeon even did it. Like everyone did it. And wasn't that really just crowdfunding?
WWE used to do that too.
Yeah. But wasn't that really just crowdfunding if you think about it? Because they would set up these hotlines for pennies on the dollar. I know that you can still get one at 900 hotlines, believe it or not. Just no one really uses them anymore. But you can still do these things. There was like, obviously, if you stayed up late at night in the commercial time, it was nothing but sex hotlines you would call and stuff like that as well. But like that was basically crowdfunding because they put a little bit of their own money in to get these lines, and then their product or everything generated, income, all this side income. So you're putting in a little bit of money, you're speaking to the crowds, and you're raising funds. So literally, that was 80s crowdfunding.
Yeah.
I think it might have originated even earlier because I think Soupy Sales did something like that when he was on TV.
True. I mean, there was like telethons and stuff too, but that was mostly like charity.
Yeah.
Speaking of charity,
actually, Soupy Sales actually got in trouble for doing something because he actually told the kids, it's like, go take from your parents and everything.
Yeah, I remember that.
I remember my father told me about that. So yeah.
Speaking of the charity thing,
on the air.
Yeah.
You're sick.
Okay. Speaking of charity and the donation things and the dial-ups, does anybody remember when they first started doing text to this number and, $1 will be awarded to stuff? And there was some girl who was like posting on her Facebook like, hey guys, all my friends, I want you to text to support the hurricane victims or something, whatever they were.
Yeah,
I've done it
that.
287 times already. And people were like, you realize that that's not free. It's not the amount of times you text. They take that out of your account. It's just like, my parents are going to take my cell phone away.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Like even with American Idol, when they started doing text to vote, and it was like a certain amount of money and everything, and that was like, Jesus Christ, what the hell?
Yep. And then a lot of
I never watched the show.
Then a lot of
I don't think anybody did.
When free for text, so like that changed things too.
Right.
I stopped when William Hung got kicked off. That's when I stopped watching.
I never realized those things had a cost to them because it must be like just flashed across in fine print or something.
Yeah.
I want to be the guy who
have that issue. Like some cell companies, like texts are free. Some cell companies back then, you had to pay extra for texting. So it was one of those things where you didn't really know if it was going to cost you or what it was really going to cost you in the first place, whether or not you had free texting.
Nowadays, if you do the text voting, it's like they just standard rates and data or whatever may apply. I get that a lot.
Go ahead, Del. It's hard to keep up with you because like you're just out of sync with the rest of us. I feel so bad.
Yeah.
You off.
I'm sorry. I didn't want to like be that person. I now I am, so I'm going to make sure that I keep doing the private chat thing. And I was just saying, I want to be that person who gets hired to read all of the fine print for a commercial sometime. I think it would be really fun. You could be like, I know you have to do it super fast, but you could have great inflection with it, and just all the different side effects for a medication or the little legalese that they have to do for some other things. I'm here, guys. If you would like an example of my work, watch me reading last week the rating of the week for Troll 2, or what I consider to be the best rating ever with everything. Well, one of my special projects there. I can make your text exciting and fun, meaningful, and yet still get it out really, really fast if you want.
I would love to sit at a lecture learning how to do that. And this guest speaker is John Machida. He was the best. He was the best at that. You know, with the FedEx, Micro Machines, voicing Blur on Transformers.
Yeah.
You know, he was the best.
He was.
And I think he even did some of those ads where he had to, you know, read that very fast. Nowadays, you know, you could tell that the audio sped up a little bit.
Yeah.
They can get Mac Lethal to do it now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
They need to get Michael Buffer involved because
Let's get ready
he's
to
expensive. We get him here every now and then to do like, I guess whatever the local hockey team is or something. And I think like last I heard, and this was like over 20 years ago, he was charging like $10,000 an appearance, and he'd get paid that
Yeah.
much just to go in and say that one line.
Well, yeah.
He's copyrighted that
That's
line, so
Yeah, he copyrighted that, and that phrase anybody who says that has to pay him $10,000.
Well, it's a good thing I haven't said it then. Did I? I can't remember.
Let's hope not.
Editing. There you go, Raz.
We're a live show.
Yeah.
The later edits, but for right.
We
know if
could
it's
edit,
so
but
much.
that would put a tremendous strain on our wrists.
I don't know if it's so much
So-
of saying the line as it is saying the line like he would say it.
Yeah, that's what it is. It's the performance aspect of it.
Stefan,
I
look it up. You know what line.
Just look up
I
Michael
can do
Buffer.
it,
He's
but-
trying to troll us.
can actually do that, but I can't right now because I'm just coming over a cold.
It's the ready to rumble line. I'm not saying the whole phrase. I just said the last 3 words. I think we're okay.
No,
You might
this is
concede.
pattern itself. For us, it's more like let's get ready to ramble.
Yeah, pretty much. That
It's
is
the
legit.
Shannon. You want to get sued?
Jalapeno poppers.
It's-
I love Shannon.
no, it's the Foggate. Totally
I
different.
want to get sued. I want to get sued.
Don't say that out loud.
What?
Only Sudell.
Okay, so I'm going to run a dream that
I got nothing. You can have
recently
it.
had by you.
Okay.
So basically the other night is a rather spooky one. Also, if you're depressed and you're kind of slipping into hypersomnia, your brain starts doing weird things and very graphic things while you're dreaming. I dreamt I was in this, dark, dilapidated kind of house. There were some people around with me. And we come across, I turn the corner and I'm alone. And standing in front of me is this emaciated lady in a kind of a rotting black dress. Her hair is kind of like mine, only sticking more, kind of like that. Only her eyes were large mirrors, which was the
That's
oddest thing that I could figure out. And the only thing that she said to me was, "I'm trying to find my family," and then missed. So
that's
that was all that was. But it I'm trying to figure out how do I weave this into a story. Now, normally when I share a dream like this, the other kind of people that I know would go, "What does that mean? I wonder." I don't really take much significance or symbolism in dreams. I just think this is your brain defragging and having fun with you while you're asleep.
right.
So that's where I like to take all the weirdness and try to weave things into maybe a storyline in the real world and see where it goes. And the fact that this stuck with me for the last couple of days, I could really maybe use this, but I'm thinking I'm thinking more Clive Barker style, the classic Clive Barker kind of kind of thing going on, but the large mirrors for the eyes. Does
Yeah.
anybody come across anything in like lore? Okay,
Yeah. There's a lot of lore about mirrors in the eyes.
would you like to expound?
Yeah. Um. So yeah, obviously there is the the eyes, the gateway to the soul type thing. We all know that that's pretty common lore. So you're supposed to be able to see yourself in someone. Like when you murder someone, or you cause someone's death, or you're there present for the death of a loved one, even that's not related to you. Um, it's your it's an allegory for reflection, and a moment of reflection is one of the reasons of it. Another reason, for the mirrors in the eyes.
Okay.
You know how you put quarters over the eyes to pay the ferryman? Have you heard of that?
I
It's
thought they were
obviously
pennies.
pennies, quarters. It's changed, man. It's some people say quarters, some people say pennies.
Inflation. Infl-
Yeah,
Inflation.
yeah, basically. So it's whatever it is, right? It's also similar to that because if you put the mirrors over their eyes, like like little slivers of mirrors over their eyes, it's supposed to hide them from death. Because when death comes to find them, all death seizes itself. Again, another stupid, random old piece of folklore. But also Patricia Cornwell did it, and a number of her more serious Scarpetta series, where there was an entire book about a serial killer that every time he murdered someone, that's what he did. He put like slivers of mirrors in their eyes, so when they found the scene of the murder, they would see themselves in the murder victims. So it's all kinds of stuff, man.
Well, I remember
Henry
reading
Rollins
Necromancer, and one of the characters had installed um, mirrors in their eyes or over their eyes. So
We're against Medusa.
you're you, you're saying Ron?
Henry Rollins has a song, and I believe it's on his Rollins band. I can't think of the name of the album. End of Silence, maybe. Uh, he has a line in one of the songs that says, "If you could see the you that I see, you'd see yourself a different. If you could see the you that I see when I see you, you'd see yourself a different life." So, or if you could see the you that I see when I see you seeing me, you'd see yourself a different. Believe me. If you could see the you that I see when I see you, you'd see yourself a different life. Sure, you.
I like Rollins.
The mirror in the eyes is just reflecting who you are. Maybe that's what you're seeing.
Yeah.
Or I shouldn't have tacos before going to sleep. I don't know.
That's an option. I remember who
Piece
was
of
it?
cheese.
Michael Landis. Is it who it was from Little House on the Prairie?
Michael
Landon.
Landon.
Michael Landon. So Michael Landon did that werewolf thing for TV.
Yeah,
You guys remember that?
Landon.
Yeah. So and the whole thing turned out that when he found out he was becoming a werewolf and all that shit was happening, his buddy is like, "You shouldn't have had that sandwich before you went to bed. I bet that sandwich was bad, man." And that's like what I remember from that entire movie from being a kid was the sandwich was bad, and that's what was and it turned him into a werewolf.
That
That's not what
that
turned him into the.
reminds. It just makes me think of the. Is it a bit of cheese or something like that that was in A Christmas Carol? Charles Dickens'
There's more
Christmas Carol.
gravy to you
That,
than grave.
yeah, that
Yeah, it was
Dickens came up with.
yeah,
A
that was
spot of mustard, but bad potato.
I am a potato.
I'm a
I,
potato.
I'm just a commentator.
Okay, so I'm jumping in now. And sorry, guys, if we're having these quiet spots. We have different lag rates going, like I said, tonight. So we kind of are catching over each other. But back when you were talking about the eyes recording things, like, do you remember? I think it was in the Victorian era still. They were pretty sure that the last thing that somebody saw was embedded into their eye. So, like, they would try to take pictures of the eye to see who a killer was because they thought that they would see their murderer's face, or if depending on the type of crime, as the last thing they saw. But there's also a thing that's very similar, and I've seen it used in instances like in times of great sorrow or somebody who is trapped somewhere. They use them from windows in like rooms where invalids stayed, or where a particularly tragic widow spent the rest of her life and she would spend a lot of time sitting and looking out the window, or even like a disappointments room type of scenario where the windows eventually take on an imprint that you can see of somebody being there. And that was one of the ways they tried to explain ghosts that could be seen from the outside and not in, would be like, but I saw this woman in the window. And it's like, well, she's been dead for all these years. And they were like, oh, she must have left like a psychic imprint on the window.
Yep.
I've always thought that was really cool, and something to put in stories and to like make you think a little bit more.
Correct me
It's
if I'm wrong. Wasn't there like a book that was called Through the Eyes of the Killer?
There was a Queensryche song called "Through the Eyes of a Stranger."
I don't know.
So what's interesting about that, and this is reflected in a lot of popular culture from the 80s and 90s, is what they would actually do. What you're talking about, like check to see if the imprint of their murder was in their eyes. They would actually decapitate the person and make a hatch in the back of their skull and drain everything, and they would put a candle, a special type of candle, inside, and to shine light through the eyes. They would hold up a paper and try and see what was reflected there. It was that was what it was. And then in pop culture, of course, they made it great. You know, they took it farther in like movies and stuff, where that severed head would be hooked up to this machine, and they would shine a projector through the back of their skull, and the images would come out on the wall. Like, there's a lot of cool movies and stuff, and even books where that was done that way. But it was all based on that practice where they'd actually hollow the skull as quickly as possible after the moment of death. Because the quicker you got it to when the moment they died was, the more likely you would discover the killer or what happened to them.
It reminds me of a podcast that I listened to recently, where the foundation that would take the recently deceased and hook them up, and it would a machine that would replay the last moments of their leading up to their death, and they were using it to gain information. I can't remember the name of the podcast though, but it was a great story.
Oh yeah. It's definitely cool stuff, man.
And yeah, there are actually more than one books called Through the Eyes of a Killer. So
It's like the kind of
you'll
title
have
there'd be
to
like,
see which one.
Hmm.
Yeah, some are fiction, some are more studied. There was a movie too, but I love all these fun things. Raz, I had been talking to you last week about how we mentioned how salt crystals, like the shape of the crystal was something that caused it to be a deterrent to paranormal things.
Yeah.
And I have not found the article, but I'm going to ask one of my friends because he wrote a short story that included that in it, where it was the facets of salt and something that had to do with those creatures like vampires and such, which we connect or correlate with as being counters. The ones who, like, if you drop a bunch of whatever, they have to like count everything before they can go on next. And that the facets of light would fascinate them because they were trying to count how many different shimmers and things were going off of different sides and reflections. So that could probably explain part of it. But if any of you guys out there have heard of this theory where the reason that salt deters supernatural beings or paranormal or whatever you want to call it, being based upon the crystal structure, please get a hold of us. Let us know, because I read it. I have not been able to find it again, and we're like really intrigued by it.
yeah, it's super interesting stuff, man. We don't know how accurate it is, which is why we're trying to, like, to folklore. I mean, who knows if it's accurate, period, but it'd be really cool to know.
Does it follow the same logic or similar to that, where you put some salt on your hand and you throw it over your left shoulder or right shoulder, whatever it is?
No, that's to ward off bad luck.
Oh, well, okay.
Yeah, like knocking on wood and stuff like that. And I can't remember why you knock on wood right now. I can't believe that.
I have no idea how they would have come up with throwing salt over your shoulder.
That
So
was
Salt has always been a powerful thing.
that's an old Romani thing. The salt
other
over the
than
shoulder.
landing in the eyes of the person behind you, then yeah.
It's like that evil eye. There's a number of actually interesting superstitions. Some of them, a number that you'd be surprised what comes from Romani culture. Some of it comes from actual plague culture, which is even weird. Like the walking under ladders. Do you know that came about during the plague? A guy walked under a ladder, and the next week he was sick, and he started telling people all around the village that it must have been because he walked under that ladder, because that was the only weird or unusual thing he'd done differently from everyone else. And so they all thought that walking under ladders was bad luck now, and that you would get the plague if you walked under a ladder. Believe it or not, yeah. I did this whole thing about the origin of a lot of superstitions a couple years ago, and that was like one of the weirdest ones I found. Like, as far as the root cause of it was just because, I mean, black cats, cats are known to be witches, familiars. I get that. That's okay. But walking under a ladder could give you the plague. Like, that one really was like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah, I know. Even if you dive into the scientific aspects of salt itself, it's rather fascinating, because this is something that is used for like centuries, millennia, if you will, as a preserve, to preserve meat. It also, if you spread it out on land, it'll kill off the land. It's used to purify. It's so one can look at it as, if you're facing evil, you throw salt at it. That's what deters it. It's a purification kind of rock.
And
When you break
all
it
my medical
down,
kits that I put together to this
it
day.
was also
Sorry, I thought you were done.
Oh, I was just saying that it was far more brilliant in my head how I was able to speak goodly. So
Sumo wrestlers even do that too, where they take like a thing of salt, and then they toss some sort of spiritual significance on as to why they do that before their match.
It works for chasing off the tequila monster.
I was gonna say medically it's useful too. Anytime I put together a med kit, I get those little salt packets you get from like fast food restaurants, a bunch of those. Because in the off chance like you get a bad cut and you can't immediately get like to the hospital like that second, or you can't, you don't have alcohol to dump on or anything. You can actually, believe it or not, rub wound or salt in your wound, which is something you're not supposed to because it causes more pain. But it actually does help as a very temporary antiseptic, depending on the type of salt. Temporarily, but then you got to go somewhere and then you clean it out and then you put actual shit on it that you need to put on it. But in a pinch, it'll help out a little bit. And also powdered sugar. Powdered sugar helps clot the wound temporarily until you can clean it out.
I did not know that.
Don't just leave it in there. Obviously, you got to clean it out. But it's in an emergency.
Don't confuse it with your arsenic.
Yeah, don't do that.
I just watched Tin and Tina the other night, and I was like, "Oh, wow!" I did, but the most amazing thing was that they have like she's put sugar on the cake. Oh, not that! It is rat poison. But then she takes out the same container, and it's got a little shaker top. I've never seen powdered sugar not in a bag. I didn't know you could buy it and like a salt opener and just like shake it from a can. It was like,
yeah.
Okay, I'm watching a horror movie and I'm fascinated by powdered sugar distribution. But
I just want to point out, although I do have the title doctor in front of my name, don't take my advice for medical stuff. Understand that we grew up very poor and we found a lot of interesting ways to save going to the hospital. And I've talked to a lot of medical professionals about like life-saving, like temporary techniques that aren't really safe, but they're safer than dying, in the long run. So don't go home and be like, hey, mom, look at this. don't do shit I'm telling you to do. But in an emergency situation, it could buy you some time. That's it. Just buy time, not solve the problem. I just want to make sure we throw that up there.
I always
super
grab
glue for stitches.
Super glue and Neosporin mixed together, which these days is actually they have a product for called Liquid Stitch, and it's wonderful. I highly recommend it.
I always throw whatever cut I get. I always go right for the hand sanitizer.
Good call.
It's alcohol content, but it'll dry out your wound in the long run.
Burns like hell, but it's worth it.
Then you go scrub it up with the sanitizing soap and treat it.
See, that would have came in handy when I temporarily worked for Christensen Lumber. It was what they used to piece the boards together for A-frames for houses. Those things are sharp motherfuckers. They go through. Well, I was wearing heavy gloves and they were still poking through.
Yeah.
So, Ross, I had a question for you in private chat.
Oh, 1 second.
I'm talking now, so I can just ask you. But you said you were studying the various superstitions, and I know that mirrors are a very spiritual thing, and that we were talking about salt. That's what brought us here. But and the number 7 is like numerologically important. So why do we get 7 years bad luck if we break a mirror?
Because they say it's bad luck if you break a mirror because of all the reasons we discussed of it's important in folklore. And they just decided they needed to attach a number to it. And 3 didn't feel like it was long enough to suffer. Basically, like 3 years. What's 3 years? So they went with the next logical number in line that had spiritual significance, which was 7. That's it. That's your whole mystery solved. That's not even that was one of the more disappointing like background reasons. Like it was that easy, and I'm like, oh, well, okay, moving on. What's the next one?
Did anybody else in their youth become absolutely terrified when they heard the step on a crack, break your mother's back thing, and like do their goddamnedest to not step on a crack until their mother finally said, "You're not going to break my back. It's okay."
Yep. I definitely did.
Yeah.
Not really.
My mom always had a weak back. So
You're just like, fuck it, it's gonna happen anyway. I'll just go ahead and rush it all.
As as far as mirrors go, I was always fascinated with them in my youth, and still kind of today. You know, imagining, okay, what if this is a window into an alternate dimension? And it's like my alternate counterpart staring back at me, doing the opposite. And if I just stare at it long enough, it'll move. And of course, your brain does that thing after you're staring at something. Hello, hello, Jody. But your brain does that thing where, if you look staring at something long enough, it'll make it look like it's moving.
Yep.
So yeah, it's. I always thought it was ripe for horror fiction, as far as it goes. Poltergeist 3 kind of explored that a bit, as did
Oh, yeah.
the I think it's called Mirror Mirror,
Yeah, that was a good one.
that I never saw because. Okay,
That was a
I
decent
should
movie
watch
that they
it then.
it was both a video game and a movie.
Hmm.
Yeah, I don't know
Oh,
mirrors.
yeah.
Bloody,
I've learned.
bloody mirrors. Or bloody mirrors. Bloody mirrors. Bloody mirrors. And I get
bloody
the
mirrors.
Amityville effect. That'd be fun.
That'd be
Please,
cool.
please. What was the movie that we watched? I ask this every single time. That's about it was The Selling. It's a great fucking horror movie. Well, comedy horror movie
Oh
about
yeah.
this guy who gets to sell a house, and he's always trying to beat out his fellow real estate. So he grabs it right away, and it's haunted as fuck. And there's he's going through and all these terrible things happen. There's a room to a different dimension, like in Poltergeist, in the closet, sucking everything in, and the walls will bleed and all this stuff. And so he's giving the house pep talks, okay, we're having people come in here today. No bleeding on the walls. No doing this. No, and he's just lecturing it. And then I think to that Aqua Teen Hunger Force episode with Glenn Danzig, and I'm like, okay, so they should have had a short clip in there where it was do all the fucking things, man. Today I'm bringing Glenn Danzig in for a tour. And it would have just been this great little micro cut, I think. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So back when I was watching a friend's young son, when I picked him up, I would always pick up a thing of juice for him, and I'd open it for him, hand it to him, and go juice, and not really explain it to him where it came from. But he started doing it in front of his mom. He'd she'd give him a thing of juice, and he'd go juice, and it was great.
It's so cute.
Influencing the next generation.
There you go. We were talking about Bloody Mary a minute ago, and I had noticed that Jody's talking about it in chat. Fun facts about that too. That was originally 5 times is what you were supposed to say it in. Candyman was based on the original lore of Bloody Mary, which is why Candyman's 5 times. There's a whole thing between 3 and 5, and the whole story of Bloody Mary, because that was one the superstition. It was the whole dissertation I did was on the difference between superstition, mythology, and urban legend. That was the whole project I did. So I had to look up everything that I could think of and then find new ones to look up. And the interesting thing about Bloody Mary is it actually has 3 separate origins, depending on what part of the world that you were born in and heard. There's one in the U.S. and there's 2 scattered throughout Europe that are just 3 completely different origins on what happened. And 2 of them, not the version that we got in America, but the other versions, it's based on Mary having had a child that was taken from her and destroyed. And in our version, and then she committed suicide or was murdered. In our version, she was a witch, and she was destroyed over witchcraft and cast her soul into a mirror, because mirrors are also gateways to other dimensions, like you were mentioning earlier, James. That's a mythology about mirrors, is that it's a gateway period, and that is why we can summon Bloody Mary. And in our culture, it was 3 times for Bloody Mary, and in the other cultures, it's 5.
Can
I've always known it as
Raz?
the. Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh, no. Go ahead.
I was just going to mention that I've always known it as the nickname for Mary, Queen of Scots, who, incidentally, when my mom did the deep dive on her actual lineage, not my grandparents' lineage, because she was adopted, and it turns out she comes. She's mostly Scottish on the Stuart clan side of Scotland, and we have ties to Mary, Queen of Scots. So I like to say I'm related to Bloody Mary, but it's really just make sure you're not Protestant.
Raz, I was going to ask you because I keep bloody lagging so bad. There was that great story series on No Sleep that went and had the couple that were they were kind of Ed and Lorraine Warreny, where they were catching this thing that it was something with Jack, and he was haunting this kid, and they trapped him in mirrors, but Jack kept spreading around. He was like an imaginary scary friend kind of thing. Do you remember that one?
I can't remember the name of it, but yeah, I do remember that one. That one went on for a little while, actually. Then there was like a big break, and then the finale came out after. Yeah, I just can't remember the name of it offhand. I'll see if I can find it.
Yeah, they had a thing where it was like, because they were saying they ran this agency, and so people were trying to get in touch with them, and they got overwhelmed by people. And because it was No Sleep written back in the original No Sleep days, where everything was RP'd in the comments and everything, you can't be sure, whether they maybe actually did. I mean, whether the story was true or not, they could have also been paranormal activity and, inspectors and such, because that's kind of the crew of people that do write some of those types of things or embellish upon. So papers, I'm not sure what you mean, Gary, but okay.
It started a long time ago. I want to say like 9 years ago, and then people started doing different stories about it after that because oh my gosh, they were talking about it as recently as a year ago on the R Lost forum. My God, a cracked mirror. I'm wanting to say was the initial one that led off into the whole thing, but I could be wrong about that because there's like multiple stories involving Jack and all kinds of stuff like that involving Jack in the mirror. There's one about Jack's dad.
Yeah, the idea of trapping in between two mirrors was that it's similar to where you hang cloth over mirrors. It's because spirits can get trapped or come through mirrors. So the way they trapped this one was to catch it in one mirror and immediately stick another mirror up against it, and then basically seal the shit out of that so that it couldn't escape. And they had to go through multiple.
So you basically create a miniature pocket dimension is what you're doing.
Yeah, and it was so hard for them to get all the. I mean, this was well written. It wasn't just, and we did this and we caught it. It was things like, we have to get it attracted to this house where we're prepared for it. We have to trap it on this property line so that, we don't know exactly where it is, but we can get it when it comes for the bait, but it's stuck here. And it's really gorgeous and really in depth. I'll try to find it because you guys might want to read it. It was really fun.
The things that can travel through mirrors are spirits, some classifications of lower demons, magic of many sorts, good and bad, and fae. Those are the 4 things most transferable through mirrored surfaces.
And anybody in the Matrix.
Apparently. And Sabrina, the original Sabrina the Teenage Witch, had that whole episode where she stepped in, and there's all of pop culture is that whole there's another me and I step into the mirror me steps out. Like a lot of shows from back in the day did that. I mean, Through the Looking Glass. I mean, if you think about it, the whole point of that was she was going into the mirror world. So, and that was forever ago. But I'd say
I don't
paranormal
think I
games.
want to do
But
that. I just don't think I want to go explore the mirror world.
yeah, neither. Paranormal games are the number one uses of mirrors these days. So there's a lot of them involving. Three Kings is probably the one that more people know, other than Bloody Mary, obviously.
Those get so complicated. Some of these things that people, and I mean, I know, like, it's too easy to do certain things. You want to really build up the ritual on stuff, but it's like, dude, dependent upon where you're at, the ability to get some of these things, okay, you have to like have a fan going in a room with no light other than a candle with mirrors by your sides, and then you have to wait exactly this many minutes to do this and this and this, and then you can't actually look at what you're doing, but you're recording the whole thing, but you can't have this, and it's just like, what? I don't think this was meant for our generation. And it probably wasn't, but like,
Well,
how are you recording this? Wouldn't that interfere with things? I don't know.
so are you familiar with the term parlor games?
Yes.
So that's all paranormal games are. There used to be a version of parlor games that were the more spiritual, like a seance. One of the original versions of a seance was the parlor game, actually. So there's all these parlor games that involve the paranormal and the supernatural, and those evolved over time to become what we know as paranormal games. And paranormal games really started when the internet started. I mean, they were word of mouth, urban legendy, but then they exploded in the beginning of the internet, and then they just kind of died off a little bit, honestly, until Reddit. And then when Reddit came around, paranormal games got really big all over again. Well, it wasn't just Reddit; it was like 4chan, honestly, like 4chan, IRC, then 4chan, then Reddit. Those gained a lot more popularity for paranormal games, and parlor games used to have a lot of weird, intricate rules to them. That was part of the fun of parlor games, is that you had to pay attention to every little detail of this stupid game in order to win. So that's where that comes from. You know, there's things that if you in paranormal games, like, there's things you do, there's the right way to do everything, and then there's like 10 safety measures. Like, if those fail, then this dangerous thing is going to happen. You could die or get sucked into another world forever. Or so if you see this, then do this instead. So it's like a recipe, almost. So it's this really weird modern twist on parlor games. It's fascinating though. It's really cool to experience. Like, no cameras, just you doing this game, or maybe you and one other person. It puts you in an interesting headspace. Like, I've done a lot of them. I did Midnight Man with me and a couple people in a big space, followed all the rules. It was exhilarating as fuck, even if you don't think it's real. We've done the elevator game a couple times with and without cameras. I've done one man hide and seek, and now at the haunt, actually, once I was there by myself. That one was kind of fucked up though, because we actually have a doll room, and it was the whole thing. Three Kings, I've done Three Kings. I've done the one, I can't remember the name of it now, but basically you're calling a taxi to the other side. You have to dial this random phone call, say something specific, go to sleep, wake up at exactly a certain time, and then a car is supposed to show up at your house, and you get in it, and then it just drives. And there's all these rules you got to follow. The car never showed up for me though, but I tried. There's a ton of them out there, man, and just having these one-on-one or like small group experiences with them. It's really cool. It's an experience with your friends, but it's entertainment. I've never had anything actually happen from them personally. I'm not saying I do or don't believe in them. I'm just saying I've never personally had anything happen, but that didn't take away from the fun of attempting something to do, and it led really cool ideas and experiences for stories. So I think they're worth playing for fun.
And on a side note, I did find that No Sleep story. It's called My Son's Imaginary, in quotation marks, Friend. Came up about 10 or 11 years ago. And the main character's name is Laughing Jack, is who keeps making appearances all over the place.
Yeah,
and
Jack showed up all over Reddit.
Yeah, people, like, everybody met Laughing Jack during that time.
Yep.
It's like an 11-story series.
Yeah, Laughing Jack, the Bard. There were a couple of major characters back in the day on Reddit on No Sleep, but I really miss all that. The continuity of Reddit, of No Sleep especially. and the story building. I miss those days.
Did any of you guys ever read the old No Sleep with the role playing characters and stuff? Or I don't even know if you read No Sleep now.
I honestly, this is actually the first time I ever knew about it.
Oh wow, yeah, that's where Dell and I come from, largely.
Yeah.
The No Sleep world, yeah.
There are definitely stories on there that you're not sure if it's real or not. I mean, it's the rule on the subreddit is that everything is real, whether it's real or not. And so it used to be back in the day before people started posting links to their books and things like that in it, that you had to stay in character the entire time. So people would be giving you like, all these terrible things are happening, and people would be like, oh, you should try bringing in an exorcist. You should try doing this. You should try doing that. Or, this person is out, they'd have like cryptographical things they're being sent. And so like Reddit would get together and be like solving what this cryptography was, if it wasn't super easy, that you'd be able to catch it off the bat. And yeah, it was an amazing playground to be in, because you got to like try to show off your esoteric knowledge. Although I fucked up once, and like somebody had this story that they were building up to be like 8 episodes, and I caught a couple things in the first thing and posted them up, and he then sent me a message with like, I didn't realize I was so obvious about this, so I'm just not going to post up my story. And I was like, dude. It was really weird fucking shit. It was like, okay, you chose this obscure Basque name to put as something, and I just happened to have been studying that at the time. And so I
Right.
felt super bad because this guy like canceled his whole story name against me, or his whole story, because I came up with like, I didn't go away. I was just like, oh, these are hints. You might want to check this out. And then he just stopped.
He could have interacted with you and looped you into the story. That's what a lot of people did back then. Is they would, if somebody got it right and like figured it out, they would just message them and loop them in to the writing and have them like do their part in comments. Because again, it was like that. But like that was even the everything is truth thing. A lot is lost in translation now with No Sleep, because we're allowed to put author links and things like that in the bottom and hyperlinks and things like that. So now you kind of know. When I found it, I found out about it through Facebook right towards the beginning, pretty close to the beginning. I mean, I'd heard about it, but I didn't know really anything about it, so I didn't pay much attention to it until this article got shared on Facebook about this guy whose girlfriend was using the internet after her death to contact him. And this is an old fucking story. I don't even remember the name of it anymore. It was a really simple, clickbaity name, though. I'm sure I can figure it out. But it was all about this guy. His girl died. He was heartbroken. They lived together. And she was sending him messages every day via his computer. And it was shit that was about to happen, like all kinds of different things. And I literally, I was in the tub when I ran across this story, dude. And I stayed in there like an hour after the water was cold and half drained, because I could not stop reading this fucking story. And I discovered like really what No Sleep was, and thought that it was for people like me that were super into the paranormal, that had all these crazy experiences. And this is where he went and shared it. So even I, for like the first like week or two I was there, was convinced it was real at first, until I really started thinking about it and looking at certain things and researching. And I'm like, okay, no. But it's still awesome, and that just made me want to interact with it more.
Yeah, Pen Pal was the first thing I read there, and you can get this as a book. It's Dathan
Auerbach.
Auerbach.
Or what
You can get it on Amazon. Yeah, and
the lag.
I have that book. I had to get it after we listened to it on YouTube.
Yep. No, Pen Pal is a huge love for me, man. I've done 3 different reports on it for different types of literature classes. I love it. Yeah, you totally died through that your whole part there, Del. Okay, which one did you know?
Yeah, I figured. I saw everybody go black, and I was like, I wonder if I'm getting DC'd or not. I don't know.
You did, but obviously.
But it was a super detailed thing about this kid finding pictures from his childhood and strange stuff, and these letters that he wrote for elementary school as a pen pal, and he never got anything back like some of the other kids did, except for a picture. And then he starts noticing that there's like all of these pictures where there's like him in them, but they aren't like pictures taken of him. And then it goes into this whole stalking thing and all these experiences from his childhood that had been explained away to you figure out that he like his parents were terrified for his life because somebody was stalking him, and this was
His
way
mother.
back in the day, like Polaroid days kind of thing. And it
Yeah.
gets very disturbing, and I totally thought it was true because yeah.
Oh yeah, yeah. It was the Balloon Project was the first one they did, and it was this. I mean, I remember doing this in the '80s as the project. Take a helium balloon, you put a note or something inside of it, and you let it go, and whoever finds it's supposed to send you something back. That's the whole point of the just a kid's project at school. But he also put $1 in it and wrote 4 stamps on the dollar. And another weird thing is he's remembering the stories out of order on like because he just a memory will happen and he'll remember, oh, there's this story. And then, oh shit, I asked my mom and she reminded me of a story that happened actually before this when I broke my arm. Like it's like the way he's telling the story in the posts and even the versions that were done in audio are like someone actually legitimately telling a story and certain things they're saying sparking other memories. So like the way it's done is it's fucking perfect. And then later in another story, they have little lemonade slushy stands because they both him and his friend have slushy makers, and they're counting up their money that they made at the end of the day. And one of them is that dollar bill that had 4 stamps written on it. So not only was he being stalked, but at some point in time, the guy actually bought a slushy from them. Not him because they never knew who the guy was. It was. This goes on from his childhood in kindergarten all the way into like high school, and then like, him as an adult now remembering everything. There's so much shit. My favorite one was one about the map, where him and the same kid are making the map, and they want to make a map from like location A to location B, and they're charting everything in between. At one point in time, there's this like big giant creek. They build a raft, and they have to get on the raft and make notes. And there's this flash of light. They don't know what it is. They realize that's the second time the flashing of light thing happens. Ends up being a camera. But there's so much cool shit with that, man. There's amazing stuff. And I know the other one that you love that I love is Butcherface.
Mm-hmm.
Because
I just
that was
redid the whole thing.
Me too.
And
Me
I
too.
was scared to fucking go to bed. I
Yep.
was like,
That one
I don't
disturbs
get
me.
scared,
actually.
guys. It's not even ridiculously scary. It's just insidious. It just crawls up into you, and
And you,
I think I've decided at some point at a horror convention I'm going to cosplay walking around with bright red lipstick on and an orange.
I'm
Because
so sad that he's dead.
there
Yeah,
was a
I wrote it.
story that started off with I'm a grown man and I'm laying in bed crying or something like that, and it goes on. And his name was Milos. I can't remember his last name, but this whole thing goes about a woman from his childhood who would always offer him an orange. And then she shows up later in his adulthood in America, like walking around offering him oranges in all these weird places and stuff, where he'll see what he thinks is her and then go over there and there'll be like a half rotted orange laying around. And so the story became the story of her holding an orange. And it's fucking terrifying. Like
She was
if you take it at face value. What?
with the background story that you're missing is the woman is slightly unhinged, but only towards him for some reason. She's got this weird obsession with him. She's actually one of his mom's friends. And then the second he leaves the country, like the relationship between his mom and that woman, like just dies. And she just, and then something happens to her. I don't remember in the end. And then, then she comes to America and talks to him.
Yeah, but she'll sit there and like have the smile on her face and tilt her head to the side and be like, "Well, you want this? Do you want this?" and stuff. And then as soon as like his mom would have her over all the time, and as soon as his mom would come back, she'd just be like, "Oh, so what are we doing? Okay, lovely," and such. And she just fucked with him through it. And then he gets engaged, and like there's this story where it turns out like when his fiance was a child, like an infant. I think she was a twin or something like that, and they found an orange. They thought they saw a woman near the bassinet. When they came in, they'd found an orange there. And so it sounds kind of weird, but I've never been as scared of fruit as I had been. And that led to the whole freaky smile trend that then went on.
Yeah. Yeah, we're talking like black hole sun smile, like that big fake creepy smile type thing. And then I think one of the last ones that really
kind of like this. Kind of like this.
Yeah.
Kind of,
accurate.
yeah.
Imagine you could do that without needing your fingers though. Like,
Yeah, I was trying to stretch my
Yeah, I
face.
another favorite was the Queen's Guard. You know, the ones that aren't allowed to talk; they just have to keep their position. There was a story about the Queen's Guard and the things that he saw and experienced while he was the Queen's Guard. And there was this woman, this very strange woman that came up and just talked to him and would not leave him alone. Like, just kept stalking him on every shift. He was getting upset and uncomfortable, telling his boss, and the boss was like, just don't talk to her, whatever you do. And he just thought, well, okay, yeah, I can't talk to her because that's my job. But one day he slipped up and said, excuse me, or something like that. And it got a little bit violent. And the guard was like, no, you don't understand. There's a reason why none of us actually talk. It's because that's not a human being. That's something that's basically a paranormal threat. And the reason why we don't talk is if you talk to it, it will stalk and murder you. And that's what's happened to the other people. And it goes on and on and on. And she tricks him again and talks more to her later. He gets not fired, but let go from his job for his safety. And it's crazy. There's a lot of stalking and weird shit involved. But it's a terrifying fucking story. Yeah,
I missed what was said there on. I gave somebody the shivers when I did that.
Yeah.
It's mine. Yeah. Yeah, we probably should go to ads though.
I'm sorry.
No, you're not.
Okay, I got the ads.
Greetings and shabebans. We are the Retro Redoctopus Cephala Podcast, a long-form bi-weekly show that celebrates all the things that made growing up awesome.
Yeah, that sounds good, but I don't know what all those words mean.
I think what Parasite seems trying to say is that on Retro Redoctopus, we explore a range of retro goodness, from toys, video games, and movies, to cartoons, and even snacks and school lunches.
Oh.
And we do it all with a positive spin, a slew of killer guests, and some very adult language.
And you know what else is cool?
No.
This crazy show is part of the Door King Podcast Network with new episodes every Tentacle Tuesday.
What's that?
And if waiting 2 weeks for a new episode gives you a sad, know that we drop bonus episodes all the time, like the off-format Crow's Nest and an interview series we call The Brig.
You can listen to Retro Redoctopus on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Stitcher, or any app that's cool enough to carry the only show that celebrates all the things that make growing up awesome.
I like those ads. I'm like,
They're different grooves, man. Like the one at the end of the show is when that funky like chill beat.
yeah. So while we've been talking about no sleep here for quite a bit, just
Yeah,
wanted to let you guys know that it got huge. It went from being this decent sized subreddit to like a ridiculous sized subreddit. So if you want to find some of the best stories from the old days, sort through it with by year and top stories, because back in the day, if you had like 3,000 hits or likes, you were the shit. And now people are in like the tens of thousands to get ranking up there because it grew so much. So if you want to find the really good stories back in the role playing days, go back towards the beginning of the subreddit, like 10, 12 years ago or so, and start looking them up in those time frames, because the way the role playing worked, the character, there are some things where people sacrifice their accounts to make a storyline happen, because they had things where like if you interacted with this person online, they would possess you. And so people who'd had accounts that had been lasting for like 10, 15 years with thousands and thousands of upvotes and karma and stuff would suddenly, on every single regular forum that they were on, start posting this weird possessed shit and sacrifice their accounts for stories being told. So they would just were like approached by the storyteller and said, okay, yeah, and just made their entire account gone because it became part of the story. So
You can't find most of them on the regular No Sleep anymore. A lot of them got transferred when they transferred No Sleep over to a different No Sleep subreddit.
Okay.
I know No Sleep Finder is a good one if you're looking for a specific thing for them to find you links to it. I'm trying to remember the name. I've got so many different ones on here. No Sleep Index is also a really good one for finding a lot of the old ones. No Sleep Reruns is good. No Sleep Series, if you're looking for a specific series, is a really good one. Like I know that No Sleep Series has a lot of the old and new stuff on it. Yeah, there's No Sleep Index is your best spot to go and check for a lot of the older stuff.
And also, if you would like something very humorous, since we were just talking about rituals earlier, 10 years ago, someone posted up, does anyone know a good plumber? I did one of those stupid rituals and now my shower is leaking. And there's a faceless guy in my kitchen. And it is one of the most hysterical stories I've ever read in my life. And they said it in No Sleep and were like, I was chatting with this bitch on some FaceTime thing, and she was like, can you use rituals? And he's like, and I kind of passed out and forgot to do this part of it, and I did this, and I think there are some clan members out in my yard. I don't know, something's looking through the window at me, and it's hysterical. It's like, I was supposed to do this, but instead of putting out these ritual things, I just took 4 shots of tequila. And it's just,
yep.
If I could, it's short, I would read it, but it's not mine, so I can't.
Yeah. If you want to hear it, the No Sleep podcast, unaffiliated these days for a long time now from the Reddit, they did an amazing one in one of their seasons of it, where the guy that runs it was pretending that he had an old job where he used to read ads, like vet ads for a living. That was like the wraparound of the whole show, and that was like one of the ads that he saw that he had to vet, and so they did a performance of it. And they had the guy that did it like had this really strong this really strong New York accent, man, like this really like thick Bronx accent too. So it really like pumps up the whole vibe of the story. It was really good. Yeah, check out those classic stories and the new stories these days. If you're going to No Sleep as it is right now, like you said, filter by what's new for the newer stuff, or recently posted is what you're going to see a lot of the new stuff. These days, though, if you break 100 upvotes, you're doing really well. You're considered to be doing pretty well. If you break 200, you're great, but still some of the upper people, because they've had the following for a decade or more, are still hitting in the thousands, but still not what they used to.
He gets things with when on the subreddit or on the Discord channel that we were on, there would be sudden moments of, oh my God, that's you. And
yeah,
I got one of those ones ever, but people would figure out who he was on Reddit and just be like, holy shit. I love your
I
show.
got it at that con I went to and sold books at. People that were really into Reddit. And I'm like, doesn't that sounds familiar what you're talking about? I'm like, yeah, did you ever go to Reddit? Like, yeah, all the time. No sleep, right? I'm like, yeah. And creepypasta, too. Oh, yeah, creepypasta. Did you ever read anything by someone named It Sees You? And they're like, no. There's just so many people that bought the books. I was like, oh, that's fucking weird.
Redditors are everywhere. You can't tell us by sight.
I use Reddit for everything.
No, really.
Most hometowns have a
Let's see.
Reddit. Use
Mostly
everything
by
is what I
smell.
Yeah, there you go. Colleges have their own Reddits. I mean, anything you're interested in has its own Reddits times like a million.
I keep trying to explain it to my mother, and I'm like, it's this giant forums with different categories so that you can talk to people about. She's like, how about you just post for me if she has like a question or something that needs to be addressed. So I'm like, okay,
They're
I'll just do
truly
that then.
worldwide web message forums is what they are. That's
So,
the best way.
question.
Yes, dear.
Is Reddit based on an extension of or possibly a reworking of the original alt.news groups?
In a way that they're set up very similar. Yeah, very similar.
There
Because I
are weird
remember the
ass
alt.news
subreddits.
groups, but I've never used Reddit.
Yeah, they're set up very similar. You know, you go in, you make a password, username, then you find subjects, and much like the old news groups, they were separated by subject. It's the same thing, except for just type in a word, and a word or an interest in the search bar, and you'll get a whole list of Reddits that are dedicated to it.
There's shit like there is a subreddit for everything, like literally everything. There is one called Dinosaurs Fucking Cars.
Yep.
And it's a subreddit of people who draw pictures of dinosaurs fucking cars.
Yep.
Some of them get really elaborate
life,
too. It's bizarre.
finds a way.
Yeah. So, but there's a couple of good ones like you drink bathwater is another one, and it's just pictures of people drinking bathwater. And but everything you could want, any movie, any subject, you can find it there. And if you can't, you can start one for it. And people will randomly join your shit. Like I joined one called Juff because I saw it. And I was one of like 4 people. And it was a forum dedicated to a guy whose name was Juff, Juff. And so I'm going to everybody go follow Juff. But I was like, I did a thing where it was like the word Juff and a close up of it. And I was like Juff near. And then I put Jafar. And then I just put Jafar underneath it. And I was one of the all-time best people who didn't know this guy that had joined his subreddit just because I was making memes of him.
Yep. I like our pizza. If you're really into pizza and you really want some pizza right now, join our pizza. Because in our pizza, you can just ask for somebody to send you pizza. Now there's rules, like you have to comment so much and build up karma points for the subs and stuff. But you can ask for pizza once you're allowed to, and then someone will send you a pizza. You just have to, at some point in time, also send someone a pizza. It's
random
it's
acts
hilarious.
of kindness.
Yep, there's random acts of kindness as well. Yep, that's a really good one.
And you
So
can, but yeah, you have.
Yeah.
Is there a what?
One for bald guys with goatees.
Yep.
Goatees. Okay, I thought you said herpes, and I was like, what?
Well, I mean, I can't speak.
Interesting. This is why you can't
I don't have
talk
herpes,
about.
no.
There's our bald, our goatee, our hair,
Yeah,
our facial hair.
I'm submitted to some weird shit, dude. Like,
a lot of weird. Oh no, the
Yeah.
coolest one is our creepy Ask Reddit. So Ask Reddit is the biggest number
I got that
one
one.
on Reddit. Creepy Ask Reddit just collects all the weird questions on Ask Reddit that has all the weird fucked up answers to it. Like, have you ever witnessed a murder? Like random shit like that. And it filters and it only grabs the stuff that's really weird and odd. And I spend probably a couple hours a day, every other day, just reading Creepy Ask Reddit. I've got some really cool story ideas from there.
Okay, Raz, is there one for Nazi lesbian hookers abducted by UFOs and forced into weight loss programs?
You will find a lot of different Reddits of those individual subjects and maybe a couple combinations where it would be appropriate to start those conversations in.
All this week on Town Talk with George.
Someone's been watching UHF.
I love that movie.
There is an Our Ant stuff in where literally people post pictures and tell stories about ants like that they're seeing around, and sometimes they make up funny, weird shit about what the ants are actually doing and why they're there. It's pretty random.
Which is the most random Reddit you found so far?
I don't know, but there is a Reddit random generator that you can just hit go and it'll suggest random Reddits for you to go check out.
A fun joke is that way back in the day, before people who were arbor enthusiasts got involved, somebody snagged the subreddit title Trees. So that is for marijuana enthusiasts. And so to be funny, there is a subreddit called Marijuana Enthusiast or Our Marijuana Enthusiasts that is actually about all things tree related and stuff. So, and then every April Fool's Day, they like swap things for a day somehow. I don't know if they still can, but they used to.
On Reddit, if you're a marijuana smoker, you actually identify as an ent, E-N-T, like the classic figure in the walking, moving tree. And every major city has or like Michigan has the Michigan Ents. There's the Ohio Ents. Like, so every state that's got marijuana in it has an Ents page.
Every state has marijuana in it.
Well, I mean that where it's legal for one reason or another has it. And so you can go in there and look it up and with your state, and it's where people talk about like the best deals in town, pictures of the bud that you're growing, stuff like that. Every state, but you're called an ent. I check that every time I go to Michigan or Colorado before I go.
Not to be confused with ent, short for entertainment.
Correct.
Yeah, I have
Or
a bunch of
Enterprise.
really fun ones. Like you drink bathwater. Stories about Kevin is one of my favorite subreddits ever because okay, so people have that thing where they're like, I'm going to talk about my friend. Let's call him Kevin. And there was this original post by some guy who it was this story about a kid named Kevin. It was like Redditors who are teachers, who is the most fucked up kid you've had or something like that. And it was like this kid named Kevin who was in high school that like thought that cats were girls and dogs were boys. He puked up crayons a couple days in a row. They don't know where he got the crayons or why he was eating them in English class, but like all these different things that he fucked up. And so they like decided that there's Kevins, which are just the people who you're like, how have you not died by Darwin's law yet? And then the female equivalent is a Kevina. And I've been able to post there a couple of times with people who you just don't know how they make it through life. And it's not just dumb people. It has to fall into that specific category of things. And it's pretty goddamn good. If you want a good belly chuckle, and they put how long, you'll see short, medium, large, extra large, or whatever, so that you just want a short chuckle. You read this little one. If you want a longer, like the story of Kevin going on thing, you can do some of the bigger ones.
Oh yeah,
super fun.
Shit, I think the most popular one that people know about, like from Facebook, everything is "Am I the Asshole?" AITA, where you post about situations in life where everybody called you, like people in your life called you an asshole, but like you're not really clear on what you did, whether it was really you being an asshole, and you go get support from people. And there's also pro revenge and nuclear revenge, which are literally all these fucked up, amazing stories about people that have had really shitty things done to them and the ways they got revenge. Pro revenge is just normal, like, you know, fairly hardcore revenge. Nuclear revenge, though, is where you literally disrupted someone's life intentionally in your course for revenge.
I'm on petty revenge.
Oh, I haven't checked revenge.
Okay, petty revenge, the fucked up thing about that is they do some, like, I mean, it's a Schadenfreude site. That's what it's all about. But some of the things that they do to people that that they thought was like a serious offense to me is like, okay, dude, your boyfriend didn't put sour cream on your tacos, and so you like keyed child molester into his car and turned him in for all this shit. And they're like,
Yeah.
it was my petty revenge. And I'm like,
No.
You went nuclear
damn.
over sour cream, homie.
These people got some anger issues on some of the shit they're doing.
Exactly.
Yeah. That's crazy, man. That's that's taking it pretty far. Sour cream.
Yeah,
I would get like
that's
some
a
sour
fun
cream
one.
like containers and like throw them in their pillowcase or something, you know, like closed ones. Like, hey, what's this sour cream? Oh yeah, now you remember the fucking sour cream. But I don't think I'd eat that into their car.
Kids Are Fucking Stupid and Kids Are Fucking Scary are both really fun ones.
Yeah. I've got those on mine too.
Very different, but very fun.
I know we have a good chunk of the same Reddit groups that we're in too, because we used to talk about all the different ones we'd find and like pass them to each other like constantly.
Oh, like Clockwork Rabbit erotic.
Yeah, I never joined that one. No, I've seen it, but I've never joined it.
I'm one of 84 readers, and I actually submitted my story as a flash fic for Fakor instead of posting on the site. But yeah, there's a specific-ish kind of one for you, Stefan.
What, Jenny?
Clockwork Rabbit erotica.
Yeah, we put it in the newsletter for everybody to find.
It wasn't very smutty. I will let you know that. It's
I
not
know
what
we
you're
talked
thinking.
about that one. We talked about that one with Grant during the 24-hour show.
I thought it was Tyler. I get confused.
I'm pretty sure it was Grant.
Oh
we
no,
talked to.
Oh yeah, no, we had Grant. It was made by Tyler.
Yeah. But we had Grant on the show.
Oh yeah. Sorry. Shoulder medication.
Is that what they're
I'm on a
calling
weird.
it?
Yeah. I'm on a weird new medication. Speaking of the mental side of things, it's called Celexa. Is anyone familiar with Celexa?
Only after I looked it up.
Yeah, not like I'm not taking it for mental stuff. Apparently, they think I don't have. They don't think I have Parkinson's now. They think I have some version of fibromyalgia that was further instigated by COVID. I don't really understand a lot of it. They're doing all these tests and stuff, and apparently, because of the weird nerve issues I already had before this happened, they think a lot of the pain in the nerve stuff is happening where there's receptors that are somehow either blocked or no longer functioning. So even if my body registers it, it doesn't send the pain signals to my brain. But the pain signals that I am getting are pretty bad. So they put me on Celexa, and I've noticed that it's dulled. Like the internal pain that I feel, it's dulled a lot of it, and a lot of symptoms are starting to get better. But at the same time, like if you've ever done core seed and sea, like if you were young and ever went on a sea trip, or was it the robo tripping or any of those things, that's what this feels like. Like it feels like I've taken it's more core seed and sea because it's cough and cold people with high blood pressure, and if you took like way too many of them, you would literally trip and your body would feel like rubber and nothing made sense around you. And if you tried to run, you would feel like you were running like the Flash, and then a lady on a walker would just walk past you and blow your mind. I felt like that, but also dizzy and nauseous for like the first whole week that I was on it. So like that's been not fun at all. But apparently it's a psych med traditionally that they found later helped with fibromyalgia and other things.
Gabapentin as well is treatable for psych things and for neuropathy. I've been on it for some psych things, and it does not work well for me, but for people who are taking it for neuropathy, it works really, really well. So.
It also has very severe and unforgiving long-term effects on your body and your mind, unfortunately. Pretty severe ones.
I refuse to take it.
I was on it for a time. My body did not do good, and when I got my medical card, the first thing they said is, we're going to give you the medical card for marijuana now it's in your state, but first thing we need to do is find strains that help you and get you the fuck off this medicine. Go ahead, James.
Yeah, it did sound familiar though. I couldn't pinpoint it, but now I do. They were last time, not the did um, when I was in the hospital to remove the portions of my left foot back when I still had it. They were they were trying to figure out what kind of pain meds I could be on without getting addicted to it. And then they suggested that, and I thought, okay, I would try that. And then my stepmother looked into the information on the Mayo Clinic website, and one of the side effects that you mentioned that would have just really just destroyed the decades of uh, of just basically trying to find that particular balance with my manic depression and everything
Yeah.
that I did without having to be on the medication. And so I took one pill, and then I discovered that, and then I chewed out the doctor who neglected to tell me about the side effects when I asked about it. She just made it sound like, oh, it'll dull the neuropathy in your foot and everything that because of your diabetes, and that's it. You won't be addicted or anything. And then I looked into it and I went, no, and
Yeah.
yeah. So
And that's the
do
replacement
your
for a lot of
research.
pain meds in the hospital.
So
It's like,
Del,
oh, you have a gabapentin. So they keep saying, it's like, no, stop. That's almost worse in some ways than what you were doing before.
Yeah, when I was on gabapentin, I was
yeah,
questioned at one point when somebody came. I had a really bad seizure and fell, and so my roommate at the time called an ambulance for me, and because they weren't sure if I was okay or not. And when they got there, I had a note that was taped to my door so that I could leave that said things Dell needs before leaving the house. And it was things like keys, phone, wallet, backpack, and like things that normal people would just have. But I would just
wow,
walk out the door and not know what was going on. I like at one point I unplugged all of the internet because that would fix it. I was putting things in the freezer that belonged on like a shelf. I wasn't allowed to use the stove because I might forget that it was on. I wasn't allowed to do quite a few things because I was that dumbed down by the medication. And when the ambulance people, when the EMTs came to haul me on down, um, they saw the note on the door and they were like, "Is she special?" And they were like, my roommate was like, "No, it's her meds." And they were like, "Ugh." But yeah, but I don't want to tell anybody who, I don't want to say like, don't listen to your doctor's advice.
Yeah.
But it has worked and towards end of life where it's not going to fuck up maybe everything in your life, you know, um, if it works in those cases, as long as it doesn't really mentally fuck with you, it's better to have a slight fog than a lot of pain, as long as it doesn't give you a severe fuck up going on.
I know people that are on it and have never had a problem. Don't even have the brain fog. Very rarely. I think I know a couple people out of the many people I know that have taken it or on it. But I mean, you might be one of those people that the side effects just don't really bother you from meds or doesn't affect you like that. In which case, it's a better alternative than pain meds.
Yeah, it's so weird how people can be so great on certain things, and then there's like with other people. I have the only sleeping med or sleeping med variety that works for me is Seroquel, which is actually a medicine normally used to treat schizophrenia.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of all the different sleeping meds that you can get. They're based on trying to shut down or slow down different parts of your brain. And so it's like, does this one work? Nope. So that's not the part that's causing the problem. Does this one work? Nope. Okay. And they can make you really worse for a while until they find that exact family of
Yeah.
what will fuck with you. And unfortunately, Seroquel build up a tolerance to. And it's not necessarily the best med for you to be on, but if it's the only one that works for you, because it can cause heart issues. And I was almost taken off of it because of that. But I went from taking 20 milligrams that would make me, like, within 15 minutes be bouncing into walls trying to get to my bed, to where I am currently taking 200 milligrams when I wake up and 600 milligrams when I go to bed. And I have about a half an hour when I'm falling asleep where if I take the med drop, I can just drift off there. But otherwise, I'll just be awake again. So, sorry, med rant.
That's okay.
Good med rant.
It happens.
These are actually needed, so people know.
So I have to.
And I'm also on the same. Oh, yes, sorry.
Yeah.
I hope you have a good night.
Who's talking?
And where would you like?
Okay. I'll see you guys back
Everyone?
here tomorrow for 2 Minutes Terrible.
All right. Gonna check that out tonight. Catch us tomorrow for
You
Do
were
with
saying,
Terrible,
Del?
hosted by Uncle Necro. Oh, I was still saying. I didn't realize I was that far behind.
Yeah, you're. There's 3 people currently on a lag, and you guys have like it. That's why, like we mentioned earlier, those like dead spots in between because no one knows when to talk or when you're cutting stuff. Because the 3 of you are lagging, and actually Jenny's lag has gotten a lot better, whereas you guys' lag have gotten worse.
Nebraska's got shit internet
Yeah,
right now.
I hope it's
The
not this
whole
bad
state.
tomorrow.
Yeah, it storms. Well, you know,
Yeah.
I don't know. We had a private chat to keep track of
Yeah.
things, and it might feel a little better. But PC runs a little differently than most shows.
Yeah. But yeah, James, where would you like
Let's,
people to find you before you take off tonight?
Well, I dwell, as Del said, I dwell in Nebraska where the internet is shit, but hey, we've got runses. But you can also find me on Facebook and Instagram, Twitter, and a couple of blogs, a couple of podcasts beyond the Owlite,
Say what?
Owlite family here, and okay,
Sorry.
and then I should be writing. I need to start putting that as my background wallpaper on all of my computers and my phone. I should be writing. So till tomorrow, I'll see you guys tomorrow and get help, I guess.
Good night.
So
Goodbye. Bye.
And on that note, I'm going to follow James out, although we're not necessarily going to the same place.
Where can we find you, sir?
Where can you find me? Let's see. Here on Owlite, mostly on Sundays and Monday nights as I'm available. You can follow my author page on Facebook, Ronald W. Gillespie Jr. author. And you can also find me on TikTok. I am a martial artist by profession, by hobby. I tend to make martial arts related content for TikTok, and you can find me there under @WolfDojo. And other than that, you can talk to Jenny at somewhere around this area. And if you can't get a hold of me, she probably can. So that's where you can find me.
Bye, everyone.
Hey.
Bye.
Have a good night.
I will do my best. No promises.
Going to the castle. Wait, this isn't Yoshi. Shit.
Y'all have a good night, and
Damn it.
I am out.
See you later, man.
Have a good night, Ron.
Bye, Ron.
Meanwhile, I like turtles.
Did you like the turtles? Did you see the turtles?
I've not opened it yet. I
There's
at least
some
know I
Let's have an
turtle
unboxing.
I'm saving it because I know there's going to be a day soon that's way worse than the other days, and that's the day that I'm going to open that.
Okay.
That's the only reason I haven't opened it. As soon as I realized I had it.
Okay.
Oh,
For those wondering, my
so
kids took a picture and sent them to him. Well, I helped, but yeah. And then James got his. That's why he has the Halloween bear from Dante that he was licking earlier. And I'm like, huh? Okay.
it squeaks. Hi, Kenny.
It,
You guys are just tuning in. This is our mental health chat show where we talk about everything and absolutely nothing. We don't know what we're going to talk about. It's the only show that we don't like have a plan for ever. We just show up. So if there's things you guys want to talk about. Yeah. If there's things you want to talk about, let us know. We'll talk about those things as well. We try to be interactive and bring your comments up and whatnot. So
Ask us anything.
AMA also Reddit, sorry.
and the world is a bowl of soup, and we're all for it.
Yep.
Exactly.
That's how you get the carrots, man.
Evening soup.
And I will never sing that again because I don't remember how I sang it.
You won't need to.
I'll come up with a new one.
It's everywhere.
Yeah, we have
I'm
it.
gonna get.
Shareable.
Yeah, when we re-record that, I'm gonna have like you sitting with a banjo or something, just playing like random ass chords in the background, just like broken chords. Just.
That's song. Like to hear it. Here it goes.
And then we'll get Tom to like or something, like play some
Drum on the
random drum ass shit.
We'll have him hambone with the spoons. We'll get a washboard for Jenny. We'll do this, man.
Did you know that Tom Hiddleston is fucking amazing playing spoons? Like, for those of y'all who don't know what spoons, well, I mean, obviously you know what a spoon is, but the instrument a spoon, you take spoons and you connect them back to back, and you can either hold them and do it, or for those of you who have shitty hand control like me or are just lazy, they will put them together and put a little plastic thing on the end that holds them for you. And you like, depending on how you hit them, it's a rhythm instrument, but you can make it change tone a little bit here and there. And he was at some bar where he was like near a place that he was filming something. And they were like, after the bar closed, you could stay if you could play an instrument, and they would all sit around and get drunk after hours and play instruments. And he was like, "Well, I don't know what to do." And they're like, "Well, here's some spoons." And he doesn't just like know one song. Like, boy took the time and was like fascinated when he found his spoons, and he can play some kick-ass shit. And you can find him on YouTube doing some of this. It's just so weird. He's like, actually, I carry my spoons around wherever I'm at, and like he'll just stand on it, and he'll like be singing with it and stuff. It's crazy.
I tried spoons one time, but I got rid of them and I just started eating Jello with my hands. just grab it right out of the cup. It'll be like this cup of the mold, and just shovel it down. I posted it on TikTok.
I was once very
Does it have
well
pears in it?
Pears? No. It was an orange Jello cup.
I was once very well acquainted with a world famous musician that appeared on a number of late night shows and everything back in the 90s. His name was Johnny Hands. And he could actually, just using his hands, like people will make like the fart sounds with their hands and stuff like that. But he actually learned how to do it to make actual songs and tones and everything with his hands. And he would play like entire songs, take requests and everything with his hands. And he opened for Freak for a number of different shows, and we all hung out together. Johnny Hands was an amazing guy, man, amazing guy. I lost track of them years ago after he moved. He moved from Ohio, from where he was living in Ohio, and we just all kind of lost contact after that. Not long after, a couple years later, the band broke up. But like, dude was amazing. Like, and he could play songs by ear with his hands. He would just listen to something like, okay, I know how to do that, and he would teach himself. And if it was a song he didn't know, and like he was doing a show, and you could shout out, he would be like, okay, I know that song. Give me a minute to think about it. And he'd play a couple of notes. Okay, I got it. And then he'd just play it. It was.
I
It was
thought
the
when you
most.
said when he was playing by ear that he would just use his ear as an instrument.
Oh, yeah. You cause too much damage to your inner ear, man.
Well, there is an eardrum, you know.
Yeah, but you bang on that, you're deaf.
It's not quite as cool as that, but I always loved Leon Redbone is a favorite of mine, and his ability to like just and stuff in his songs was always really fun. I can kind of do it, but I'm better at I kind of just do la da di day di da di da, and instead of trying to make the mouth trumpet sound because I'm going to end up screwing it up at some point and spit on somebody.
Dude, I literally mastered mouth trumpet, like mouthing and like air. I can imitate a lot of different sorts of instruments, and I don't really think about it these days as an adult. But when I was a kid, I was so into voice acting that it wasn't just words; it was sounds, and I just went on this whole like decade long like I don't know adventure of just learning how to mimic every song I heard. It was because of oh my god, I know his name from Police Academy.
Michael Winslow.
Oh
Thank
yeah,
you. It was because of Michael Winslow got me so interested in it when I was really young that I just started learning how to imitate sounds, and I would do this endlessly, like bird sound, you name it, I would do it back then. I haven't done it, so I still do the trumpet because I still do that one all the time, and like get some guitars I can do. Like there's certain things I'll still do like for fun, but like I used to be really good at all that stuff. I could do like it was like over 2 dozen different types of animal calls, even like this weird shit jackhammers, just weird stuff, man.
there was a
I
guy I
could
went to
I
high
could
school
do
with.
I could do trumpet. I could do electric guitar. I could do Hawaiian nose humming.
Hell yeah.
Nice.
That's
There's a guy I went to high school with that did a lot of the Michael Winslow things after Police Academies came out. And the one I remember him doing the best was the water dripping sound where you like kind of click your throat a little bit.
I always
And
have a hard time with that.
he was really good at that one. And that's all I remember him for. Like I'm sure he had achievements and other things in high school other than being able to make the sound of a water drip. But whenever I see his picture on like friends pages that for some reason still want to be friends with me now that we're no longer in school together, and I'm just like, it's water drip guy. I can't even remember his name. He's just water drip guy.
I think I learned how to do it so well because I was frustrated. I can't whistle. I've never been able to whistle in my entire life. Can't do it. And when I was a kid, field days, especially in elementary school, part of it was you had to eat like 10 saltine crackers or something like that, then whistle for field day. That was one of your little challenges. And I kept telling them, I was like, listen, I can't whistle without saltine crackers in my mouth. I just can't do it. My team will lose. And so they're like, well, tough luck. I guess your team is in last on this league. And everybody would get pissed at me, whatever team I was on. So I went and for an entire year, listened to what just made everyone I know whistle. Because, we didn't have the internet back then. I couldn't just go look up whistling sounds. I had to either play music that had whistling in it or ask people to whistle until I practiced it over and over and over. And I learned how to sound like I was whistling. And I literally came back that last day of school the next year. We were already like in second place and it was going to come down to the whistle. And I was up there like, oh, we're fucked. And I pulled that sound out and everyone thought it was the whistle and we ended up getting first place. And that was like a legendary moment for me in fourth grade. It was fourth grade. It was like this legendary moment that I had because I couldn't whistle and taught myself how to whistle finally as far as everyone thought for years.
I never knew how to do the whistle. So, when you take the finger and the thing to go and like that. I don't know how to do that.
I can do the below teeth whistle because I have a major overbite. So when it's like, I don't want to do it because it'll break people's ears. But I can also do the regular whistle and I can do patience. And honestly, it's people who try to whistle, but like you can make a noise or you can actually whistle and be able to tap into like singing a song whistling. And so like I can actually do like the introduction of Patience by Guns N' Roses and like do very good like song whistling, which I didn't realize was a good thing until I saw other people who can't do it try. And then it's just like, oh wow.
You know,
That's a shame that you did that.
I think the only song I can think of offhand that was just as like big as that song as Patience for whistling was Winds of Change, Scorpions, because it had that whole giant
Yeah,
solo, man, and that was the only part of the song I've never been able to do.
I love that song.
I'm a
I
big
will
Scorpion.
sing that song in karaoke.
Yep,
Let us
I
date
love Scorpion.
ourselves. Except for Jenny, who's like, I wasn't born yet. It's not
I
me.
was a little young for the Scorpions, honestly. I was born in '82, so I was a little young for the Scorpions. Not too bad, but I was pretty young. I just got started on all kinds of good music very early in my life.
Me too.
Yeah.
If you go by my
I'm
music,
I'm just old.
I'll seem like I was born in the '50s or '60s. But yeah,
I was born in '78, and I was raised on '70s and '80s music. I grew
Born
up
in
with the '80s
70.
music. That was my generation, and '70s music was, not of my time, but I just loved the music of it. When
Born
I
in
was born, I
75.
killed disco.
My mother has said that since she got out of high school up until like she retired the first time, she hasn't like really spent, well, it was before she retired the first time, up until Maddie was in her teens and was in like Academy of Rock and stuff. That was when she finally started paying attention again because the kids were playing the newer music and stuff around her. But before that, like when I grew up, there was the big record player, and what we listened to, if it wasn't the radio that was on the record player, was Leon Red and Linda Ronstadt, whom I don't actively dislike. Oh, and Carole King, who is amazing. But there were we didn't have that many records, so it'd be on the radio a lot. But like then mom picked up, she's like, I really enjoy Green Day. Mom asked me to go to Disturbed. It's like her music taste stopped. She wasn't a fan of the Beatles and the Beach Boys, but her favorite music was Janis Joplin, and then kind of full stop up until Green Day existed. So you like ask her any questions about who's saying this, and she's like, I have no fucking idea. I didn't listen to
see,
music. I was working and raising kids and doing this stuff, and she's like, okay. But she has great taste in music today, so I'm happy.
I think one of my favorite old bands of all time. I don't know if you guys remember them, '50s and '60s. Like there's a lot of big doo-wop groups named after birds like back then. There was the Orioles, there was the Crows, there was a bunch of them from back then. But one set themselves aside because at the time, the guy that formed the band smoked cool cigarettes, and back then the mascot for cool cigarettes was Willie the Penguin, because it's the cool brand of the penguin, cool brand of cigarettes, and they were cool to smoke and etc. So they named themselves the Penguins to to kind of stick with the bird doo-wop motif, but to be cooler than everybody else. And
Yeah.
they created the first rhythm and blues song, what actually is considered R&B in 1954, and everybody knows it because we've all seen Back to the Future. Earth Angel was actually the first R&B song by the Penguins in 1954. Like, and this is something I knew well before I was a DJ. Like I was a fan of the Penguins and old doo-wop. Like it's a lot of different generations of music, but like I would say going back farther, I would say 50s. I would say my favorite 50s band, like full band, was probably the Penguins.
Did not know any of that.
I know
Jenny,
weird.
I think we've been talking over you. I know I have.
I've just given up and sat back and been listening. But I have enjoyed the one playlist that Raz has given me. I even set it up on YouTube for him.
I think I was supposed to do one for the first one too, wasn't I? And
it's a different type of playlist.
Okay.
I think it had books. So it's a reading list.
Yeah, there was one the one you wanted me to send you was for Sounds of Crimson 2, because I started off every one with a song, and you wanted me to gather the songs, and then you were like, you should do one for the first one. And I just don't remember if I ever did like a suggested listening list. I could probably go back and do that. I just remembered it just now when you said that.
The reason I suggested a suggested listening list is because I'm seeing it a lot with a whole lot of authors. and it's getting them more traction. And B, I enjoy your taste in music, and I think others will too, for what you come up with each chapter.
I'm literally about to go back and look at that because I cannot, for the life of me, remember. I know, like, it was all shit that I liked listening to, and it was all from different
Yeah.
decades and genres. But I'm trying to find that list. I know I think it's on my Facebook.
I put I have a link to different music videos on your YouTube, so you can just look at it there as well.
My brain is dead and I can't find it. If you find it or if you know the songs, like, let us know because
Oh, I can
trying to
give me a second. I'll send the playlist.
Quick thing to all of you authors out there, or comic book creators, or any type of person that is creative and wants to give us a playlist of what you were thinking about. Please do not only link it to Spotify, because some of us hate Spotify just because we either don't want to listen to songs that we didn't put on a goddamn playlist or commercials. Thank you. YouTube is good. Amazon Prime is good. All the different places. You can load it on Spotify too, just not only Spotify.
Yeah.
Okay. I see so many things. It's like, and you can get it on Spotify. And I'm just like, no, I can't.
I mostly just listen to the podcasts on Spotify.
Chain smoking. Yes, Kenny. Me too. Haha. I was born in the late 90s. Hate music that comes out nowadays. Kind of sad how bad these newer artists are lately. I love most 70s to 90s music. Sad I wasn't around to experience all those talented people in their prime. I hate Spotify too. LOL.
Yeah, I don't use
Rock
Spotify.
on, Kenny.
I have put it in private chat, and I also put it on chat on the show so other people can go to his page and find it. Because I literally went and found each song in order by chapter, including the ones that are in the pages of the book that weren't listed at the beginning. Because I'm like, ooh, okay, I need to have this, this, and this.
Let's see what I got. I got Little Things by Bush. Okay. Burden for You by Blue Oyster Cult. That's actually a song for the entire trilogy. When I was originally writing it, that was the song I had on, and it gave me an idea, and I actually mentioned the song numerous times, I think. Matchbox 20 Bent, yeah. I Am Machine by, me. Verve Pipe Freshman is in there, yeah. Video Killed the Radio Star by the Buggles. Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers, Mary Jane's Last Dance. Black Label Society, Parade of the Dead. Monster Magnet, Space Lord, Uncut, yeah. Crime Scene by Deadbolt, yeah. Soul Asylum, Somebody to Shove. Motorhead, The Game. Motley Crue, Home Sweet Home. Jewel, You Were Meant for Me. Marilyn Manson, Long Hard Road Out of Hell. It's a song you did with the Sneaker Pimps for the Spawn soundtrack. Good Riddance by Green Day. Bad Moon Rising by Creedence. The Beginning is the End is the Beginning by Smashing Pumpkins. Cutting Crew, I Just Died in Your Arms. Flamingos, I Only Have Eyes for You. The original Flamingos. And Another Brick in the Wall, part 1 and 2 by Pink Floyd.
Good Riddance is my funeral song. Yeah.
That's an interesting list, yeah. That's accurate.
I have one that I think is a really good list. It's my Saudades soundtrack, and it's just nostalgia shit, or maybe not songs that were from back in my youth, but songs that make me think of those things.
Mm-hmm.
You know?
Yeah,
Because there's some songs that like people today are reminiscing about things, and so it kind of throws you back into that time. And saudades is a Portuguese word for that we don't really have a translation for it. It's kind of like homesickness, but it could apply to something you never even had. It's a feeling of missing and stuff. And so it's sometimes with nostalgia, but I like to get new songs to add to that and just be like, oh, it puts me in that frame of mind.
Oh yeah. So when I was writing the books, and the first one I did it with first one I did with books, the second one I did with music, the third one has movie quotes. So there's a story being told inside the story for people that actually want to bother with it. If you actually read the passages that the quotes are contained in from the books in the first one, or listen to the songs listed as the chapter titles in the second one, it actually adds a lot to what's going on and gives you a feel and a vibe for what's about to happen in this chapter. And it just provides additional context and things like that, like emotion and things like that. It's just something that I'd read about in a psychological journey and journal, and really wanted to see how it affected people in writing. And I really liked it. So I figured it's the only trilogy I'm ever only project I'm ever going to do this in. And it was books, music now, and then it'll be that.
The quotes thing can be very effective. Like, if I ever hear the quote, Mr. Kurtz, he's dead, or Mr. Kurtz, he dead, I automatically go into the Hollow Men, because that's one of the quotes that he put at the beginning of it, depending on which book you read that comes from it. And I hadn't even thought about it until I was doing some more research for a short story I'm working up that's kind of based around it. That I always assumed that the Tumid River was I can't remember exactly which one. It's one of the ones to hell, but it starts with an A, and I can't remember it. But it's one of the rivers that you have to cross to go into the afterlife, basically. Archeron, that's what it is.
Yeah.
And but according to people who are speculating on it, because he included the quote from Heart of Darkness, and that entire story is a trip down a river further and further into darkness, they kind of combine them. And I think there's even another river that they involve, depending on what all you think of the context and stuff. And it's
Yeah.
But little things like that, like the quote that I'm going to use in one of my upcoming books is, "Boy, why are you crying?" And that's one of the beginning lines from Peter Pan. And that's the problem, is a lot of them you have to like kind of put what the quote's from, because it might not be the most popular book quote from the book, but it's the one that means something for what you're writing.
Well, in
So
literature form, you have to give the proper credit anyway, and you can't just write the name of the writer. You have to also include the project for the official accreditation. Yeah. But yeah, it's really cool because you're allowed to quote people legally, and this is something I had to learn a lot about when I wrote the first book. Was like, am I going to get in trouble for this? And there was a lot of back and forth, and then it was if you asked permission, and then you found out that if you quoted correctly, and it was just a small quote within a certain amount of words, there was gray area. So I actually reached out to Clive Barker. I reached out to Stephen King. I reached out to a lot of different people that were actually alive or estates for every quote that was in there. Some I got responses for, some I didn't, and a lot of the responses were, "Yeah, that's fine. Free legal use. We understand. You're only using this." And I know Sarah, who was one of Clive Barker's assistants, like personal assistants, said, "Yeah, and when you're done, send us the ebook so we can check it out." So that was really cool.
Very
But yeah,
nice.
because I didn't know if I had to contact people. But what I found out is, as long as I'm citing it properly, and again, there's gray area here, as long as I'm citing it properly and not defaming their work. That's the other rule. You can't be using the quote to defame the spirit of the work. Like it's part of what's in there, or how you can use things.
Clive is a sweetheart. He's just one of the nicest men, and he's been through a lot.
Yeah.
So to fill dead air here real quick, so I once again, back in my little pocket articles, there was an article calling out George R.R. Martin on not having updated us for 11 years on the next book again. And I color me surprised, but people have been bitching about this for like 3 years. Yeah, and he does. I'm like 3/4 of the way through the book, like 7 years ago or something. Don't quote me. I don't know the exact dates, but
I'm almost done. He said during COVID that he was almost finally done with it.
yeah. But I am going to pull up. Neil Gaiman said many years ago, folks, George R.R. Martin is not your bitch. So
Barker
can
falls under
write.
that line though, because Barker promised a number of books before things started getting really bad for him. It was books in a series, different TVs and miniseries, like back in the late '90s, early 2000s. He made a lot of promises, and so far, Hellraiser got repicked back up, and he did a new Hellraiser book, actually, the Scarlet Gospels. And so he eventually, got back into that world. He was supposed to finish the Aberrat. Still hasn't finished the Aberrat yet. But one of the biggest ones, the one that hurts me the most, we were promised 3 Cabal books and only ever got 1. And still that TV show keeps getting in developmental hell. Last time it hit developmental hell was literally just because that and the Hellraiser TV show, not the movie, but the show, they both went to developmental hell because of COVID. So, like, I need more Nightbreed. I need more Cabal. Like, that's what's killing
And
me.
we
Aberrat's killing me, but
we technically only gotten 2 of the books of art.
that's true too.
2.
Yep.
And so I I loaned my grandfather and I, Papa would loan each other books for quite a while. And for some reason, it was because he lived in a small town, and like really small town. It's Tekamah, Nebraska. Look it up, boys and girls. But they would go down, and like the book club was just anybody in town who read. And sometimes they would just get books at the local thrift shop or whatever, or they just would trade each other books. But Papa got into a lot of Harlequin romance. Like he was more into Westerns and stuff. He had all of the Louis L'Amour, but he would have like boxes, like I have boxes of romance books and stuff like that. And it always cracked me up. But that was one of the things when he started getting dementia really bad, he actually didn't want to, he wouldn't read anything longer than a magazine because he would get lost. And he does what we do. Like you're reading and you suddenly, like, you're hearing the noises and everything. And then somebody calls you and you're like, wait, these guys got to finish. Oh, wait, they can pause. I forget that they stop moving when my eyes do. But he had that level of thing. And I loaned him some different books. And I loaned him first off the first book of the Green Mile. And he was like, that's Stephanie King. She's not quite what I'm into. And then I loaned him the first book of the art, the one with the pond and the girls getting pregnant. I'm like, it's the one that's not in my stack right now. Do you know what I'm talking about?
Oh God, the Great Secret Show or Everville?
Yes. No, Great and Secret Show. I have Everville right here. Oh no, I have it right below it. I just couldn't see the name because of the cover style. Yeah, but it has, like, towards the beginning, it has that scene where there's like some of the way the creatures are developed are by people producing their own bodily fluids and bodily excretions and combining them. And I totally forgot about that when I loaned it to Papa. And he was just like, that was interesting. I don't think I need any more, but that was interesting. He read the whole book, but I forget sometimes that I know that my mom will never be interested in some of the things that I like, but some other people I like. Here, you're a reader. Have some. Oh, shit. You're a reader with actual morals and, well, like taste. Not that it was tasteless, but it's like people have a certain, like, my aunt is really into Hallmark movies, so I'm never going to get her to watch, like Bride of Chucky or something, which is totally the Hallmarkiest of the horror movies I could give her, yet still really not.
Did you know that he released the release date for the 4th Aberrat book? I just saw it.
What? When?
It's going to be called KRY Cry Rising. It's expected in 2024, and pre-orders are set up for it.
Oop. Guess what Carrie spent some money on?
It's in the speculative fiction books database. Wow.
Send me that link, please, because
Gotta find it again.
there might be one less Kickstarter for me to back this month.
I'm trying to make sure it's a fully, reputable spot first before I give it to you. Because his site's not been updated, honestly, in a really long time. His website doesn't get a lot of updates, so you can't really find anything on there.
Yeah, he cycles through interns, kind of, and some of them are really bad about there was one in particular who was really bad about using Clive's Facebook page and his website to promote his own particular political agenda. And it was kind of like, Clive, you should look at some of the shit that this guy's posting. And then all of a sudden, like, that guy was gone. So
It looks like it just takes you to ordering the other books, not an actual pre-order. So never mind. But I guess this is based on a bunch of interviews and recent information that these people have that they listed it as upcoming in 2024. But I'm not.
awesome.
It's confusing. It's very confusing.
Yes.
It's even on Goodreads.
Very.
I love getting a chance to read anything new Clive Barker because I mean, like, this is Barker. Well, there's some, okay, well, this minus that is Barker. And there's another one that's under the table somewhere because I knocked everything over. And this is Hinata, by the way. I want to show you guys. I might have showed you before, but when she passed, my mom gave me this box for her. That was my great Graham's. So.
Oh, that's awesome.
So did you just dump out your great grams first, or?
No, there was jewelry in it before that. I know, but I mean, like, I have Grandma and Grandpa hidden in their bedroom that is my spare bedroom, so it doesn't freak out the rest of the people who show up. Ashes are people still to me, I guess. Like, so I'm just like, I'm at peace with that, and so like that's my cat. Yes, she's in a box, but cats love boxes, you know.
But my father-in-law's ready for all to see. If you walk in the door, you'll see him. So I guess not everybody sees the way I do.
We buried most of Grandma and Grandpa in their backyard and like gave them beers and shots. Like we had shots and sang some fun songs that they liked, and then like all had drinks and like poured a little bit out for them. But we saved some to make into jewelry. And I was the only person who wasn't wigged out by the idea of handling ashes. So I'm there with they let me use a plastic spoon because Mom was like I couldn't use it again if it was a spoon. And if you try to mix it up in all my spoons, I'll just throw them all away. So I'm like, okay. But I was scooping Grandma and Papa into a bag, and they're different colors. So, like, there's a lot you can see between the two of them. And putting that away for us to use later for cremation jewelry. But people get kind of wigged out. They're like, you did what? And it's like, well, I mean, it's not like I hacked off Papa's arm and Grandma's arm and stuck them together. You know, they were in a state that allowed for this to happen. Otherwise, it would be something like a hair snip or something like that. You know, I wouldn't just like take a chunk of Grandma and Papa.
People infuse ashes with tattoo ink. That's a thing. People do blood paintings. Those are things. Like, these are fairly normal things people do. Like, I mean, I guess a lot of people see them as odd or weird, but like I know people that do both those things, like, and they're well known in their industries for it.
Yeah, I have one that comes on frequently who distributes her blood to the printers to print her books. And I'm like, okay, she has to be donating blood like as frequently as possible to do these projects because she has a lot of books. And the thing is that my beliefs that fall into the magical realms and the things that I practice, nobody gets a hold of my blood or hair or nail clippings if at all possible. I mean, if somebody's rambling in my trash, maybe, but I don't freely give out bodily parts, I guess. Unless you're somebody special, then you might get a braid from me.
It's already if it's being used in printing, it's already dried and inert, even magically, before it touches anyone's hands. If you think about it. Now, the person that you're giving it to for the printing, now you don't know what they're into. That could be an issue. But once blood is dried out thoroughly, it's considered to be magically inert.
Fun fact: Kiss, Gene Simmons donated his blood to make the Kiss comic book.
Yep. It was a limited edition.
Yeah, he used his blood for the ink.
We have my friend Raven. who most of you guys know about. You guys at home might not so much. He's an exceptionally attractive man, a little bit older than I am, and he is exceptionally kind and a bit dark, and he tends to attract weirdos, amazingly enough. And he had a girl that they were kind of internet dating-ish, and she is called the Painter because she started sending him pictures painted with her menstrual blood. These were not solicited pictures at all, and even though he like has his own kind of belief system thing, it was not a welcome gift. So this is just heads up. If you're going to gift people something, you might want to make sure they don't think that that's a bad thing, especially if it's kind of obscure. Like I sent somebody a lock of my hair, which was like a 3.5-foot braid. And I mentioned it in other places, and people are like, "Are you insane? Why the fuck would you do that?" And it was like, but they always used to send a lock of hair and the stuff, you know, and it was symbolic, and we had these little other things going on, and people think I'm weird for sending somebody hair, but menstrual blood paintings.
Yeah.
There you go. Yeah, Kenny, it happened.
That's a new one on me.
We call her the Painter, and he left her soon after.
I just found out there's a new Hellraiser book that got dropped in March of this year. It's on Amazon. It was actually written
After
with
the
permission.
troll?
It was actually written with permission by Barbie Wilde, who played the Femme Cenobite. Yeah, and it's
Yeah.
I was on the wrong Clive Barker site because I had the old one saved, but they did a new one that's clivebarker.info, and I always forget about that current one. So I went and checked it out, and it just got released. Promoted it heavily, and it's in the world of Hellraiser, and it's all about the Order of the Gash and a nun who opens the box. It's called the Silicium Quadra. I put a link in our private chat for you.
Oh, thank you. So this is going to be like a prequel style of thing?
I'm not entirely sure. It's only 111 pages, so it's I would consider it maybe a novella style length, but it looks good, man. It looks really interesting, and it's he's personally, pushing it on his clivebarker.info. So like he's got it listed, and I just found an interview from him from March this year, where he's basically is talking about how for the last 40 years he's been visiting conventions in cities across Europe and America with supporters, signing books, movie posters, Pinhead, aka the Hell Priest stuff. He says the most precious keepsakes and things you've brought to him are arms, legs, and other body parts that brave souls have had him personally signed to be tattooed over at conventions. And he talks about that for a while, but he needs to stop as much public appearance so he can finally get his shit together and be left alone long enough to finish books. He says he's got 31 projects he's wanting to complete before he passes. 31. And he's very adamant about wanting to do all 31. He said, and most of them are in some state of work. Some of them are actually nearly done. And he specifically mentions Abrat 4 and 5, which he claims are at his feet, which means they're ones that he's been working heavily on, along with finishing the Ark trilogy. Those are the ones that he mentions by name, but he also specifically says there are also return visits to characters and mythologies you may have thought I would never return to. Usually he's talking about Cabal when he mentions that specifically. He also mentions the sequel to I almost lost the page. Give me 1 second. I'll find it in here.
Those of you who have been wondering, I do have a
sequel to The Thief of Always.
Oh my God, really?
That's also named personally. So yeah, I mean, I guess he really is back to officially working because this was in March, and he's planning on. He has one last big public appearance in October, though, at one of my favorite horror conventions of all time, Spooky Empire in Orlando.
Oh wow!
I want to see him so bad.
My cat broke my box, so I no longer have a.
I have a regular model one, but this one is fucking heavy, man. And I got it for like $15 or something. So some of those things that you guys see out there, they're actually, this is a amazing quality, super heavy, super solid. It's not hard as long as you can get your fingers in the right spots to move it and change it around. And it displays so well, and it comes with a little stand and stuff. So, I mean, yeah, there are places that are going to rip you off, give a little judgment call, but with the ease of 3D printing these days, some people are doing things like this that they know will sell like mad and just kind of carpet their, disposable income for them. And then other higher reaching things that you'd want to go in for that will then cost you more to get into. So
I know where you can right now get screen used ones actually made with the wood and metal.
okay, that's out of my price range more than likely.
You'd be surprised. There were so many boxes they actually had at one point in time for different movies. I've seen some versions that, because they created versions that moved, versions that didn't move, versions that were in different states of movement. Like, so there's really tons of these boxes around there. They're one of the more common items you can find. I've seen them listed anywhere between $200 and $800, to be honest with you.
I would love a Leviathan configuration. Because I'm like trying to show people it's when it's a pulled out octahedron. Is that
that's the more expensive ones? I've seen that one go for like $1,100-$1,200 before.
Yeah, and we need to figure out how to give me lightning magic so that when I start taking that apart, it like over my fingers.
You gotta think, as much as we love Hellraiser, that's still pretty much considered a more esoteric horror film. People know who Pinhead is, but even most people that know who Pinhead is have not actually seen the franchise, really seen it, or really know anything about it. He's just a popular visual character more than anything. But it is considered a lesser horror. Yeah.
I'm completely obsessed with Hellraiser and the orders and stuff. And by the way, check out the Hellraiser comic books. Way back in the day, D.G. Chichester, our friend of the show, was the editor and one of the writers for some of the original stuff. All went through a Bible that you can get if you subscribe to his website, I believe. And but they created new orders and new Cenobites. So
nice.
the Hell Priest, aka Pinhead, was present. However, I mean, he was Leviathan's chosen son, but there are all these other different Cenobites as well, including like one that was made from an army veteran that was like full of pain and everything he went through, and he was loaded up with bullets and had a freaking automatic rifle was one of his things, and studious librarian ones that can twist magic and do things around, but everything their powers are based around are like knowledge and finding things to influence their orders and stuff. There is more to Hellraiser than just the Order of the Gash. Although Pinhead, the Hell Priest, is the favored son of Leviathan, so there is a reason why he's a central character, or now she, as they are a they. Yes, now it is more of a they, and initially there was also a they in the books. They just decided for the times Doug Bradley worked out, and he is a very masculine man, even shaved and put up in makeup. He's a very masculine man. So you have to, and the voice. Yeah. If you listen to the book, which you can get an audible version of The Hellbound Heart, with Clive himself reading it, he does all of the Cenobites voices, and they are all exceptionally androgynous. The power levels kind of are what's weirdly different about them, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But
I mean, I literally have a size accurate, detailed tattoo over my heart of the box. That's about as much as I can display, I think, my love for Hellraiser. But Agonistes is actually my favorite Cenobite. He was Agonistes was the Cenobite that was created of Judas Iscariot, and a lot of extensive lore that Clive Barker did years ago.
Yeah, the first Hellraiser movie, the first Hellraiser movie I ever saw was the primary reason why I have to watch horror movies during the daytime. I cannot watch them at night.
I'm still missing, and if anybody out there knows it, I thought it was Debtors, but it's not. There's one where the final kill scene is like the hooks are in everything and it pulls it apart. And if you can stop it at just the right moment, it's just an explosion of blood and chains off to the side holding bits of skin and flesh. And I looked for it. I found the wrong one. I remembered the wrong one. If anyone remembers it, I mean, I guess I can go through and do the whole like every Hellraiser death scene done, on YouTube. But if anybody happens to know it, I would like to. I have
I do know
Googled.
it. I do know it, and I'm still telling you that you remember it incorrectly as an ending. Very specifically, that exact scene, but it's with a human head. Literally, it's with a head. There's chains that come in either side to grip the head, and it yanks it, and the whole screen, all it is the blood, and you see the chains flash out. That's it. The whole screen. If you paused it, the whole screen is just blood fucking everywhere. And it's the guy that ended up sewing back together that has the stitches down the middle from Bloodlines.
Bloodlines?
But I'm pretty sure it's a scene you remember from Bloodlines. That's the only one I know. Yeah, because it's just a giant blood fountain. Like the whole thing is just blood has exploded everywhere. And that would be 4 when it came back to theaters many years later, and then the franchise went immediately to DVD after that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be honest though, I think a lot of the straight to DVD things were better than a lot of the rest of the early franchise. 1 and 2, obviously gold. 3 could have done without. Bloodlines was cool for the history and the lore that was added. It was cool for that. But really getting into calling him the engineer instead of Pinhead, for example, that was a big one right there for me. I loved that immediately. Getting into 5 and on, that was all straight. Like the lore got expanded on, some names got fixed. Like they brought Kirsty back in Hellseeker, which was really important. That arc was really important for the film franchise, anyway.
So,
did you see the one that came out on Hulu?
Yeah, that's where they finally made Pinhead more androgynous. That's what Devil's referenced a minute ago. Yeah,
I love that one. That one was actually really good.
Yep, it's getting a whole other movie.
I hope they make more.
Yep, they're planning to. Yeah.
Oh, they are. Okay.
Well, he finally got the rights back though, so it'll be better.
So
and I do enjoy.
Sorry, there's a split that's happening. The TV show is definitely still happening. That's what he's got. That's his project. But even though he owns the right, he still has the right to loan the rights out, and he very much enjoyed that movie. And from my understanding so far, he is going to allow them to make a sequel that will be separate from the TV show.
Okay, so bringing up Hellraiser, let's go to Hellraiser Judgment, which was the 2018 movie. It was the second only in the franchise that Doug Bradley was not in, and that was a ridiculously huge controversy if you're in the world of Hellraiser fandom. It had to do with his non-disclosure agreement, and they gave him basically 24 hours to agree to never talk about it in public anywhere. And they included such things as like in a public restroom and things like that in his clause. And he was like, I'm not going to agree with this. And they were like, okay, you're done. And they hired somebody else like the next day who they just basically had waiting for it. I was a fan of this movie, and like there's only been one that I wasn't really close to, and I can't remember if it was probably which was the one that had the kids on like spring vacation or something like that. And anyway, that was the only other one, and it was the other one that Doug Bradley was not in. Basically, I just did not appreciate his lack of being there.
Hellworld.
But this no, he was in Hellworld.
Yeah,
that was the one with the video game.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, I think it's Revelations.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, that was the newest one that came out.
Yeah, it takes place. It starts in Mexico, and
that was 2011. That was the 2011 one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, he's not in that one.
Yeah. But the most recent one before the brand new one, Judgment, where it takes place like back in the house, and they're like sitting in a judgment center for heaven and hell. The only thoughts I had on it are like Pinhead had a couple of good lines, and I'm just going to call him that because in the movie that's what they're calling him. But I really thought that they could have expanded on the universe because, like, there are other orders other than the Order of the Gash, which is what Pinhead is the head of. It's his little group of Cenobites that come with him for his specific purpose. And since every single Cenobite was different other than him, I think it would have been a much more successful movie if they just would have had a different Cenobite leading the order that was doing everything. Because they didn't get Doug Bradley. And honestly, it didn't have to be Pinhead who is releasing all of these lines. There are other Cenobites out there that could have easily taken over. So was it a matter of if there was no Pinhead, there was no movie? Or what do you guys think?
I'll let you guys answer first if you know, because I actually know a lot about this subject.
Okay.
And I don't want to like take up time too much. So I'll let you guys talk first.
Oh, we went way past the thing I had to say that I tried to break in to say. Go ahead.
Exclamation! Exclamation! We'll backtrack for a second and see what you wanted to say. Let's backtrack for a second. We can do that.
Yeah.
It's our show, damn it. We can do whatever we want.
Okay. The thing that going back to the death thing, the thing that still bothers me, and this is something I was talking about with Martha in the interview, how people still feel it's taboo to talk about, how they're uncomfortable to talk about it, find out what someone wants when they die. Why not just go ahead and have a conversation when they're healthy? And we here have our loved ones out where you can see them. Sitting in the kitchen right above the couch, because so everyone could see her. She still mattered. She was still part of the family and in the room. My father-in-law is right there where everybody can see him when they walk in the door. And I think the most interesting time is I had no problem also with doing anything with my aunt's cremains. So I helped transfer the ashes into the urn, set up the necklaces, and made sure that everything was set up and ready to go with my mother-in-law. So my aunt could end up in her final resting place or in the keepsake necklaces. And I just want other people to see it's not a bad thing to talk about.
Yeah.
You
Definitely.
need to make sure people know before you die.
Definitely, man. That's why you have the Corpse Garden Chronicles. It's like in the Padded Cell, we do stop and take breaks about mental health, but like we try and make it normal for people to talk about normal subjects that it's okay to talk about. I agree with you.
And that's going to be the next episode. Because a mom and an RN want you to understand from the picture of an RN what you need to know getting ready or helping your family member get ready. Or as a parent of you need to have these conversations and you need to just get over it and have the conversation.
It's hard though, but I know what you're meaning. Like it's easier for me to talk about what I want done with me than it is for me to talk with my mom about what she wants to be done with her. You know, because it's like, oh, I don't want to have this discussion. But with me, it's just like, oh, it's an easy discussion. Although I did find out that I'm probably getting cremated, whether I want to or not. So I have to figure out I know my father currently has a life insurance policy out on me in case anything happens to cover that. So I need to see like what it covers. Because I would prefer not to be cremated, but like my mother, she's claustrophobic and she is terrified of spending her entire afterlife in a box. So she wants to be cremated so that can't happen.
Unless she gets stuck
Which
in
is
an urn.
well, Madeline said way back in the day, like when she was 3 or 4, that she would carry mom around in a Ziploc and take her everywhere she went. So,
Nice.
so we're like,
So
we have
what you're
destinations for mom.
have an artist design a box and put you in the box. That way, if someone solves it, they find your ash.
Put me in a puzzle box.
That's what I'm
That would
saying.
be fun. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get like, if I can get the gongs going, that'd be so
Yeah.
cool.
Little sound
But
trigger
human
effect.
ash, for a human, you get a good chunk of ashes when you have a human being, man. And I'm a bit chubby, so you're gonna get some good ashes off of me.
Nah, man. Chubbiness melts off. Fat boils and
Oh,
melts off.
okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
A lot of what the
What's
ashes
left is your bones.
burns you down to your bones, and the ashes are your bones.
I don't know why that never occurred to me
And
before
then they
because
put you
I
in
cook.
Right.
they put you in what's called a cremulator. Basically, it's a blender that breaks up bones to ash. Because there's a certain size that everyone can legally have of pieces of bones in this country.
Yep. A lot of laws. Back to Hellraiser Judgment. So, what you have to understand is.
Did
Go ahead.
Tom Dog have anything about Hellraiser Judgment before you
yeah.
were going to go into it?
No, I haven't seen Hellraiser Judgment, so.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so the thing you have to understand is the NDA they asked him to sign at the time, that was fucking normal. In fact, it wasn't even one of the crazier ones. Years before that movie, Hannibal got released in theaters. I'm sure you guys remember Hannibal, right?
Yeah, I like that one.
So, many years prior when that came out, the NDA for that one was so insane, they filmed like 6 or 7 different endings and wouldn't tell the cast or the crew which version it actually was that was going to come out. They had a ton of fucking redundancies because that was the very beginning when people were stealing scripts, they were doing spoilers. That's when it started getting really popular to ruin movies. So, Hellraiser being the property that it was to bring Doug back to do this project. And, they weren't even announcing at first that Heather Langenkamp, of all people, were going to be in it. Like, they were keeping as much as possible under wraps for this as this big fucking shocking, like, what the fuck out of nowhere. This is going to usher in the new era of Hellraiser. And the version they asked him to sign was pretty boilerplate. Don't talk about it in public places. And it listed an example of public places. And it was like, don't talk about it at work. Don't talk about it here. Don't talk about it in the washroom. Don't talk, like, et cetera, et cetera. It was listed as one of the et cetera locations. Just as a reminder that there's a lot of places that are public that people don't think about are, oh, yeah, that you're right. This is a public place and someone could overhear me and spread it. It was given as an example. It wasn't, oh, you can't talk about this in the bathroom, specifically in his contract. It was a writer. It's a contract writer.
Okay.
And RIDER, not WRITER. And that's what it was. And he saw it and he fixated on that because what you have to understand about him is Pinhead's pretty much his claim to fame. He's done other things. He's done some interesting other projects, but the thing he'll always be most known for is Pinhead. So he's come to regard it in a certain way. He's protective of it, which is understandable. But he's very different of a person and a very different mindset depending on which day you catch him on and what mood he's in at the time. And while I can't say this for sure because I was not present, the rumors of the people that were present were that he saw it. He was already irritated because he felt rushed because they had to. The reason why all these movies went to to video in the first place, people, was so they could keep the license to Hellraiser because they had to make X amount of movies in X amount of time. That's why they kept pumping them out there for a while. And then Judgment was the big comeback. And that's all it was. It was just a contract writer, and he, for whatever reason, got very offended by it about how they couldn't control what he could or couldn't do or talk about in a public bathroom. That became his focal point, and that's all he would tell people publicly. But that's not. Again, that was just a contract writer. Now, going farther, who I feel bad for is Paul Taylor. A dude is amazing. One of the nicest guys I've ever met. I've talked to him. I've interviewed him numerous times on podcasts. I've talked to him like just personally on Facebook a number of times. He is the sweetest fucking human being. And he was the Pinhead replacement for Judgment. He gets shit on by everybody so badly. I mean, he's gotten death threats. Like he's been treated like garbage, and he's actually a genius. Like, a dude is. If you've never seen anyone else play Pinhead before, for example, you didn't know what he looked like. You'd only read the books, and you'd never seen anybody play. Seen anybody play him. I think he would have been a damn good one if we didn't have what we had before him. Honestly, I truly do think that, and I feel bad for him about that. But they had Heather Langenkamp, which she did effects and stuff. Like, she stopped acting years ago. So that was this big deal. They had all these people coming together, these stars, these unknowns. Originally, Paul Teller was just going to play another Cenobite before they moved him up because he had actual theater experience as well. And you could tell that the way he delivered lines and his movements. Like, his movements were actually better. His physical movements were actually a little bit better if you go back and analyze the movies. But it came down to that clusterfuck. They wanted to make this big one, this big comeback, and he just didn't like the writers and the contracts and turned it into this very vile, angry rant, which he delivered at cons. He talked about publicly. He still mentions from time to time, and I'm not saying he's wrong for it. It upset him and offended him. That was his right to be upset or offended. Yeah. But what he got offended over wasn't the situation that it was presented to be. So it's heartbreaking all around for everybody involved.
Yeah. So it's more like he was offended because they assumed that he would be somebody stupid enough to do that kind of thing, perhaps.
I don't know.
Or
that's
okay.
Nobody's clear on that to this day. It just seemed like you can't tell me what I can do in the bathroom. Like, that was like the whole argument. Like, I mean, I'm being very reductionist right now. I'm reducing this quite a bit, but that was the whole gist of his argument. It seemed more like I have the freedom to do what I want in the bathroom kind of a thing, but that may have just been the way we all interpreted it, and maybe not what he originally meant it as. And now it's way too late to go, unless you directly ask him. But you probably don't want to have that conversation with him.
Yeah, I mentioned it because that was the part that always stuck out. I'm not dissing the new guy's abilities at all, but I will also point out that as far as movement goes, in some of the early Hellraiser films, he could not turn his head. He had to walk in a very specific way because of the way the costume was made.
Mm-hmm.
It limited his movements so much. When he had to look at somebody, he had to do a full body turn because his head could not move in the neck piece. So
that is true.
I'm not saying that justifies everything with the difference of stuff, but it's like it definitely was a problem for the first couple of movies. Like you mentioned Hannibal, and I'm going to jump into Mads Mikkelsen's Hannibal, and the man is a dancer, and to a lot of people, whatever, but he has learned how to make every single slight motion of his body mean something, including facial expressions and a slight tilt of the head, like the exact degree of it. So when you watch the Hannibal series or anything else with Mads Mikkelsen in it, if it goes on with an emotional type of thing, you can see how he does so much with just his body that it entirely changes. Like, there's nobody else that could play that kind of thing.
Oh, yeah.
And it suddenly jumped from actor movement limitations to actor movement. Oh my God. But
even another one more, a modern example, David Howard Thornton, Terrifier, Art the Clown. He actually has a background in miming, puppetry, and children's theater. He got his whole acting thing started because of working with his mother in children's theater. He just went back to that theater not that long ago, that little kids' playhouse theater, and saw his name and everything up on the wall from back when he was there, when he was young. Like, he just did a thing, like, sweetest, very political. So I don't, he's very political, but like, he's also one of the sweetest people that I think I've ever met, and his understanding of movement, because art is a silent killer in the Terrifier movies. Like, say what you want about him. Some people love them, some people hate them, whatever. He's a modern slasher. That's what it is, guys. But I love art. But everything.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of those movies.
Oh man, the pantomiming of being quiet, like when he solves the girl, he spread eagles a girl with chains, right? And he cuts her right down the middle, starting with her vagina with a handsaw. That's a scene, and it is in the first one, and it is the most, like, as far as death scenes go, if you've seen it, you'll never forget it. And the way it was done, though, and filmed, was a lot more tasteful than it sounds. It was very bloody and gory, but more tasteful in the vagina part than it sounds. But it was brilliant. Oh yeah, and every movie had the second one had a scene that upped it. I won't go into what it was. But like, even while he's murdering people and doing stuff, the glee he's bringing into his face and his eyes behind the makeup, the movements, the exaggeration, like you're watching theater. Like you are literally watching this fucking master level theater performance as a fucking slasher character. And like watching that and knowing that about him changes completely how you see the movies. Like because you start focusing on his movements and his expressions. I tend to focus more on that than I do the actual story sometimes because it's once you get into it and see that look in his eyes, you can't turn it off. You can't look at it the same way again. But obviously in a great way.
I did hear a rumor though.
Hmm?
I did hear a rumor though that I don't know how long ago. It might have been this year or last year that there's talks that there may be a third Terrifier movie coming out.
Yeah. That's not talks. That's been for sure for a while now. Yeah.
Oh, it has been. Okay.
Yeah, it's a Christmas movie. It's not gonna come out during Christmas, but it's a
Oh
Christmas
yeah,
movie.
yeah.
And he's also playing the Grinch in the new horror Grinch movie, and he's in a couple projects. He's Steamboat
Oh,
Willie,
nice.
the Steamboat Willie horror movie coming out. He's doing that
Oh
too.
yeah.
He's doing a lot of different stuff right now, man. He's couldn't happen to a greater guy, honestly.
Yeah.
I've known some real life clowns, and yeah, I've known them as most of them are actors of some form,
Mhm.
and yeah, they really are good at you get the emotion like very directly, and some clown things are scary.
Yeah.
Some mime things are scary. That's why they're illegal in Ankh-Morpork. You'll go to the scorpion pit. The patrician says no. Don't mime in Ankh-Morpork.
But oh yeah, man, like seriously, like the acting movement is something that I love paying attention to, even in haunts and every form of movement, whether it's in theater, film, haunts, whatever, public performance. Like it's always the movement and the person knowing their space and using that and changing the tone, the volumes of their voice, or being a silent person and being very expressive. Like those are things that have always drawn me more into what I'm experiencing than anything else.
Did I recently bring up the Andy Serkis thing that I saw?
You have before, but I don't remember how long ago. 'Cause my
It
brain is
it was
recently
it
saw
was
it, then
just
probably not.
okay, yeah, I watched a video just the other day, and it was all about how it started off with the golem thing and moved on to all of the Planet of the Apes stuff, King Kong, and everything else. And back when he was doing Golem, there was no way to do what he actually does now, the way that they acted. Now it's kind of creepy looking because they have his face covered with, like 50 little dots of things that capture every movement that he has. Then it was
Yeah.
more of a motion capture thing where he would physically act it, but they hadn't been prepared for somebody to make the expressions and to do the motion when they were originally filming The Lord of the Rings. And then when they realized what he was doing, and by the way, the sound is he was looking for something to do that, and it was his cat hacking up hairballs that gave him the idea and the way to do the type of thing. But yeah, they credit him with like creating an entirely new form of acting, which is just like the motion acting as well. You get the motion in the voice, but there's somebody else that you see. And like the scenes in Planet of the Apes, where that you see the ape's eyes like going back and forth, and it's just extremely minute muscular motion on the face, and the depth of the eyes with the understanding that comes through in some things are just chef's kiss amazing, and it created a new field for a lot of people who might not have been like the right build or look for a movie. They can now be a creature style of character or something like that, or something that they're going to put something over, but they can still use all of their body and all of their voice and all of their emotion into being a part. So I think that's a very cool thing that has happened due to nerd culture in general. Like
Yeah.
we just needed this guy to be a voice, and suddenly there's an entirely new way of acting and capturing people and making things happen.
Mhm.
And it's basically due to one human being who is just that good at it. And he's not a bad-looking guy, so it's not like one of those like, we just couldn't cast you because you're Quasimodo, yo. You know?
He could actually pull it off if there was actually like a Hunchback of Notre Dame. I'm not talking about a Disney live-action remake. I'm talking about like maybe just like a Hunchback original story type movie.
He would make
Andy
an excellent
Serkis could play the
Renfield.
Hunchback.
Yeah. He would make an excellent Renfield as well, I think. Like, Tom Waits was a great Renfield because Tom Waits, what the fuck? I love you, Tom Waits, but what the fuck? And but I think Andy Serkis would make a great Renfield because of the way they move so weird, and he's so good at getting into like animalistic movement. It's just great.
But I think we can all agree that he should be dubbed. You know, that he should hold the moniker of King of Mocap because he's always in a in a motion capture role, whether it's Gollum or Caesar.
He's the father of it. It only exists because he was that good at that moment.
Yeah.
And happened to be with that large of a production that they could budget in. Like, holy shit, did you see what he just did? We need that to happen here, you know?
I'm trying to look someone up. Doug Jones, that's who it is. Actually, I don't need to look it up. When I think of that, honestly, I think of Doug Jones every bit as much as I think of Andy Serkis. But I would go almost a step further with Doug Jones because Doug Jones doesn't do the motion capture as much as Andy Serkis does. Doug Jones tends to just wear the costumes and everything and do it himself. Like, it's not taking away from Andy Serkis because Serkis is fucking amazing, but like I think of him and Doug Jones and their own versions of it on that same level, man. And I guarantee you guys, if I'm saying Doug Jones and you're like, I don't know who the fuck that is, I assure you've seen him in at least 24 things that you don't even recognize because of the amount of makeup and the things that he does. But like, seriously, he's listed in the world as one of the top 10 creature actors. But that originally, and he moved up to the top 3, and now a lot of people believe that he's the #1 creature actor specifically.
Oh wow!
He
takes
by
if you were
far
to take,
one of my.
Go ahead.
Sorry, he's been one of my most favorites since 1993. When I first figured out he existed, and I've loved him in Hellboy. I've loved him in Hocus Pocus. I've loved him in so many things.
Zombie from Hocus Pocus, by the way.
He was the Pale Man in Pan's Labyrinth, right? Okay, yeah, I know who he is.
He's in the Fringe a bunch. He was the fish guy in Hellboy. Like, he's literally done so many fucking things, dude. He's also been himself. Like, and Look Normal. He was in the Benchwarmers comedy, Lady in the Water, like just so much stuff. Oh, if I remember correctly, too, he was Silver Surfer in the Fantastic Four Fox movie. Yeah, he was Silver Surfer also. But he's literally been in so many things.
Yeah, but he didn't provide the voice.
Yeah, not for that, but like,
Yeah.
but that's the thing though. It's his physical acting and his creature and like monster acting that like, it's phenomenal. The shit that this man.
It's kind of sad though that even though when he was in the Rise of the Silver Surfer, they use his his body but not his voice, and he does have a really good voice.
Oh, he's got a very unique voice, but that unique voice would not have unfortunately lent itself well to the gravitas that is the Silver Surfer. That's the only downside. But he's done a number of things that were either silent roles or someone else's voice. Because for him, it's literally about that movement. But I would say, like, as far as creature and character actors go, he may have. I had to actually look this up. He may have more acting credits than everybody else, or if not, damn near it, because of the sheer amount of stuff. Both credited. He's also done a number of uncredited roles as well.
He has 185 actor roles, but I don't know how many of them are creatures.
A good chunk of them would be creatures. I can almost guarantee you that I would estimate probably 3/4 of them are creatures because of how often, and that being like the thing that he's most known for doing and loving. But he has been in stuff with out of makeup with just his face for sure.
And he's a very lank, androgynous fellow. He's quite tall, so that's going to restrict half of what he can do as far as acting wise goes, unless they have a budget to compensate to make him not seem like he's 7 feet tall and everybody else is 4. I'm not
Yeah.
I'm not actually sure how tall he is. It says
Honestly,
tall, skinny fella, but
yeah,
he's 6'4",
yeah.
but he probably weighs about a $150.
Did you know the first big, true, like really giant breaking role he got was in Batman Returns as the thin clown, that really thin, creepy ass looking clown, and that's one of the first movies he ever did.
Oh wow.
I was gonna say he'd make a great Slender Man for something, you know?
He's done. Oh, he was fucking Pencilhead also in Mystery Men because we watched Mystery Men on Splash Pages.
He didn't make the cut, man. He was
No, he didn't.
erased.
He played the Yeti in Monkey Bone. It's a great movie. But usually you'll see Space Alien number 2. Yeah, oh yeah, me too. You'll see like Robot number 7, Creature number 9. Like you'll see a lot of that stuff too.
Monster. Okay, Were-Duck.
Yep.
He was in DuckTales episode
Yes.
Were-Duck as the demonic clown voice.
Yep.
That's awesome. You talked about Splash Pages. We just read the Uncle Scrooge the Infinity Dime for our last show. And
Nice.
I have never read any of the DuckTales stuff before or any Uncle Scrooge stuff before. And I'm like, oh my God, he has a fascinating backstory.
Oh yeah.
Like, so now I'm gonna like go out and read a bunch of fucking DuckTales. And yes, this is the girl who started collecting comic books because of horror shit. Is like, I want to read some Uncle Scrooge, man.
Oh yeah. Fun fact:
Blathering bagpipes.
he also plays a pivotal character in the John Dies at the End movie, which is one of the many reasons why I love Doug Jones. But like more modern, like he was in the Midnight Man, the Bye Bye Man. He actually played the Bye Bye Man in that movie. Which, by the way, I hate that fucking movie because the premise was ripped off of a No Sleep story, called Obscurity Man. That came out well before the Bye Bye Man was ever written or conceived of. It's a direct ripoff, but done terribly. The movie makes me angry, but the concept of it I love, and his work playing the Bye Bye Man, which is a very Slenderman-ish type character in the movie, as it's fucking genius, man.
What the fuck ever happened to Spire in the Lake? Because I went through and voluntarily, not by his askance, but edited the story for him because it was such a good story that I was like, here, you got a couple things you can change, and I'm working on getting up my editing cred, so you can cred me or not. And then they took it down because it was like immediately already involved in like getting a movie made out of it. And then I never heard anything after that. Like I was looking for it and I never saw the movie come out.
Development hell. A lot of those titles that everybody was getting excited about. Even MPH, Neil Patrick Harris picked up one. Was it the patient that made me leave my practice or whatever it was about the doctor? A lot of these things got picked up by big production companies, by famous people. Spielberg is the one who picked up Spire, by the way, and that was supposed to be a project he talked about forever. And then one day they just stopped talking about it, and then nothing happened. And that happens a lot. You'll hear I'm understating maybe it's like an hour on that earlier, but the thing is, you can be found there, and a lot of things have been turned into shows. Like Channel Zero, every episode was something that was based on a No Sleep. Every season was based on a famous No Sleep or creepypasta story. But there's a lot of shit that's been translated into movies or writers that have gotten picked up based on their work and let loose in big studios. But the reality is, for everyone you hear, 10 of them, everyone you see, 10 or more of them end up getting stuck in development and deals never officially paid for one reason or another. And I haven't heard Spielberg talk about Spire in a while. I'm about to look it up now to see if there's anything new. Because, I mean, they yanked the story from everywhere and everything.
It was, for those of you who don't know, it was a No Sleep Story. It was this beautiful story set with there's a lake that was run over a town basically, and they do this a lot, or they've done this a lot. And this one still had a spire that stuck out of it from an old church that was in the lake, and it was a very famous old church because somebody had done all of this clockwork stuff with it so that like when you were inside the church, when time would change, dancers would come out and do things depending upon the hour, and they were like life-sized replicas of things. And these kids find it in the middle of winter sticking out of the ice, and they go into the spire because they can hear the bells ringing even though they shouldn't be because it's haunted, and a couple supernatural things apply, and so they're able to like travel. It doesn't flood it out completely, and it's a very gorgeous story. And I don't really want to spoil it, but it was beautiful, and it was up for a very short period of time before it was picked up, and they required, whenever Hollywood gets a contract, they require them to take it off, so you can't read it anymore. But it might be if you use like the Wayback Machine or something like that, you could still pick it up. But
Yeah,
I was very excited when I found out it was picked up.
what I'm seeing is last time it was mentioned was early 2020, and no one said it's not happening. It's just no one said a damn thing about it, because when you think about it, as a lot of these, 'cause Pen Pal was picked up around that same time as well for a movie. All these things were being optioned, and then COVID happened. Like literally, then COVID happened.
And then after that, that wave kind of calmed down. The writer strike happened like last year.
Yeah, and so it's the developmental health for everything, and unfortunately, no sleep writers. Most of them got a lot of shafts because of it, and these maybe things didn't happen because they've missed their popularity mark. They were popular then; people knew them then. Now, even years later, so there's that rush that they were after. I know Ryan Reynolds was even attached to one of them. I forget which project at one time, but
I
like
remember that.
and like all these things, none of them really happened. 'Cause Channel Zero started and really paved the way, and the Discord that we're in together, that we really started hanging out at before you joined, was literally left and right. Oh my god, I just got a deal. Oh my god, I just got a deal. Like it was happening like frequently, and then all of a sudden everybody kind of stopped talking about it, and then a lot of people that got the deals left the Discords. They left because they didn't want to leak any information. Things happened, and then over time, a lot of them just came back and came back, left again, came back, left again, because we all lost touch with the world.
Yeah.
And what was going on in it.
Jenny, we need to see your cup. So I'm going to big screen you, and you have to show off your cup because this is a really cool cup.
There we go. Here, let me remove my background.
Yeah, that is really awesome.
Okay.
I told them it's my new Owlite teacup when I come on, because I always bring a cup of tea.
Nice.
I love it. And is it something that we can pick up, or is it like, was it custom made for you?
It was like he found it at gas stations, at a local gas station. So
nice.
It's possible to find.
Awesome. Nice. I really enjoy that.
I
also, it comes with the lid and everything.
There's
nice.
Some pretty big Chucky news, because I saw Chucky's face on there.
Nice.
The next Chucky movie, the next actual Chucky movie. I mean, we all knew that the TV shows were just a break between the movies. That there was always going to be another movie. And announced not all that long ago, the next one. Mancini's already talking. Everybody's talking more about it, because they finished dropping the other half of the Chucky TV show of that final.
I need to watch
I don't know what season. I don't know if it's going to keep going. I don't know what's happening, but the TV show is what's taking place in between the cult and the one that's coming up.
Yeah, I'm a bad person because I wanted to watch. I have not watched a single episode of Chucky, and I am so mad at myself for not even doing that.
Dude,
and
he's my boyfriend. Yeah, he doesn't know it, but he is. And I took my time getting around to watch. I waited till I could, I had the time to binge the entire first series and was like, yeah, and then I haven't picked it up again because there's so much shit going on. So I don't know how many seasons is it only on the second season? Did I just miss one
3
season or
seasons.
oh shit.
I
I
think
know
it's
he
on their
murdered
fourth.
No, he
I was
pitched
gonna
the
be
fourth
like,
back. He mentioned in April that he's already pitched the season 4. They just haven't.
Yeah.
There's no official word on whether it's picked up yet or not. But he's already even pitched 4, but 3 have come out. It's just
Oh, okay.
I know
3 got split in half because of the writer strike. So we got the first half
Yeah.
of the season. It was the writer and actor strike. So we got half of 3, and then this year the other half of season 3 came out.
Nice.
and you were telling me that my boyfriend is it that he's quit acting other than Chucky or that he's quit acting in villainous roles other than Chucky?
Well, his acting in Chucky is just relegated to his voice.
Mhm.
He announced his physical retirement from acting this year. Just period.
Okay.
But he said he would continue to at least voice Chucky.
Okay. So all I really need is a good mic setup and I can have him in the basement, right?
Yeah.
I'm good
Even
there.
easier.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, and seriously, no, please. I don't have a basement. I live in an apartment, so I'm totally not going to totally kidnap Brad Dourif and keep
Yeah.
him next to me
Yeah.
where he
He
can be
announced
mine
it
alone.
on April 18th that he considers himself retired. He's made an exception for Chucky-related projects because he gets to work with his daughter Fiona, and him and Don Mancini have become best friends. So he's like, if there's Chucky, I'll do Chucky until I die, but I will not do anything else. Like I'm done with
There you go.
actors. I'm just doing Chucky.
Okay, so does the new one have his daughter in it as well? Because there's been like mention of, and this is a fun thing, but also kind of not odd, but different thing where they were talking about passing on the torch because they've had Fiona in a couple of the movies now, and she's his daughter, and they're like, "Are you passing on the torch from Chucky to her?" And it's kind of like, well, I mean, even in the movies, Chucky has children that are not Fiona, by the way. They're played by someone else. Yeah, Glenn and Glenda, who become a single entity that is both. They're
No,
very.
Arts is a single entity and becomes separate human entities.
Oh, is it? I got that backwards. Okay, I'm sorry. Thank you.
And see, no, you're good. They're in the show too, by the way.
Yeah, but so. But whenever, like, I only saw a couple of interviews about it, and Brad seemed very hesitant to discuss that. And he just let Fiona go. And she was like, "Oh, I love doing this thing that was about Gav's involvement and blah, 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 blah." And Fiona is very exuberant. And I do not dislike Fiona at all. She is amazing in her own thing, but we do not know his side of the story because he clams up when it's brought up. So it's like,
Because it's
what you
no
doing,
longer his
Brad?
story. You have to understand that it's not his story to tell anymore, and that's his way of telling you. You need to catch up on the Chucky TV show to understand. If you do, you'll get
Okay.
it. You'll get where the future of Chucky is going. It'll make a lot. I don't want to ruin it for you. It'll make a lot more sense to you. But
Okay.
you will answer
I'll
your
go
own
find it
question.
then. Okay. And Jenny had a question.
No, it's not a question. It was I
Or
confused my mother-in-law. So, per the norm, Martha and I are about to murder because we can. And I look up from trying to post things, and I'm like, "It's Carrie's boyfriend." And she looks at me and is like, "Huh? What are you talking about?" It's Brad Dourif. What's the name of this episode? I've got to message Carrie to find it.
Oh yeah. Oh no, I've seen every single thing he's done. I even sat through the Aliens that was kind of all right for him being in it. Because, well, it wasn't, I guess it was better than just all right, but it was like, he's in this and he's in Star Wars. I bet he's on a police show. How could you guess? Because he's going to be the twisted fuck, or the most twisted fuck that was on that police drama for that entire season. That is going to be Brad, because he's probably on the X-Files. I bet you.
Or a weird, creepy
I
homeless.
think. Yeah, but he's generally the best actor in any project, and he even has said himself, like, at one point in his career, not more recently in his career, but at one point in his career, he was like, I will take any part given to me as long as they pay me. I'm completely a whore when it comes to just giving me the money, and I will act in your project. I don't care if I like it or not. But whether he likes it or not, he will act the fuck out of it. And if you do not have a good string of actors with him, it's just going to make them all look bad, because he can't not act as well as he does to dumb it down and even it out.
On Dune, I love him in Dune. I can quote his lines in Dune. I have it. It annoyed my dad, but that is one movie where all the people that he's acting with they're doing great for their characters that were written for them, and they're all just as crazy as he is.
Okay, weird off thing, but the appearance that he has in Dune, like, I sometimes I'll think of it in my head, and I immediately jump into Billy Crystal's character on The Princess Bride because of the eyebrows and the hair.
Yep.
And I'm like,
fun
no.
storming the castle.
Yeah, I don't want to have Brad Dourif and Billy Crystal combined in my head at all, because they're two completely different people. No. Both are really good movies, though, you know.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen the most recent Dune. I remember the original Dune, and then I watched the other one. Do you remember, like, fuck, who's closest to me in age? Tom Dog, you might remember. When they had, like, they did all of the movie, or not movie, but the miniseries on TV, and you had to watch, like, NBC on Wednesdays at 7 or something in order to catch the whole thing. Yeah, and, like, the remake of Dune is probably a little bit later than that, but that one and Twin Peaks and other things, like, all came on when I was working. And so, like, if I didn't have anybody to record it for me on an actual VCR,
Yeah.
I didn't get to watch them. And so everybody had, like, I've still never seen Twin Peaks. I lived with people who were.
I haven't either, but
I've never seen it.
I never seen it. And another miniseries that they did a lot of back then too was V.
Oh, I love
Right
V.
there. The original miniseries, right there.
They did a lot, and they kept remaking that, because I remember there was like tons of V miniseries when I was younger, and I was like, didn't they just came out with this?
Yeah, my fondest memory was them eating mice out of, like, powdered sugar laced cupcake holders. And the girl who changed, like, they had the babies, and one baby was an alien baby with a human tongue, and the other one was a human baby with an alien tongue. And then she'd just go through, like, her growth spurts were like, I become a glowing green egg, and then suddenly I emerged like a butterfly from my cocoon, 10 years older than I was before.
I used to
And
watch
older
Alien
again.
Nation. Remember Alien Nation?
I love that series.
I remember that one.
It was a mini, and
Some of my
it was weird too, because they did a mini series, but then they went back and did it as a series. So they did a continuance from that mini series, and that was actually a pretty good show. I actually liked it.
It only ran for like 2 years too.
Yeah, it did.
But it was really good. It was a really good concept show. I mean, it's been recycled a million times since then. You know, there's humans don't like that aliens are part of their society. Aliens don't like the humans are part of the society. There's large amounts of people on both sides that are trying to start war, and a small secret group of people people that are a collection of both sides that are trying to make the war not happen. It's
I
it's
would
been done
actually,
many times, but like that was
I
like
would like to see a remake of that, in modern
Hi,
times.
Victoria.
Tori.
But Carrie, you're a bigger fan of Ghost Rider than I am, and I talked about this on my show, and I wanted to get your opinion on it.
Okay.
About a couple weeks ago, before I was sick, and the topic that I brought up had to do with Ghost Rider for the MCU. There's talks about bringing up Ghost Rider, being announced who's going to play him. They're going to announce who's going to play him at. It's a rumor. It's either going to be at D23 or at San Diego Comic-Con. And one of the names that was brought up was Ryan Gosling. I was wanted to know how you would feel about if
Johnny Blaze or Dan Ketch or a different Ghost Rider?
Johnny Blaze.
Yeah, they're doing Blaze.
Okay. If it's okay, because Blaze is, I like Blaze. I'm more of a huge fan of Danny Ketch, but I like them together a lot. I think they really need to do something with the Midnight Suns or just the combination when they have both Hell Riders together. Anyway, yeah. That is a really weird idea for a casting for Ghost Rider. Although I will say it's better than you know who. Who I not only it wasn't just me. I was at Terrificon and Drew was my roommate and he was like, no, watch this. Just watch this clip on the laptop. And he's like, her face ever after was traumatized. She hasn't had those sparkles in her eyes since I watched that. But I watched it and I also spoke to both Javier Solteres and Howard Mackey and like on the side rub, and it was just like, do you hate it as much as I do? I don't know that you could hate it as much as I do, because I hated it so much that there's not a word for it. It was kind of what we all said to each other. But Ryan Gosling, I haven't seen him since The Notebook. So
What?
I don't really know.
The last couple years than almost anybody.
He was nominated for an Oscar this year for Barbie.
Yeah, he's Ken. Barbie.
Yeah, he played Ken.
I didn't watch it. He's a happy fucking Hallmark movie guy. I don't know.
He has been for a long time though. He's done horror, action, comedy, like fucked up shit. He just did oh my god, the movie about stuntmen that I just watched.
Fall Guy.
Yeah, Fall Guy. Oh my god, he was so good in that, man.
I don't specifically look for him, so if he's not in my specific genre of like haunted house movies for this,
Yeah, because he's
not going to happen.
He looked pretty ripped when he played Ken.
The thing is, like, I wasn't looking for him either. There was just shit I was watching that he just in the last couple of years had just happens to be popping up all over. And Fall Guy was based on an old school TV show that my dad and my grandpa liked.
Lee Majors.
Yep, with Lee Majors. So I used to watch the Fall Guy. So when
that
I
was
found
my
out
favorite show. That was my favorite show.
Yeah, I went nuts over the movie before Ryan Gosling was even connected to it. I was already nuts.
That theme song is just theme song is such an earworm too. That was a really good thing, and Lee Majors sung it.
Yeah, but no,
fun
Ryan
fact there.
Gosling has proved that he's got a lot of different chops, man. Like a crazy amount of chops, and he is the most rumored casting choice currently for Johnny Blaze.
Yeah, because Gosling said in an interview that he would love to be in the MCU.
Says that though.
Victoria, we talk about everything, and currently we're on casting Johnny Blaze in the Marvel Universe.
Padded Cell is a
Yeah.
collection of whatever the fuck we talk about. We don't have actual themes during this particular show.
But do check X. We have 14 other shows on the network that actually do have themes. I would like this is gonna be this one's way out there, but Alexander Skarsgård, I think, would do a decent Johnny Blaze.
You know,
I think his name was mentioned too. Keanu Reeves was also mentioned.
I would
He's
love
also-
Keanu, but I would love him to be Danny Ketch instead of.
No, you're wrong. He's also been tied to Wolverine. If they were going to do a newer Wolverine, it's his first one.
I can't see Keanu Reeves playing Wolverine. How's it going, bub?
Yeah, I have to hear him say bub because they also mentioned Daniel Radcliffe, and I'm like, I can't see, even though they've shown like shirtless Harry Daniel Radcliffe, I'm like, I can't see you being like bub.
I totally could with a cigar.
I can see Daniel Radcliffe.
If you're doing
the other person I would
when he got really
go
buff,
ahead.
that comedy show he did, Miracle Workers, that I love, but when he got really buff for that, dude, and that's the scene they pulled that frame from, by the way, like from him, and he rips his clothes off. It's the whole thing, but he rips.
Daniel Radcliffe was also pretty buff for Weird Al.
Yeah, but
when he played Weird Al,
he buffed up, lifted weights, and everything, and that's the picture they all screen grabbed for the Wolverine thing, and but the facial hair they aren't on, but dude, I fully believe because of his height and everything, if they bulked him up like that, or actually a little bit more than that, I think he could pull it off because that kid, man, sorry, has done so many different performances of so many genres that it just blew my fucking mind.
I would also put forward I gotta hold on a second. And this is because I'm used to seeing them on motorcycles, but either Charlie Hunnam, who was Jax in Sons of Anarchy, or that would be a good one. Or Ryan Hurst, but he's too big of a guy. That might be a problem.
Charlie Hunnam and Norman Reedus are also still on the list for
I'm on with those two and with Alexander Skarsgård, but I can't see the other one, but it's because I'm not very experienced in him outside of The Notebook, so I can't say whether he could play that part or not. To me, it's like, okay, he was this in The Notebook, and that's been I'd like to say 10 years, but it's probably 25 or so. And I don't know how he's aged and how he's acted. Norman Reedus is fucking amazing. And I would like to throw in.
Yeah, his name was also mentioned too.
Yeah.
To play.
Who just did Elvis recently. He's on a short list.
Austin Butler.
Yeah. There's also some things. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I would love to throw in as one of my favorite actors who I know rides a motorcycle absolutely naturally, is Tommy Flanagan. Unfortunately, he's so Scottish and he has very recognizable scars on his face that unless they were taking away part of him, they couldn't really put him in it. But I think he would make one hell of a Ghost Rider as far as his acting abilities and everything else, if they could get him to lose the Scottish accent. I mean, they could cover up everything else. And I know I'm grabbing a bunch of people from Sons of Anarchy in, but they played good bikers and they can ride bikes. So it helps if you don't have somebody who's sitting like this and, and they know how to naturally flow with everything. Oh yeah. Nope.
No, it's okay. I don't know because you pause and then the time thing happens and I don't know when you're talking. Jensen Ackles is another major name. He's also on the short list for every MCU character that pops up. He was one of the people front running for Captain America, actually, before Chris Evans. He was one of the front runners before they CW said no and wouldn't let him do other shit. He was around the same time he was offered Leon Kennedy in Resident Evil and Captain America, and then there were several other parts since Captain America that they were talking to him about that fell through because of contracting with Supernatural and stuff. But with Supernatural maybe coming back and going to a streaming service, if it does, he's gonna still have that freedom to do stuff. He also owns his own production company, him and his wife. But he's constantly talked about. He's also voiced Batman and did a fucking amazing job voicing Batman to the point where people want him to be the new Batman, like legitimately want him to be like in the DC, like
which Batman that was he in?
I would see which one he voiced. Hold on a minute,
because I may have seen it.
Let's see. Okay. The first thing he did was he voiced Jason Todd / Red Hood in Batman Under the Red Hood. He also voiced Batman in the Tomorrowverse, which included the adaptation of The Long Halloween and Justice League War World.
Oh, okay.
So those are the ones he's done so far.
That's awesome.
But he can do comedy, drama, action. He proved he can hit every genre, not just in Supernatural, but his work on soap operas, his independent film career that he did before, and during the early days, he did some a horror film, a couple horror films. Actually, no, he did one college based haunting weird fucking indie film, and then a hilarious fucking comedy called I think it was 6-Inch Hero or something like that, where he plays this hilarious fucking character, and that's where he met his wife.
Yeah.
Initially. But dude he can do anything. He's a good actor.
But we'll find out who's if the rumors are true that Ghost Rider will be announced at either D23 or at San Diego Comic-Con.
I mean, after the announcement this week, they made it that MCU made. They got to start giving us names soon, because the big announcement hit this week.
Because I think it's coming. I think D23 is coming out this month, sometime this month, and then San Diego Comic-Con is going to be coming out sometime next month.
Yeah, but they had that thing this week where they mentioned that it's been officially. We already kind of knew this based on the casting, but a lot of the X-Men are in there from the Fox days, but they're officially introducing not just them, but the X-Men period into the current MCU universe of this movie.
Yeah.
But they are officially definitely just doing it. But we don't know what that means. Like, are they introducing a new team?
I think they are. I think they are, because I think they want to separate it from the Singer era.
Yeah. I mean, we know that all the Storm, like a lot of the original actors are coming back to play their characters supposedly.
Yeah.
But we don't know what that means. We just know that if you want to know what's going to happen in this movie, instead of having to watch 20 fucking Marvel movies, all you got to do is watch the Fox movies.
Unless they're going to
and Loki season 2, you have to watch Loki.
Unless they're going to go somewhere in the multiverse and conflict with that timeline, because they already started slowly doing that when the Marvels came out.
Well, I mean, and also Deadpool did it on the Fox side. He already did it. He went back. He fucking killed himself.
And it's coming. And that movie's going to be coming out, I think, this week or next week.
Next week, 26th, so a couple weeks.
Yeah.
But he literally he reversed.
So going to see that movie. I so want to see that movie.
So she's back playing significant other again. They they're bringing a lot of people back. But he rewrote history. He killed himself as Ryan Reynolds before he signed the Green Lantern contract. He killed the other Deadpool version from Wolverine.
That shit was hilarious. That was absolutely I don't think there's anybody who couldn't. I don't think there's anybody who could play Deadpool better than Ryan Reynolds.
There is. He just physically can't do it.
Yeah.
The original choice for Spider-Man could have also done Deadpool back then, but Parkinson's. Michael J. Fox. He was an early choice to play Peter Parker because he would have been he's a smart mouth. He's a smart ass. Yeah. And had they done that sooner, much sooner, he could have done Spider-Man or Deadpool. But I
Yeah.
can think of literally no one else, and in modern day, no one else. But I know.
Did you know that there,
Go ahead.
did you know that there's actually a well, he's a serial killer, but I think he only killed 2 people, named Wade Wilson, who actually just got in trouble for trying to break out of his prison cell, I think for the 2nd time, like last week.
I did not know that.
He is up in like either Maine or Massachusetts, something like that. And he killed a couple gals rather brutally and was in prison, and he like just
Fort
tried to break
Myers.
out. Where is it at?
Let's see.
I thought
I'm
it was
reading
a
about it.
place.
The murders happened, I guess, in Cape Cod, but he's from Fort Myers. He killed 2 women on June 12th, 2024. No, sorry, Cape Corral. Sorry. He's from Fort Myers. The murders happened in Cape Corral. Wherever the fuck that is. Oh, Cape Corral, Florida is in Fort Myers. So Florida, yeah. For a second, I thought I froze. I was like, what's happening? And then I saw Tom's eye blink. I'm like, okay, I'm not frozen. Just quiet.
Dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air, dead air.
Yeah. We are going on almost 4 hours, though.
Yes.
Been a long one today.
Yeah.
We'll give Dell a few minutes to see if she comes back from the internet issue.
Yeah, I think she glitched out.
There is one casting I'm a little upset with right now. I do not like what's going on with Fantastic Four. I do not like the Reed Richards casting at all. I'm vehemently against it. I do not dislike Pedro Pascal as an actor. I think he's a fantastic actor, but I did not care for his performance in Last of Us. I think he was miscasted, and I think he's heavily miscasted as Reed Richards.
But let's look at it this way. Let's be glad that Pedro Pascal is not playing Thing, because the results would have been grim.
I do like who they actually have voicing Thing, though. Like,
yeah,
they actually have someone who's Jewish voicing him, and that's so important to the culture of that character. And I'm really excited about that. Like, I like that representation in there, man.
And what I just said, if Drew was here with us right now, he would definitely tell me to get out after saying that line.
Yeah. Yeah, I just think they could have done better. Like, what's his name? Jim from The Office. I know his name. I can't think of it right now. His version of Reed was amazing, and that's the version they should have kept. And I wish they would have. But if not, then go with the younger version of a slightly younger version of Reed. Not super young like they did with the remake of Fantastic Four.
Yeah,
yeah. Which, although I did like it, I liked it better than the original version that they had. I feel like Pedro he doesn't fit the vibe for me, man. Not at all. Not in any way does he feel like a sciencey, scholarly guy. And that's what it's about for me. It's when I look at someone, I don't mind if they change cultures. I don't mind if they change looks. I don't mind a lot of that. But what I
guess
do
you should have played Dr. Doom.
I don't even see that. I don't even see him as Dr. Doom at all, man. Those aren't the vibes he gives off to me at all. Like, I don't get those vibes from him as an actor. And that's what I focus on. Do I get these vibes? You know, like that's what matters to me. We talked about Stephen King earlier and Fiona Dourif. She played Ratman and The New Stand. And I was fucking floored by her performance as Ratman in The Stand. Like, Fiona was awesome in that. But, like, she had that vibe for that character. If you don't have a vibe for the character, I just won't like it. And I just don't think Pedro Pascal screams Reed Richards to me. Don't care for it. Maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. I doubt it. I'm usually not wrong about this with where my personal tastes are involved, but I'm still gonna watch it.
I mean, there has been, but it goes along to the, for that thing, for that, the thing where an actor will surprise you. Michael Keaton. Everybody thought that Michael Keaton was a terrible choice to play Batman. And now look at him. Everybody's praising him. Everybody thought that even Ben Affleck wasn't going to do a good job as a Batman, and because of his role in Daredevil, and look at it, he did pretty good. He did a pretty good. Right. I'm just disappointed that they didn't give him a standalone Batman movie. I'm just a little bit upset. He was basically a side character for all these other DC movies, and that's a total letdown. And speaking of that solo Batman movie, Robert Pattinson,
he was brilliant.
Yeah,
I knew he was. The thing is, like you say, a lot of people. I'm a lot more discerning as a person when it again comes to the physical movements and the vibes of the actor. I'm a lot more discerning than I think the average person when it comes to that. Not than everybody. There's people that are more discerning than I am, but like none of the people you mentioned, I was that worried about. I don't even like Ben Affleck, but I figured he seemed like he would play a good Batman to me. But
and I actually poked fun at Ben Affleck for playing when I found out that he was going to be cast to play Batman, and I was like, oh, with his Boston accent, how is he going to pull off playing Batman? It's like, okay, get in the car. We're going to Gotham.
I mean, there's another example I've got. I didn't know about this until I started watching it last year, and that was the interview of the Vampire TV show. So they went in and changed Louis' story. And they had an African American playing Louis and completely changed the backstory to New Orleans and stuff. I mean, and it's a lot of other details too. The way they did it is different from Louis' actual backstory, but the actor that plays the character, right down to the loving of art, the passion, the soliloquy, like the way he talks, the way he moves. If you were to read the book and then watch it, yeah, you'd obviously notice that it's an African American of a different time period entirely playing the character, but and that the history was different, but the vibe that he gives is so fucking Louis. It makes Brad Pitt look like it never happened. Like, and that was a complete culture change they did with this. And the dude is fucking brilliant. So I just finished season 2 last night, and I can't stop thinking about it. It's if you like the Vampire Chronicles on steroids, this is it for you. Forget the movies ever existed. Watch these. It's good.
I think that with Batman, if we jump back there real quick, I lost internet. I had to go reboot my modem and everything.
That's okay. You missed my pun that would have had the Get Out moment.
Okay. Yeah, I have Get Out Drew around for when Drew's not here to tell people to get out on a pillow. But
because I was giving Drew a shout out.
Oh, well, damn it. Well, I got to figure out where he is.
You can tell. You can tell him Tuesday.
Okay, and Get Out. But Batman is a role that is just a gift to somebody. If they can play dark at all, well, okay, not at all, because there are some people who just could not play Batman. But Batman is a role that can adapt to the person who's playing it, as long as they keep within a certain range of an emotional thing, as long as they can keep themselves low and dark and still go through it, they can be Batman. There are a couple of iconic characters like that. And some of them are comic books, but there are also a lot of different comic book characters that it's like, I saw an interview with Robert Downey Jr. the other night where it was talking about his last interaction with Stan Lee. And it was on set, And he mentioned something about instead of giving Tony this, give Robert this. And so it was like he had Robert Downey Jr. so deeply embedded in his brain as Tony Stark that he accidentally called Tony Stark Robert Downey Jr. And so there are some that are stuck in our brains as like there's nobody else that could play that role. But there are some that there are quite a few people who could. But I think Batman is one of those gifts where a lot of people can play the role, but you have to be lucky enough to have gotten it and to have gotten the correct writer.
Yeah.
Because it can make or break you that like you were saying, there were so many people that were like, this guy's never going to be a good Batman. And it's like, oh, actually, they are. And the Joker is another one of those roles. But if you fuck up the Joker, you have ruined your career because you get nothing after that.
And so far, knock on wood, there has not been a
don't you say it
terrible Joker.
Yes, there has.
I mean, at least from
I can't imagine anyone thinking that the Jared Leto Joker was good. At no fault of his own, in my opinion. No fault of his own. He got bad makeup and bad writing. And the most of them we even got to see was in the Justice League Zack Snyder cut, where he had 10 times more lines and interaction than he even had in Suicide Squad. And it didn't fix it. It made it a little bit easier to swallow with him being Joker, but the look and writing for him was so bad that it was a bad Joker because of them, not because he's a bad actor, because he's not a bad actor.
He's not.
It's the writing. It's like with Morbius, the writing for him was really bad.
Yeah, we can all agree on that one. I mean, to me personally,
I haven't watched it.
What, Morbius?
Morbius, because I was a huge fan of Morbius, and then I saw the reviews, and it was like it just was not written well, and so I'm like,
I think it's on Disney Plus right now.
I'm sure I can find it. It's just a matter of do I want to see a character that I really enjoy just destroyed?
Here's the thing.
From what I've heard.
If anyone told you they destroyed Morbius, they're morons. They didn't destroy Morbius. That wasn't the problem. The backstory was there. The concept of who Morbius is there. Morbius is there. But there was just so much extra bullshit and the complete, utter absence of everything Spider-Man related who partially defined Morbius that it hurt. It was painful to the true Spider-Man / Morbius fans. That's what made it.
The first thing that I read with Morbius, the Living Vampire, I started collecting Ghost Rider Volume 3 right before Rise of the Midnight Suns, and Morbius was brought into that. So I grabbed some backstories from Morbius and some other ones. And it was him kicking Spider-Man's ass, which was like, at the time it was like, oh, he's a nice little guy, so maybe he did get his ass kicked by a bad guy. But then you read up on I've learned over the years so much more about Spider-Man. I'm like, dude, Spider-Man is fucking sick. Like, he is Peter Parker and the nice little guy, but Jesus Christ, is he a strong motherfucker? And like, to defeat Spider-Man was a pretty big goddamn deal. And Morbius did when he was first released.
And he's not just physically strong. He's mentally, emotionally, and physically. Like, you think fucking Captain America is the paragon of good? Sorry, no, he's not. It's fucking Peter Parker. So when he goes dark, he fucking makes everyone look like morons, like in 2 seconds. Like, he's... without Spider-Man, there is no Marvel. I don't care what anyone says. He's the one character that's tied together almost every franchise, even the mutants. He's tied together more franchises than any other character in Marvel's history.
Absolutely.
And I'm picky. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't have, what was it? It wasn't Gwen Stacy either the first or second actual death. I mean, Gwen Stacy we have back again now, but through severe retconned ways. But she was like the first actual, like, she's dead. Oh, she's not back in the next
we all
issue.
felt it when we read that comic
what
too.
Happened?
We all felt that. And
she just didn't show back up for a long time.
Yeah, and you know, when they did the the saga for the Black Suit Spider-Man, you know, the Alien Symbiote saga.
Mm-hmm.
It's one of the most best things. And when they tried to replicate that in Spider-Man 3, it was a disappointment. And also with the death of Gwen Stacy from the Amazing Spider-Man, and then when they tried to replicate that in Amazing Spider-Man 2, it was another disappointment.
The payoff for that finally happened in Spider-Man. Was it the last Spider-Man movie that Marvel made, or the one
Far From Home?
Yeah, the last one.
No Way Home. No Way Home.
Yeah,
No Way Home.
No Way Home finally fixed that ending of Amazing Spider-Man 2 and made it as poignant as it needed to be. But it took that many years later with a crossover movie to make that happen. Spider-Man 3 was fucking garbage. Honestly, Sony, sorry, the first 3 Spider-Man movies, I don't care. I love that Sam Raimi helped produce them. I love that, you know, my favorite man himself was a cameo in all of them. But those were disgustingly bad. They were fucking terrible. Your casting was bullshit. Tobey Maguire, even at the time, got picked because he was popular. His name was hot. And obviously, J. Fox, that ship had already sailed at that point. He should have never been Peter Parker. He should have never been Spider-Man. He was the worst out of all the Spider-Men, including the black and white Spider-Man back in the day. He's the worst Spider-Man. Physically, the looks, the attitude, the everything. And then, Mary Jane. Sorry. Yeah, she was Claudia in Interview. Yeah, she did a couple things. She was in Crow 3. She did this and that.
Yeah.
She was not anywhere near what Mary Jane needed to be or deserved. All the villains, though, up until before pre-3, all the villains casting was perfect. J. Jonah Jameson was perfect. Then 3 happened. They get the guy from Wings to play fucking Sandman. Okay, cool. Let's see how this goes. And then the writing for him was so disgustingly bad. I wanted to shoot myself in the face. And then the casting for Eddie Brock.
Don't get me started on that. Topher Grace.
His mom's basement in that 70s show. Not that he's a bad actor, but he was a tiny, thin little thing that was just not much. He was taller but skinnier than Tobey Maguire.
I just couldn't understand why they couldn't give, you know, I wouldn't mind a different kind of Venom other than Eddie Brock. The guy who played the fiance in the second Spider-Man movie,
the throwaway
should have been the one to play.
The guy from Wings who played Sandman, had he have played Eddie Brock, because that dude actually has some acting chops. They just made him look like a little bitch with the writing. They made Sandman look like a bitch in that. But if they'd switched that and made him Venom, and then Topher as the way they wrote Sandman, I think they could have pulled it off.
I did like that that actor who played Clint.
The actor a lot.
He looked exactly like the comic.
He did, but
give or take.
The writing was so bad in his dialogue.
The writing was I will agree with, but I can go but going back for Spider-Man 3, like the build up, like for the you know, the what the hell is that? You know, the build up for it, you know, like they do to help you know, hype a movie.
Yeah.
Back when Total Request Live was a thing in MTV.
Yeah.
I remember seeing Tobey Maguire, Kirsten Dunst, and James Franco.
Mm.
They were getting interviewed by Carson Daly, and the interview was horrible. The interview was absolutely. It just seemed like they did not care to be there.
And Franco was shit, by the way.
And even Sam Raimi felt like he didn't care about this either. So basically,
to be fair to them, they'd already been canceled as a franchise when they did that interview.
Yeah.
They knew
Yeah.
going into the release of 3 that there was now no longer going to be a 4. So a lot of that was like
Yeah.
depression and anger with the studios, and why are we even bothering to promote this because the series is over and we're all fucked.
Yeah, because Marvel wanted, Sony wanted to do another, wanted Sam Raimi to do another Spider-Man film.
Sam
And
wanted to do one, but they fucked him, and they decided not to move on with the franchise. That's what
Yeah.
happened. Before it was written, you were finally going to find out who Bruce Campbell was. He was Mysterio
Yeah.
the whole fucking time, which would have
Exactly.
actually made sense.
because the original lineup, there was going to be six Spider-Man movies. It was going to be
7
right there. The fourth one was going to be Mysterio. The fifth one was going to be Shocker. Was going to have like either Shocker or Rhino, or both.
Both. They were doing double villains from 3 on was all double villains because they were doing 6 movies, and then the 7th one they were actually going to do a Sinister Six movie.
I heard that Sinister Six was going to be the 6th.
Nope, that was going to be the 7th. At the end of 6 was going to be the union of the 6 of them. That's when they were all finally going to get together. But the 7th one was going to be the actual with them together. So like 6 was like the intro, 7 was the actual movie. And then they scrapped it, and then they decided to reboot everything with Amazing. And Amazing Spider-Man did a lot better. Andrew Garfield, way better of a fucking Spider-Man. Way better. Like, everything they casted was worlds better. Even Dennis Leary was amazing in that fucking movie for what he played.
Yeah,
Like,
he was. He
they're
was.
great movies. In my opinion, those got canceled for no fucking reason.
Mm-hmm.
I really think if it was possible that I would love to see the MCU, if they could recast the same characters, to go back and do the Ultimate Universe and then the new Ultimate Universe. Because Jesus Christ was that good, and I want to see those characters in those roles playing some of the darker shit and things that went out through there. I mean, there's bits and pieces here and there that they could leave out. They could have a close relationship between Wanda and Quicksilver instead of what it ended up being there, but
that ship sailed.
That could actually happen
it could be
after
an
they finish the
alt-universe.
multiverse.
I mean, the
Yeah.
thing is, though, they fucked up doing this multiverse too much, and they know it. Bob Iger knows it. They all know it. So they're actually trying to end the multiverse saga and close it and wrap it up and move on with a new plan they've got going forward.
I would like to actually, I would really like to see them tackle the 2099
They already did. Sony already did it.
series.
We're not going to get it any more than Into the Spider-Verse. That's as much as we're going to see of 2099. And Spider-Man Noir is getting his own spinoff with Nick Cage. So that's a whole.
Yeah, that's going to be on. That's going to be on Amazon.
Mm-hmm. But no, that a lot of those ships have sailed, man. Like, we're not going to see any of that now. But moving forward, I'm excited though, because that last Spider-Man video game where they brought Venom in, and the way they did that was actually one of the most beautiful interpretations of that story I've ever seen. And we already know that Venom from the shitty Sony movies dropped a piece of himself off in the MCU, and the rumors right now looking pretty heavy is that Holland said that he's not saying he was done with Spider-Man, but he needed there to be a good reason. He needed a good section of Spider-Man's story to be told for him to want to come back and not just more superfluous bullshit. And if you want to pitch the hardest edge for an actor to play, it's during the night suit, which transitions into Venom. Like, if you think about the multiple versions of his personality he has to play at different times to pull that off, like to really finally pull it off.
Yeah,
that's a big acting stretch right there. And we know it's coming, but it seems like this is the perfect time because right now no one knows who he is anymore. Like, obviously Doctor Strange knows who he is and a couple other people, but generally, I mean, everyone knows that Spider-Man exists. They just don't know it's Peter Parker. So he's now back to that secret identity, back to certain things and maybe getting to know certain people again and doing things, because this was a period of its time. They've screwed up all the timelines to the point. Like, they've got pieces of Ultimate in some movies already. Pieces. They've got elements.
Did you see the trailer to the new Venom movie?
Yeah.
That's coming out soon.
I'll watch it because I like Venom, and I like Tom Hardy. I just don't like what Sony did to Venom. Really?
Yeah.
I don't love it. I don't hate it, but I don't love it. The Carnage, I was disgusted with entirely. I was upset by.
Yeah, I
Carnage.
didn't see that one. I haven't even seen any of the Venom movies, to be honest with you.
Venom's an important character.
Yes, I mean Venom, and I like Venom. He's a good anti-hero. He's an awesome anti-hero. And Carnage, he's one of my favorite Spider-Man villains. And
but I think we'll get that Venom. I think we'll get the Venom we've all been deserving and wanting in MCU level, with this new MCU Venom, however they do it.
Absolutely.
And there's options depending on what storyline they go with too, because again, with them mixing and matching storylines, there's a possibility because we've already introduced U.S. Agent that we could actually get Agent Venom. There's a good possibility that could happen because U.S. Agent was introduced in the Winter Soldier and Captain America Winter Soldier, whatever, the TV show. What was it called?
Falcon and the Soldier. Falcon and the Winter
US
Soldier.
Agent
Yeah.
was introduced in that as the new that didn't pan out Captain America, and he's also appearing as that character in the Thunder movie coming out. So he's established as U.S. Agent now, and that would be an easy way for the government to get a hold of the symbiote right now with the way the MCU is working. It would make almost more sense for an agent to get a hold of it instead of doing Eddie Brock. I think if they did it this way, as much as I love the Eddie Brock story, I prefer it. Honestly, I do prefer it, but it would make more sense in continuity now to do it that way.
Yeah.
I wish we had time machines because there's so many people that I would have had cast for some of those characters if they weren't now like 70. Like,
yeah, I know, right?
And Clancy Brown totally needed to have been born like 30 years later so that he could be all across the universes because he's so amazing. He is, but
a Clancy Brown Dr. Doom.
He could still do that.
Oh, he could. He could definitely still do Dr. Doom.
And they're releasing new things with new Dooms, so maybe we'll get a chance to see that. That would be fucking awesome.
We're supposed to get a glimpse of the 4 in the Deadpool movie. Word is, anyway.
Yeah, but Clancy Brown would have been amazing, and
a
couple others that you're just like, oh, why couldn't Malcolm McDowell?
Perlman.
Jesus, he can still
How
play.
about Ron Perlman?
Ron Perlman, Malcolm McDowell, I say, and he can still play a really good bad guy, but
he can voice a bad guy well, like a master bad guy.
McDowell will make a good Vulture.
He
actually would.
He would.
Vulture was supposed to have been a much older man than older man originally.
Yeah. He went from being really hot to he didn't age quite as cute as he was.
Yeah.
He aged hard. An alcohol, man.
I want to see Arcade on the big screen.
Really?
I actually
haven't
like
read
Arcade.
much. I haven't. I've read like one or two things where he was a peripheral character, so I don't know much about him.
He could really be a really sick individual, and they could really do something with him, and where like maybe he comes up with a device and puts Peter Parker into a video, simulates him into like a Tron-esque style video type game and everything like that, and that would be pretty cool.
It's so Mojo. Mojo.
Okay, you'll have to talk to Chris Claremont. You're coming up for Terrificon this year, right?
I'm gonna try to, yeah, because I know my father wants to go there too because Watcher Keoning is going to be there because he always wanted to meet Chekhov. He likes that, and
Claremont will talk your fucking ear off, man. From what I've been told, like the reason his line goes around the corner, well, he's that good that his line deserves to go around the corner. But if he's signing a piece of work for you, he will then tell you a 30-minute story
Nice.
Oh yeah.
And Carrie froze.
Yep. Her internet might have died again.
This is turning into a decently long episode of Pat Itself.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, I'm happy with it. I'm good right now. Actually, I will be
You
right
froze
back.
after you said 30-minute discussion.
I will be right back.
All right.
Okay. Hurry. I'm getting through my bottle of wine tonight. My shoulder is loosening up. I've got, I don't know, when they say, MRIs are expensive, so let's send you to PT first and see
Yeah.
if that helps. And if you go through this many sessions and it just gets worse, then come and get that. But the PT people are like, don't overstress. We don't want you, if it starts hurting, stop. So you're hopefully not overstrained. But I go to grab a blanket from behind me. I'm just like, oh shit, I'm gonna die. It brings tears to my eyes, and I have numbness going all down my arm and like
Oh
little
boy.
pressure points that do hurt and stuff. And I'm like, I mean, if the only reason I'm doing PT is to see if I injure myself more, shouldn't I just get the MRI first? Because I can do most things. Like, it's like, okay, use a cane and lift your hands here and do these things and move here. And I tell them when hurts. And so we know exactly where I'm hurt. But
Yeah.
they keep trying to have me do things that I'm like, yeah, I can't reach behind me yet. I can't do this motion. I can't do that. And so I'm wondering if like, I don't know. I'm wondering if I'm hurting myself more going to PT
Yes.
than I
The
am
answer is yes.
fixing anything.
You're hurting yourself more because the insurance is requiring you to hurt yourself more to prove to them that you're really that bad off going to pay for your shit. There's a way around this. I discovered it. I have not had
Okay.
to do physical therapy in years because of this. So I've done physical therapy like I think it's like 14 or 15 times just for my back alone. After a certain point, collect every time, like the paperwork for every time you've ever been. And if you've gone like a dozen times or more, take that to your neuro. Like make sure your neuro has all of it. And all your neuro needs to do when they ask reasons why, submit case file.
I
The last
do
couple
have a
of
PCP now.
yeah. Talk to them about that because I just got approved. I got approved for one for my neck. I've never had an MRI or done any physical therapy for my neck. Not because my neck's not damaged, it's because doctors only want to focus on my back. Although they've seen in X-rays and MRIs up a little bit higher enough to know there might be a problem. He literally just used all my past records for my lumbar thoracic to get cervical approved. Just nothing, just straight to the MRI. And the last few MRIs I've done on my back, they've skipped all the PT because they realize that I'm at a point where it's literally hurting me more, and I've got all the proof to say that of the dozens of times or whatever it is now that I've done this, it's never once helped long term,
Okay.
not remotely once. So it's just about having the evidence to take to the insurance company to get them approved with that physical therapy.
I do have thoracic outlet syndrome in this shoulder, and the PT helps on that.
Yeah.
So I do the PT on that, at home. You go to a physical therapy office until you can get home to start doing the exercises left on your own. There's some you can't do unsupervised initially, like balance stuff or whatever. But for my knees as well, it made it worse, but maybe better. I don't know. It's little exercise where you're like, do marches, stand up on your toes and stuff. So, those are things I can do while I'm brushing my teeth and shit. And so if my legs are hurting particularly bad or I haven't, I try to keep up with those exercises just because they aren't hurting anything. And it's not like I have to like go out of my way to do it. It's like, oh, the microwave is running. Time to do marches. Oh, I'm brushing my teeth. Do some knee ups, this, that, and the other. But this shoulder has fucked me up so bad. Like nothing else has been bad. So this is where I'm like, I might have reached the end of where physical therapy can help me.
You definitely have, man. And but you can also choose to talk to physical therapy about that and they can make that note in your file that says you've reached the end of what they can do to help. Because that your insurance, that's one of the things your insurance is looking for the proof that it's no longer helping you, and that it's now gone to the other side, and they can submit that for you.
Okay. I feel like I'm being a wuss because it's like I can do this exercise and this exercise, but I can't come near even starting this one. And so it's like, well, you have motion everywhere, but exactly here. But that's the part that I need to use a lot. So
Part of what physical therapy is testing and increasing your range of motion, but also finding out what your limitations are.
yeah, I am limited at reaching behind me, which is something that I'm used to doing constantly. So I accidentally do it all the
Being
time,
a
and
what?
then I injure myself further.
What did he? You glitched right as you were saying that.
I said she's not being a wuss.
Not at all.
Thank you. Yeah. Those new to the show, we talk about everything. So that's how we went from comic books to physical therapy. We just kind of we squirrel everywhere. It's just fun. And if you have anything that you would like us to talk about, questions you might have for any of us, or just things going on in your life that you'd like to have brought up, say hi. Say something. We'll pull you up. We'll chit chat. As long as you aren't like spamming us with girls who want to talk to us wearing very little clothing from various countries or things like that. We're pretty good with stuff like that.
But we'll talk about anything. Literally, just so you guys at home know, I'm about to be homeless. We have our I haven't talked about it on air at all. Literally, we were in a fight with the city that we live in. I'm not going to name specific stuff. And the city we live in, we had a fight between the city and trash not wanting to take trash, which caused numerous issues, which then our landlord got cited for. And although we were handling it, our landlord still gets cited. And instead of letting us pay to pay the city, which we were going to do, has decided that, yeah, you guys are on a month to month. I just got cited by the city. You can leave now. So the 16th is our court date in 10 days or 8 days. Fuck yeah, shit, 8 days. So we don't know if we're going to have to leave like a couple days after that, or if we're going to get a continuance, or what's going to happen. So there may be a period of time. This may be the last really long episode I do. There may be a period of time where you guys don't see me at all for a couple weeks. Hopefully not. I do have an office now. I just got to set it up to do school and clerical stuff and background show stuff. But I don't know if I'll be physically on air much until it's over, which is why we canceled D&D on Thursdays and the other gaming on Thursdays, because that's my roommate. We live together, and why Matt and I canceled wrestling. So obviously Matt and I live together as well, so that's why a lot of our shows changed for this summer, and I apologize about that. But yeah, try not to drive myself crazier than usual. Although these things are outlets and they help me tremendously, and I love spending time with everyone. It's hard right now. It's really hard to be a human being and to have a social battery or a mental or a physical battery on top of a lot of big physical medical changes lately. So it's been tough. I do miss you guys. I know I'm not you guys that I'm talking to right now, and you guys at home. I miss everybody a lot, man. And I hope we're not homeless again. I hope we find a place and get into it. No luck yet, and we're running out of time. But I may post something about it for assistance, or someone in my family might at some point. I don't know. If I do, I'll repost it somewhere. But yeah, that's where we're at right now. Is just trying
we're
to.
all here for you.
Much love, man. I appreciate you guys. I always
Absolutely.
do. I try not to talk about it a lot because I feel like, you're gonna ask me how I'm doing. I'm gonna be like, I'm about to be homeless. I get my answer every fucking day. But rather than wanting to talk about it every day and all the time, oh, woe is me shit, I'm just trying to solve it. I'm just trying to figure it out. I'm having my moment where I get up and have my little breakdown every day, and then I'm big boy pants are on and I'm fighting and I'm doing shit. So that's, if I talk about it too much, I'm gonna get down too much. Other people are gonna get depressed or worried for me too much, and it just seems like every now and then I'll fill you in, and then we're good for a while unless something changes. Yeah. I've done that with you guys. Haven't done it on the network yet.
Yeah. Overall, you got to do what you got to do.
Yeah. Yep. Sometimes it's stabbing people on the side of the interstate for cash.
Yeah, we're all behind you.
Without a knife.
Yeah.
I'm hands-on.
Hire a slasher.
Okay, that was the one thing that I was going to say was fun. Oh, sorry.
I have all types of sharp and pointies to help.
My one happy thing out of 3 from Hell that I watched against the direct advice of my brother Rasty Slasher, just because it popped up when I'd watched something else, and it was like, I still haven't seen this. I want to see Sid Haig's last performance, which was just sad. Like,
That
I
is
almost
part of why
cried.
that is part of why the movie got rushed and why it turned out that way. A part of it,
Yeah.
anyway.
But the thing that I liked best about that movie was that they did stay true to how hands-on the 3 from Hell like to be. So when they had all these people show up with machine guns and shit, it was like, baby's got a bow and arrow and a fucking knife. And they go down to handguns and knives against, they brought a knife to a gunfight and fucking won kind of people. So that stayed true to the initial feeling. I mean, Otis uses a machine gun once, and it's just for effect purposes alone. Like, he could have done anything else, but they did stick with, like, Devil's Rejects, we fucking hands-on kill people. We're brutal in your face about it instead of just, like, killing 30 people in one swipe of something.
But
Otherwise, I'm sorry, that movie sucked.
It felt like an anthology vignette format, and that's what I didn't like about it.
Yeah.
That's one of my biggest complaints of it. It did not feel like a movie that or had a place in the trilogy. As a side movie or like cut up into chunks, like and released as like a web series about their past and what happened between or whatever, or what happened after two. Like that would have been really cool to do. If they'd have done something like that, I'd have paid for that and I'd have enjoyed it done in that way. But as the third movie, I just couldn't do it.
Yeah, it was too many lines that were recycled with like 2 different words in them, and then entire scenes that were filmed in the exact same format, just in a different brothel. It was like, saw that. Danny Trejo should have had a little bit more. That part confused me completely. Was he just being an idiot, or did he not actually remember the person that he probably was in jail for?
Who knows? So much is unknown about the way that was filmed and things that are done, man. And like, it's what it was, and it wasn't spoken a lot about.
Yeah, it made me. I don't support every single one of Rob Zombie's films, but it definitely made me go, I'm not so excited about the next thing that you're gonna do.
Well, I mean, that multiple things have come out since then.
I don't even know.
Well, at least one thing. No, wait, I think just one thing. Munsters, and I thought that was really good.
Oh yeah, I didn't watch that.
I didn't see that either, but I did. One of my favorite Rob Zombie movies is House of a Thousand Corpses.
Same.
That I was like, I absolutely loved that movie. It had a nice little it felt like a nice little love letter to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. Had a little bit of a feel with that, but it was so good, and it was so well done and everything, and the soundtrack, the soundtrack is amazing, and
yeah, I really loved it. Saw it on acid in a theater. There was me, my 2 friends, and one other guy in the back.
I couldn't say this the other night on Splash Pages. Well, I probably wouldn't have gotten in trouble, but it felt a little wrong. But they were talking about like, oh, I've seen this movie and this version of the movie, and it's always different. And I'm like, I went out with this guy one time, and one of our dates was he was taking me over to his friend's house so we could watch The Wall, Pink Floyd movie, The Wall. And the way he was like bringing up the date was like, I've seen this movie on 5 different drugs, and it's different every time.
It's true with that.
I would like to say that I've seen that movie on a couple of various substances as well as sober numerous times, and it is still different every time that you watch that movie. But
I am a horrible
House of a Thousand
person because I have not ever once seen The Wall.
I have to ask, what have you
You're
seen?
not a horrible
Because
person.
to be fair, 4/5 of all the shit we've mentioned, I've not even seen that, and I'm just over here like dying inside.
I
Like,
do though.
geez.
I haven't seen half the shit either, so don't worry about it.
No,
It's
no,
okay.
you've certainly seen more than Tom. To be fair, you
Okay,
have
yes.
seen more than Tom of what we're talking about specifically.
Like you could probably name a movie,
Okay,
and
Tom.
you've probably seen, and I probably haven't seen it.
Yeah, Richard Pryor
Like,
movie.
Vampire movie?
No,
I have.
Richard Pryor.
Oh,
The movie is called Moving.
I love that movie.
Okay, see, I went back
I love
straight
that.
back in the day for you on that one.
Yeah, because fun fact, it had Bam Bam Bigelow in that movie. Fun fact. It's one of my favorite movies.
See, I picked one. I picked one that he knew, man. I saw that as a double feature as a child. It was that and Action Jackson. I was in grade school at the drive-in.
Okay,
I
well,
have
we
not
need to
seen.
get.
I have not seen Action Jackson.
That's also same time period as class.
Yeah. But I have seen I'm Going to Get You, Sucker.
That's
We need to get as a movie to watch as a group somehow. And if there's like we can watch it. And this is not a Tomb of the Terrible movie. This is like one of my favorite not horror based movies ever. And I mean, I've only watched like 10 of those. So because well, that count in my mind. But Real Men
That's a
with
good one.
John, yeah, that movie is one of the most perfect things I've ever seen done. And
I never
actually
saw
one of
that
my
movie.
okay, Tom Dog. Dude, okay, I got to remember I'm typing in Google search Tom Dog. No, that's not what I'm looking for.
You're typing in the Google search, you have to type in Real Pro.
Yeah, no, it's Jim Belushi. I always forget which Belushi's which, but it's John Ritter and Jim Belushi, and it's like this kind of like Men in Black style thing going on where he's like a spy and like John Ritter's just pulled into it, and there's like you got to get a glass of water to the aliens so that they'll save our planet, and all this weird shit's going on. There are times where like John Ritter thinks his finger's a working gun, but there's like the best it's one of my favorite lines in movies, and I'm gonna pull it up so that I make sure. Oh yeah, it's right here. It is the quote that's highlighted in IMDb. I didn't know you smoked. Just after sex, Bob. I'm trying to give it up. Well, at least that you don't smoke that much. About a pack a day. That'll kill you. Bob, it won't kill you, but it will make you very sore. This is the fucking brilliance that you get. And John Ritter, there was the other film that I highly recommend him in as far as like being hysterical is Noises Off. And
really
it's one of those it is so hard. If you're a theater person at all, if you've ever been a theater major or in high school theater or anything, the movie takes place during the film. Tom's just leaving. He's just like falling away.
That's why.
Okay, Noises Off is hysterical. Not many people have seen this movie, so you aren't alone. It wasn't a box office hit, but it's like it's a movie about a play, and it takes place front of the stage and back of the stage. And I really want to know, because I have heard that there are companies that will do a theatrical production of it where the stage is rotating back and forth so you can see what's going on in front of the stage and what's going on back of the stage, which to me, it just sounds like it would be dangerous. But Noises Off is quiet on the set, basically, if you're in theater. And so it's this whole thing. But it shows them running in and running out and doing their lines and getting backstage, and somebody's an alcoholic and they're like, these people are grabbing the booze from this guy and passing it to this person and he's grabbing it back, and everybody's doing their bits and doing their things, but the timing on everything is just done so well. It is another one of those nearly perfect movies that, like, I would say it was perfect, except it's older. When it was made, it was a perfect movie. Now there's a bit of stuff that's kind of like, not so great about it, but it's just chef's kiss.
Most
And
recent production was November, towards the end of 2022 in West End in London. That was the
And-
last time I can see that it was shown.
I can't imagine trying to perform that live on a stage, because there would be so much motion from the stage to get back and forth, because they're, like I said, maybe they do a half thing so that they're acting to this audience and this audience while they're
Nope.
running around.
They separated into
wow.
acts. Act 1 is front of stage. Act 2 is back of stage. Act 3 is back to the front of stage at the end of show, where the actors just don't give a shit anymore. That's how it's separated into 3 acts. I've seen it. It's really good.
Okay. But yeah, it covers, like, there's different relationships behind the scenes that are going on, and then the characters themselves. So you get to see, like, part of the play they're doing, and then, like, all of this stuff that takes place amongst, because theater people, get this, are dramatic in their relationships and everything else in lives. So you're like, this person's having an affair with this person's doing this, and this person's this. And the one alcoholic just kills me all the time, because everybody's grabbing his bottle of booze constantly, and then he'll just either pull up a new one, or just, like, from the last person that's like, I gotta go on stage, what do I do with it? Nab.
Yep. If you like the fairly popular and well-known movie Broadcast News, you'd probably like Noises Off. Whereas Broadcast News is about the broadcast news world and, like, what happens behind the scenes and, like, what happens on camera. It's very similar in, like, and the approach, not the style, but the approach of it is very similar. It's really good though. I watched a newerish movie that was I can't remember what it was called. I'm gonna have to figure it out now, but it was very similar to the concept of Noises Off. Very similar, right down to it. There was a lot of the actual production that was going on, a lot of all the crazy backstage. It was very similar to it. I think I just saw it within the last couple of years. I just can't remember what it was called.
I can't remember. I watched 6 movies over the past week, and I can't remember all of them. So you're better off than I am.
I forget names all the time.
What was the one that I just saw that was Bodies, Bodies, Bodies?
That was good. With the exclamation point.
Yeah, but it's just, there's no commas. It's just Bodies, Bodies, Bodies. And I believe it's on Netflix right now, is where I saw it. And I was like, okay, this sounds really weird, but, it was my second movie of the night, so I was ready to just drain my brain of anything else. And it was listed as a horror comedy. And I discussed it with my family. We were just around for my sister's birthday, and she saw it. And she just thought it was terrible. She thought the acting was horrible and really didn't enjoy it. And I thought, like, I was going into it thinking horror comedy, and then seeing how serious they acted about everything and being like, well, where's the comedy part? Until I started paying total attention to the things that were inciting all of these people towards, like, thinking that somebody had killed somebody or defending themselves against being the killer and such. And it was all about, like, well, I'm on a podcast and she hates your podcast. It's a really hard thing to do, and you have to get guests and you have to do things and do stuff. She puts all these nasty things out about your podcast. That's why it was you who tried to kill her. And so did this. And it's like, but I didn't do this. And you are a toxic individual. But they're dead ass fucking serious, but it's all like, and I'm not saying that they aren't real problems, but it's the escalated issues that a lot of the newer generations have with things, where it's like, you didn't watch my TikTok, so that's why you're a bad person, and things like this were going on. And they deliver them so dead ass serious that it was like I had to realize that, okay, that's the comedy part of it, is that they're making like all of these things that they feel are very serious to themselves and the characters at least to be such a big thing, you know?
Yeah.
So that's one that I recommend, as long as you keep in mind, and it's what I call like it's the first time I've ever encountered slow burn comedy. Because the horror aspect is there as well. They're stuck in a house in the middle of a hurricane, and they have no power, so they're running around with flashlights and their phones or whatever that are dying. But it the comedy just kind of sneaks in there underneath everything. It just insinuates into stuff, and you're just like, oh my god, this suddenly became hysterical. I just wasn't paying attention.
It's all in dialogue and little stuff, like little moments.
Yeah, so that was a new one for me. Like slow burn comedy. Okay, I'll take it. It was good. From my opinion, I always look for haunted movies or for horror movies though that have houses that are cool in them, and this had a really cool giant house. So it's like my niche things, like skip some pretty good comedy or skip some pretty good horror movies, because I'd rather watch Rose Red again than see some new house that, like, and this took place in a ranch house. Fuck that. I don't care how scary it is. I'm going to go back to a big old house. I want something Victorian at least that I'm putting my eyes on. Even if it's full of cobwebs and shit, I'm going that way.
Yeah.
Have you seen any of the Amityville horror movies?
We've had so many long conversations.
Oh, yes.
So only some of them are actually part of the series, and all the rest of them were just cheap name grab money pits.
Yeah, but no, I am a big fan of the Amityvilles. And this is the deal. I was born on Halloween, and my mother introduced me to Universal monsters with Theater of the Macabre, with Mistress Macabre, who would come on in our area. Everybody had a Svengoolie of some sorts or whatever, and she would hop on and do those. And so my dad was like, oh, it's okay to let her watch horror movies. So I'm like, no, when did Amityville come out? I can't even remember. Let's see. It was 1979, so I was 4 then. But so sometime when I was little, it was playing on HBO, because Dad had cable and lived in a different town than my mom did. Very close, but it was like village versus town, which makes no sense to any of you outside of the Midwest.
Oh yeah, outside the Midwest.
But yeah. Okay. But so like I watched Amityville when I was little. I watched everything when I was little, and Amityville fucked me up a little bit. Like, I had read when I think I was somewhere between 6 and 8 when I read The Exorcist, which was one of the few horror novels in my city library. And that was one of those where I was glad I had a dictionary in my room so that I could look up what some of those words meant rather than asking my mom, and went, oh, she probably wouldn't appreciate me reading this. Okay. But Amityville, it was the thing that struck me the most, because my grandfather raised pigs, was the pig eyes coming out of the window. Because if you've ever been around pigs, they're fucking terrifying. Like, okay, you can have your cute little pet piggies and stuff, but if you're around hogs and sows, you do not want them near you. They will eat you, and they are big and they're scary. And then there was the fly scene with the priest. And I remember that. And my dad also had me watch The Fly when I was like a little one and stuff. And so I saw all of these movies that were just like, what the fuck is going on? But I'm like, I'm brave. I'm Halloween child. I shall make it through these. And so I watched all of them. And yeah, so my brain was into movie format when I was a little one, and things that like I remember my mom has stories about the first time they saw Poltergeist and the first time they saw a couple other movies and like getting terrified of them when she was an adult. And then like I saw them when I was like 5, you know? So it was like, okay, yeah, difference of generation, but all right. So Jenny has a comment.
I had no idea who Sven Gulli was until recently, but I watched things like MST3K and Elvira, and then I realized after I got older, I think my mom had a big crush on Elvira because we watched so many things.
Movie
And
macabre.
say what?
Elvira's movie macabre.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah.
I grew up on
And
Elvira, so
they have them for free on like Fandango and whatever to watch, or they used to. So, yeah, I think that was one of my favorite things to do, watch all types of weird horror movies with her and then rewatch them with Elvira making fun of them.
And Macabre was our version of Elvira, only she didn't really make fun of the movies. She just gave a like it was a really cool format because it gave you this like, and you are watching, you know, like this is Lon Chaney, this is Bela Lugosi, these are all of your,
Bob
you
Drake
know,
style.
here's I had to learn it was like quizzes from my mom, like who plays Dracula and who plays Frankenstein and who is the Wolfman, now who's the mummy, you know, and all these, and I had like the big 4 stamped in my head, and I can't remember them all right now. Like that's how normally I can. It was Bela Lugosi, Boris Karloff,
Lon Chaney,
and then I'm missing Lon
Jr.
Chaney and Lon Chaney Jr., but there was one more. I'll have to look it up.
Oh, I know this.
It's the one. It's what? Wait.
Claude Rains.
Yeah.
No,
Claude Rains. He was the Phantom,
The Invisible Man.
And then Dwight Fire. Dwight Fry. He did a couple smaller things, and he did Renfield. But the other Frankenstein, when it wasn't before Boris Karloff, well, back and forth. It was Boris Karloff and Glenn Strange was the other Frankenstein's monster.
Oh, I think I was confusing the big 4 for the big 3, and then Lon Chaney Jr. being the.
Lon Chaney Jr. took over for a lot of shit. Like Lon Chaney did some shit, but Lon Chaney Jr. did a lot more than his dad did, because Lon Chaney Jr. even did Dracula at one point as well. Like Lon Chaney Jr. did most of them at one point.
They had such cool names, you know.
Did you know he did his own makeup for every movie he did? He was a makeup artist, and he would do all his own makeup for every creature and everything he played.
I did not know that. I also then I got introduced to Uncle Necro. James and I were in the same school a year apart, and we had an instructor who had us watch all of the Vincent Price, Edgar Allan Poe movies.
Yes.
So we would just sit and watch those. And it was more than just Edgar Allan Poe, though. There was Beatrice was in the Poisoned Garden. I can't remember. Rapacine's Garden, I believe, is what it was called. But it was this girl who this guy fell in love with, but she walked through a garden full of poisons every day. So she built up a resistance to them, and to fall in love with her was to die. Basically, very, very emotional, very in depth, but we have a town called Beatrice, and I know that people are called Beatrice, and hearing it said Beatrice to me was like, ooh, that's a really pretty name.
I wanted to point out when we had the conversation about Vincent Price and Edgar Allan Poe was because of Roger Corman, because it was actually Roger Corman who died not long ago that created those Edgar Allan Poe movies with Vincent Price, and people often misremember which ones were Vincent, which ones were other things. But the 7 that they did together was House of Usher, The Pit and the Pendulum, Tales of Terror, Haunted Palace, The Raven, The Tomb of Ligeia, and The Mask of Red Death. Those were the only 7 that they did together.
Is that how you pronounce it, Ligeia?
I've heard Ligeia. I've heard it.
Okay. I go with Ligeia. I wanted to use it as a name, though, and Ligeia sounded cooler to me. So.
It does sound familiar. Yeah, those are the only ones they did together. But like, I grew up on watching those. But also, my favorite of the shorts, you'd think it was The Raven because I have Nevermore and a Raven tattooed on me, and that's my favorite of his poems. But my favorite short story of his is actually The Cask of Amontillado, and they did a made-for-TV version of it at one point in time when I was young, and we actually got to watch in an English class. And I already read this story a million times and loved it, but I loved the movie too. But it was the first time growing up when I read it that I learned the lesson truly about what an unreliable narrator was. And to this day, that's still one of my personal favorite tropes to write with and use.
Okay, well, while I have you here at the nearly 5-hour mark, folks, if you've made it this far, you might know what I'm talking about here. I read a story, and I don't know who wrote it, and I can't find it anywhere. And it could have been fucking fanfic, but I've searched as many fanfic sites as I can as well for this. And it was a beautiful story that was told about 2 boys, one named Edgar and one named Alan. And they met each other on a train with a girl named Annabelle Lee. And they could go in their imaginations in some sort of astral projective thing to a seaside where they would hang out with Annabelle Lee. And one of their lives went to absolute shit, like what ended up happening to Poe. And the other one was really successful and doing well. And like he and Annabelle found each other connected and were trying to save the other. Like they weren't brothers at all or anything like that in real life, but they were basically each other when it came to souls and how they interacted. And I've looked it up and I've tried every single author that I can think of who wrote it and looked everywhere. If anybody knows what I'm talking about, please, I will give you e-copies of all of the books that I'm in, or I will buy you the next thing that Rough House releases, whichever you want, something like that. Let me know, because it's been driving me crazy because it was so well written. It was glorious. And I haven't been able to share it with anybody because I haven't been able to find it. And everybody that I've asked has come up empty-handed as well. So
yeah, I'm looking it up right now and I'm finding nothing. And you know how deep I can search for shit and I'm seeing nothing about
this. I thought for a while it was Fritz Lieber, but there's something that he wrote that I think involves Poe, but it had nothing to do with that. And there were a couple others. I think it was, like I said, it was intended to be like a sci-fi horror because it crossed like time and, it was like a multiversal horror type of thing, but I have never found it since I read it one time and I was all about it. So I will literally buy you things if you can find this for me. We'll like go through a list of like all of our friends of the network stuff that's up and coming. And it's not that I'm saying that because they give it to me free. I will pay for it for you. I just want to support the friends of the network. So, if you're watching, you know what's going on. We have some great friends.
If you buy me a house, I'll find it for you.
Oh, yeah, no, just I'll let you stay in my spare bedroom if you can clean it out. How's that?
Well, I'm looking at the time, and it's 2:05 over here on the East Coast.
Oh, damn.
Yeah, and
sorry,
I'm about. Yeah, that's okay. I'm about to tap out.
You're good, man. Get the
So,
fuck out.
yeah. Because right now looks like we're going into the 5-hour mark in about like 45 seconds and everything. So.
Yeah, we're doing that.
But look at it this way: I stayed as long as I could. You know.
Well, we appreciate you, man.
Yeah,
And we're
anytime.
glad to talk with you.
Anytime. Yes, absolutely. I'm just glad to be well in order to come back on here and everything, because last week was a total disaster. My father got hit with COVID last week. He gave it to us, and then my mom and I tested positive on Monday, and so they were in the hospital. My mom and dad are in the hospital. They went to the convalescent home shortly after. They're currently there now, so I'm pretty much handling things over here and everything like that. But so on Thursday and Saturday will be my apology tour. So I guess you could say, because like I said at the beginning, I had some stuff lined up last week, and because I was sick and everything, I couldn't fulfill that duty and everything like that. So I have to scrap the double review for Wrestling Prime, and I'm going to be talking about some. I'll briefly talk about those for a little bit, and then but Thursday, what's coming up on Channel X, going to be a laid back show. Pretty much talk about some of the stuff that I missed, and excuse me, while I was absent and everything, get a little bit caught up. So it'll be a pretty much laid back episode, and that day, and Saturday, do some laid back wrestling news, and with Wrestling Prime, you can look on the Brill Pro channel at Tom Arcade 69. I'm on Facebook. You can find me on there. Twitter, TomDog247. Still, I like to throw some hijinks in there and everything like that. Keep the fun going without all the drama and everything like that. So I keep it fun in there, and like to give Elon Musk a hard time sometimes and everything, just like busting his balls sometimes. And so it's all in good fun. But and
He likes to
so
torment me.
yeah, and so, but yeah, and then while you're at it, while you're on the Brill Pro channel at Tom Arcade 69, be sure to face hug that subscribe button, and we'll have a good time. And I'll chat up with you guys on Tuesday with Splash Paces. Shout out to everybody over there at the Dorkening and everything like that. Shout out to them. See you guys on Tuesday, and I'll find a good one for Drew to say "get out" if I can.
If you want to be caught up in the reading, we did Gotham by Midnight. So
yes,
12 issues, very good. And
yeah. I've been watching and everything like that. So yeah, that's going to be. I'm looking forward to Tuesday. That's going to be a really cool show. You guys are knocking it out of the ballpark and everything like that. And it's always cool to check you guys out I was so sad that because I was so sick last week. I would have loved to be on that panel when you guys were talking with Mitch and everything for Terrificon. That was a really good show, and so it's always good to see him on there whenever, and would have been fun to have a chat with him too and everything, because I haven't really met him in person.
Did you notice the moment when he said, "Oh, Jeremy, you're going to be doing some panels"?
Yeah.
That That was the first time Jeremy found out that he was doing panels.
Yeah.
For the conference. He's like, what am I doing?
I'm to the point now where I will like drop a heart in chat, but it doesn't always come up as me. Sometimes I click from the wrong link. So if you ever see the heart and it's from a Facebook user or whatever, that's me. Just letting you guys know that I'm watching, but I can't interact. So that's mostly what you get from me lately. But it was a great show. You guys have been killing it.
Yeah. So
We've had
it's
some
always a
great
fun
guests.
time. So, all right, y'all have a good night there, and everybody that's watching it too. Take care. So long. Peace, and see you soon.
See you later, man.
All right. Take care.
Good night,
Good
Tom.
night.
Night.
Hey, Del, I got something for you.
What's that?
As children, Perry, Annie, and Edgar Allan Poe met on a mystical beach out of space and time. 15 years later, Perry discovers that he is living the stones written by his alter ego, Edgar Allan Poe, as he encounters the world of reality gone mad. That has got to be your book. It's 100% got to be, and it's called The Black Throne. Knowing you how I know you and how your brain reinterprets details from your past, this has got to be what you're looking for.
Please link.
I already did. It's in private chat.
Okay.
Bam.
I'm sending you some presents, Raz. You're in everything that I've published, so
You're not going to send me nothing. I don't want nothing. Making you happy to find something you've been looking for is gift enough for me, man. And if you look, it's Goodreads, but there's a link to the buy on Amazon, and it's a legit link to buy it on Amazon. I checked before I sent it. Actually, I'll just send you the Amazon links. That way, you don't have to go through random links to get to it.
holy wow.
So the search I did, after trying 5 different searches, was novels that feature Edgar Allan Poe as a character. And that led to a list of like 50 books, 40 or 50 books. And I literally, in that time, started at the bottom and went up, and number like 20 something found it.
And it is Lasny, who is one of the people that I'm all about.
Yep.
So, okay.
I saw that
Thank
name
you.
and was like, I think it could be this one. And I checked it. Yeah. You're welcome.
Okay, buying that now.
More proof that if it exists on the internet, I can fucking find it.
Oh my god, it's in mass market paperback only. I'll have to figure something out. I'll find it. But now I know what it's called, so
Yeah.
yay.
Her hardcover is like $5.91. It's cheaper.
Yep.
Yeah, that's weird.
And not really, honestly. The ones from the hardcover, honestly, it could be like from a thrift store or something like that. You never know.
Okay.
Other is used in collectible conditions. Paperback from $3. Hardcover is as cheap as $5. Mass market paperback is cheap as $3.50. It just depends on what you want.
Nice. And I have a fun one I came across the other day. It was Cthulhu versus the Three Stooges as a single issue comic. And they did a really good job portraying the Three Stooges, how they talk and their body movements and stuff, as well as maybe not entirely so much Cthulhu, but if he was in a comic book, how Cthulhu would act, and H.P. Lovecraft himself. Because they're like, based on time differences, they just basically they had it exist so that they were in the same time and their usual ages on the shows, and H.P. Lovecraft was just there. So they borrowed somebody's fishing boat and they accidentally rolled up Arlia, and then they go back and they're like, they take this golden idol and they're like, "Wah, we're being stoned by some guy. I don't know what we're doing here." And then H.P. Lovecraft's like, "It's all real? What I've been writing? It's all real? We must take this back." And, and he's doing like all this stuff. And Cthulhu is just like, "Oh, give me back statue me." But they're like, yoink, boink, doink, 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 and stuff. And it was really cool.
Oh, yeah.
So I've always thought it would be fun because they had like, It wasn't just the Three Stooges. There were a couple. Laurel and Hardy meet, Godzilla, but different things. I always thought it would be fun to like grab a bunch of the old clips and make them into new movies. Like even if we just did fan films of like the Three Stooges versus Jaws, or
Yeah.
or Freddy Krueger would be super fun with the Three Stooges going around like yoinking, and he could like yoink out eyeballs and shit or something. I'll be, oh, this works. You know.
Oh yeah, that'd be cool. Shit, man.
So yeah, I'm jabbering because we're 5 hours into this shit, and
What we do? Hey, I can get you a signed copy of that book for $2. First
by
edition
Roger
signed.
Zelazny? Seriously.
Apparently, that's what it says here. Yep, condition good. No jacket. Signed by authors. Nope. Sorry. This one's $20. It's only signed by. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. It's only signed by Saberhagen. It's 20. The $2 one is a version of it that's signed by both, but it's so destroyed. I don't even think it would survive shipping.
Okay. Don't worry about that then. I'm working on collecting comics up right now because got Terrificon next month, in the middle of the month, and I want to get like I'm totally bribing every comic creator that I want to interview or pay homage to that's there. But I don't want to carry everything on the plane with me. So Drew's going to be getting, since he's my ride and my roommate, he's going to be getting all these random fucking things in the mail that I have to warn him about. Like, okay, you're going to be getting the Tiki mugs now. You will be getting 4 issues of this comic now, or like. And we're picking up craft beer at this place along the way so that we can give these guys this and these, because I keep asking, like every time I see them on anybody else's show or we get them on our show, like, what do you like to have behind your booth at a con? Mark Wade likes Diet Coke. So we're going to get Mark Wade Diet Coke every day, but we're going to do something special with it. I've Brian Azzarello, who had a whole tiki display, like a fucking shrine behind him, and then a goat head just hanging there on his wall that I'm getting a really cool tiki piece for. And some craft beer because he likes craft beer. Actually, as Tom Dog was talking about, we had Mitch, who runs the con on the show last week, and I'm like, can we bring alcohol on the floor, please? Because all of these people that I want to interview like getting drunk. So I'm giving them presents that are booze, and I need to make sure that I can legally do that. It's like, yes, you can. Okay. Want to get to an author's heart? Go to their brain.
Oddly enough, yeah, they're the ebooks got pulled from sale for quite a while ago for this book. I don't see any explanations, but they were removed from all markets. So trying to see if I could find, because then that's probably what you were wanting, so you could read it. But yeah, I'm finding nothing, and I don't believe it was translated into an audiobook at any point yet.
Weird. Yeah, I read it online.
There's a special edition of it though. It's called the my God, the Club Edition. It's a Canadian thing.
Okay.
I found it though. It's a special edition of the book itself. It's the same damn story, but if you want the special book club edition, it's $10 Canadian.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, I will look and order one because it really, I was really wowed by it when I read it, and that's why I've been looking for it ever since. That's like, there are very few books that I've been like, I will spend over 20 years looking for a title until I finally get it. And then when I get it, I have to save it on a sheet that I have of like things Dell forgets. And it'll be like a list of the same thing because I will constantly forget the name of it over and over and over, which includes things like some of my favorite actors or some of my favorite authors. I always have that moment of, oh fuck, who is that again? And so I just have a list of things that I forget frequently.
Yeah.
Things that I forget semi-frequently, going down.
Yeah.
So
Clancy is an Ohio native also, so I read a lot of his.
Zelazny is solid, man. His stuff is fucking great. Love it.
It's cool
And I'm
shit.
glad that I was right on that because it's okay.
Like I said, for someone that knows how your brain works, when you give me details, I know how your brain works. So it's not that hard for me to go and find them based on weird short descriptions that you give me. It's just finding the right search combination to get there is what stumps me for a minute or two.
That's what I'm starting to. And okay, guys, when it comes to things like book covers and shit like that, for me, I find an artist. If it's me myself and I pay for a cover, I have some that have been waiting for years to have been used, but I go for actual artist generated art. I'm going into AI here, is why I'm prefacing that. You can use AI for a lot of fun things. It will make pictures for you. It will write stories and things for you. If you try to turn it into your English teacher, they will probably pull it up because they will get 15 out of 20 papers that use very specific lines in them that are all stolen from the same AI site that happens to use those very specific same words in them. So don't do it. Just fucking read a book and write about it or whatever your subject is. It's not that hard to write 5 pages. If you need to write 20, you're in a class that is giving you half of a year or more to do that. So do it. But the thing that I have found AI to be helpful in that I don't think it's abusive in, or not even abusive, but stealing. I feel like it's non-threatening to use it as a source for research. You have to double check every single thing that you are told by it to make sure that it's actually real, but it will teach you how to phrase a question properly because you type something in and it'll start answering you, and the way that it answers you phrases it in this context, this is what would happen. So you can be like, okay, if I wanted it in a different context, I would look, so it teaches you how to ask questions better, how to research better. And that's my thing. Like, AI has its place, but it's a niche place for me.
I think it's cool for story prompt ideas too. Like,
Yeah.
what if a werewolf drove a taxi cab? Type in weird random shit like that and just see what it says, because some of it's really hilarious and some of it goes, oh, that's wait a minute, which will spawn your own original idea based on what you just read. So some of it can be a useful tool. It's a tool, not a solution.
Yeah. But it's really good. Like, and I can ask questions like, as a horror author, things like, okay, I need to make a book made out of human skin, but I want all the people to live. So how much, what size is a human back, and how much skin can you flay from an individual without killing them? And how long will it take them to recover from that? And it's actually like you can pretty much remove an entire human back skin, like over a foot length, and like you can get an 8.5 by 11 quite easily. You can get a little bit larger. It depends on how big the human is, obviously. But you also want them to hang out in the dark for a while beforehand because that can change their the coloring of the skin. But you can do that, and actually being flayed only partially, you can recover from in like a month. It's ridiculous. I mean, like, you're gonna have some scarring, obviously, but you're not gonna die. And so, like, in one of the books that I'm writing, somebody is going to be writing a book made of human skin, which they fucking did back in the day. This is just making it so that the people who donate their skin are still alive, instead of just using people who are being hanged or whatever else where they would donate their skin. And And I didn't have to worry about people being like, you're doing some crazy shit on the dark net or something like that, and I'm going to report you to your local precinct. Which I think we talked about that before, where I've been like, actually, that was on Unprinted Pages, where I've actually had people like assume that I was breaking the law and doing some of the things that I was asking about for fictional horror novels. So
Hell yeah.
yeah, that's my thumbs up and thumbs down for AI stuff. Ways
Yeah.
to use it.
It's same with Wikipedia. Don't write a paper or read something serious that you rely entirely on Wikipedia for, because people can go in and change that shit. We've talked about that a million times. That drives me nuts more than anything. Use it as a source for information. Make your own notes, make your own paper. Just use that and go down to the very bottom of the Wikipedia where they cite their sources, and then vet those sources yourself to make sure they're verifiable, and then use the information in your own words.
Yeah, those little brackets, click on them and it will take you to the article that it was cited from. And from those articles, if they are shitty ones, you can then also find other things that cite their sources. So go until you find the sources. Therefore, you can provide accurate information for the papers that you are presenting.
Yep. And if you need to know how to vet resources, let me know. I actually just had to teach a course, design a video that teaches students, freshman level English composition students, on how to identify and vet sources. So I've got a video for you and everything. It teaches you how to get a paper started and how to vet your sources. So just let me know. I'll hook you up.
I used to get paid to write other people's term papers,
Me too. And in several
but
colleges I went to.
I know how to vet them. Yeah. I provide, and it was fun because like you could charge by letter grade, and it was like, but if you're a C student, I'm not writing you an A paper because because I go to a small school and Mr. So and so is going to know that it was me that wrote that instead of you. So give me your grade average and I will write you a paper just one level above your average grade average.
You know the
Unless you
weirdest.
absolutely need it to pass, and then we'll go just up a little bit more, but it costs more.
I required two things from people when I did this for them, and got they would pay me for it. One, I needed a sample copy, a copy to sample their last three papers, and I needed to have a conversation where I asked them a bunch of random questions and recorded it. That way, I could go listen to how they spoke. I could I could look at how they wrote, and still use the style in which the teacher was normally used to them writing and speaking in, and personalize it to make it really seem like it was that person. I got paid a little more than the other people that did it. I was worth it.
I got really pissed off because I wrote a paper once for a C student, and I wrote my own paper for the same thing, and I was an A student, and the instructor and I did not get along. I was an A student based on tests and everything else, but anything he could downgrade me on or argue my opinion with in class when we were having discussions, he would do so. And I wrote her a C paper, and I wrote myself an A fucking plus over the top paper. And like, I know essay writing.
Yeah.
It wasn't hard back then. It's not hard right now. And he gave me a B minus and gave her a B plus.
Jesus.
And I was like, do what now? Did you seriously just do that? And I mean, like, I know it's B minus versus B plus,
But
but I
still,
wrote her a C, and I wrote myself something that went way beyond what the paper asked for. And it
yeah.
wasn't one of those Hermione Granger, like, I wrote 10 extra pages that he had to suffer through reading and taking more of his time that made it a messy essay. No, I wrote a good fucking paper for mine. Still don't like
It's
that
crazy.
guy.
Professors sometimes, man, or teachers, whatever. It's weird. I've got a couple that I've had. I haven't had too many teachers that I would call bad or just were out for me for no reason. Just a couple. And the second one, the second one made it seem like he was like made it very much seem to everyone, even the dean, after a bit, that he was. It turned out though that he was actually a really nice guy, and me being like cool and calm about the situation and sending an email to him privately while it was all going on, and the dean got I didn't involve the dean, another student did. Uh, we actually worked it out, and what it boiled down to was he thought I had a lot more potential than what I thought I had, and he was grading me based on the potential that he thought I had and wanted me to live up to. So, but it turned out he was actually a really nice guy, and like after I got out of that class, it was a college class. When he was no longer my teacher, we actually shared drinks a couple of times. We went out a couple of times. He was a really nice guy. It just what he was doing didn't exactly equate to his actions, and he thought he was doing something, and then other people thought it was something else. But the first guy that was my first college, he was just a mean piece of shit asshole that hated his life, hated himself. He was an alcoholic, and I was the brightest and the youngest. That I was the youngest student that college had ever had or has had till this day. They made me wait till I was 16 to start instead of at 15. And he just really resented it and was angry. And that guy, though, he had his own problems.
Yeah, you need to let your students know if you're doing that. And it, I always was an A student. I mean, like, I've had things where I've recognized, like, and sorry, everybody watching, we aren't trying to like just be like, oh, we're this great or anything. It's just high school stuff. It was just like, I know my levels. History, I sucked at until I got out of high school. Then I learned things that I was interested in. But English and mathematics, I was always like top of the class on everything. And having one instructor suddenly change all of that, but not having a reason. Like, it wasn't like I had any grammar errors or anything like that, and nothing that could be brought down. Like, there were no notes on what I could have done to make this better. It was just
the grade.
this given grade, and we didn't get along. He was the only instructor I did not get along with, and it wasn't a teacher's pet thing either. It was just I knew what the fuck I was doing. When I was in college, I was tutoring classes at or above the level that I was taking because I had to take the class to say, like, okay, I'm certified to do this now. But I, I know how to teach. I know how to explain things. I knew what I was doing. And being cut down for no reason other than somebody is an unpleasant human being
Sucks.
is just shitty. Like, if I'd been told, like, oh, I'm doing this because Mr. So and so and Mrs. So and so all said that you should be at this level, I would understand. But no, it was just I give you this grade with no reasoning at all behind why I'm taking points off. And if
Yep.
you ask me, I'll just tell you that was just all it was worth.
Yep. It drives me nuts. Give me feedback. If I did poorly, I'll accept it, and I'll hopefully learn from your notes to be better, not
Yeah.
wonder what the fuck I did wrong and have it bother me for the rest of my damn life.
I need to know how to make it better for your class for the next paper that I turn into.
Yeah.
What did I do wrong? So yeah. Oh God, we're almost 5.5 hours in. We broke Drew's record again.
Yep. We broke his record with a normal show, not even just a 24-hour show.
Yeah. That's crazy, man. And we are having some trouble on some of our channels, apparently. I went to go find us, and some of them dropped. So,
Really?
Yeah, we apologize for those. Various social media sites have been changing some of their policies lately on how things are streamed to them. And we use StreamYard, and it is not just StreamYard that is being ignored by us. Or by those channels. It is every other form of social media also has some things where every now and then, and it might just be a droppage of some sort in this case.
It might be you, because we're live right now, still
Oh.
up to date on Facebook and YouTube.
Oh.
I'm
Okay.
finding this just fine. Yeah, we're fine.
Oh, okay. I couldn't find us, but never mind. Everything's fine.
Yeah, no, we're
Nobody
good.
is fucking with you. Okay.
Yeah, we have one person.
When I logged off and came back on it, I know we've had a lot of people on X lately. We've had at
Yeah.
least like 4 followers a show on the Dorkening and the Owlite X channels, and thank
Yeah,
you.
that's what we have right now. We have 2 on Dorkening X, 2 Allied Society X, 1 Hellfire Entertainment Facebook, and 1 Allied Network Facebook currently.
Hey, come, dude, if you could do us a favor and like our YouTube channel while you're watching, if you like this or any of the other shows we do, we would love to get likes on the YouTube channel because I mean, we're doing all right. We could always use them everywhere, of course, but
We're getting
the
over a
Allied
hump right
Society,
now. We're no longer just
yeah,
starting out with notice, but we need to get to that next level, and we're this close.
yeah, we're trying to hit the moment. If there was a way to like call out like who is the person that hit the thing, it would be great.
Yeah. It's weird too because like if you look, our numbers aren't spectacular if you look at our likes and views or whatnot. But all in all, we get usually a couple hundred unique people watching every show that we do. Sometimes as many as 300. So and we're in this weird thing now where again we're not the lowest numbers out there shows, but if we can get a little bit higher on the platforms, then we will start getting suggested to more people, which is where you see the big ratings jump, like the big like and subscribe jumps. And we're right in that hump where we're trying to break out of the small numbers.
We're
A little bit.
literally at 99 subscribers on YouTube right now.
Yeah.
So it'd be like, if we could just hit 100, that would be cool. The other thing is Twitch, because we're taking this season off of doing the D&D show. But when we come back, if we can get, it's initially 50 subscribers on Twitch, correct? Before you can start using special things like you get your points just for like being on the channel watching stuff. What we want to do for you guys is while we're doing our shows, there are a lot of different tools in Twitch, but the free one is if we have enough subscribers, you get your channel points that build up. And we want to let you do things like if you're watching our show and Calypso up there has been stabbed and she's down to 1 hit point. If you're sitting around and you have a couple hundred subscriber points that are just sitting there because you've been watching us, you can put into chat and make an announcement that'll be like, I'm spending 200 of my points to give Calypso a level 1 healing potion or something like that. And the more people we get going, you will also be able to start taking donations and stuff on there if you want to do bigger things, if you want to do things outside of what that goes with. But it's all this stuff that we want to do so that we can like let you guys be part of our games and part of our storytelling. But to do so, we don't need you to even pay for it. We just need you to be following us there. And how close are we on our Twitch right now? I need to check real quick because we had a decent bump for a little bit, and I'm finding us.
In a while or interacted with it a bit.
Yeah, I haven't been there for. We have 29 followers, so we're over halfway there, but we need 21 more followers on Twitch so that we can start including you guys in the gaming that we do. We will only be putting the gaming up on that channel, and we will also do some of our crew here at the Owlite Society is into gaming, and we play games and stuff, and we'll stream those on Twitch as well. Give you a little notice out there. But we aren't going to put most of our shows on Twitch just because it's not the best place for a podcast to rest. It's a good place for gaming and things like that.
Well, I don't know. Some Scurryface does really well actually on YouTube. A lot of people do, but it's once you've built your audience in other places that the podcasts were. Whereas the gaming will catch on quicker once you've built your audience. You can bring it over to Twitch. It's weird how a lot of that shit works. It's all about what categories you're in, and you have to literally go in and change your categories every show to attract people. And it's a lot more work than what we're doing now. A lot more work than we were doing now for just one outlet. So it would be it's a little bit pain in the ass.
Yeah. So until we get at least 50 people on Twitch, we can't do the things that we have planned for you, but we will be doing as much as we can do for you for the future.
Definitely.
I'm just wandering off because we're like 5.5 hours into it. So I'm like,
Yeah, you're good.
we should talk about what we have going on, what we have going up, what we, what we're laying back on and waiting for, because
believe it or not, like this is our slow season, guys. We usually have a show almost every night of the week, but with me moving and stuff, we're a couple of shows are on pause, but we also created it a lighter schedule than usual for this summer because we're all doing a bunch of crazy shit over the summer. So we'll get back to a lot of much bigger, fuller production of slated shows come end of summer, early fall. But we do all kinds of weird shit, guys. Like go back and watch some of our at least some of our 24-hour show that we did. That was fun. We'll do another one of those probably next year.
And if you're into comics, dude, or like big spreads on things, check out the Owlite Unwrapped playlist on YouTube, because we do John Crissa, who is amazing, is an artist and a comic book dealer. And so he will put together these boxes, and we call them John boxes because they're so fucking awesome. And you can get mystery boxes through Silverback Graphics, which is his thing, or Boss Kong. And he sells, like, he'll set up different things where he'll sell like 10 of these or something, but you can also just order one with a theme to it. And he sends you a questionnaire, and you like answer like which of your which of the comics that you own is your prized possession, what you're looking for, what you have, what you don't have, things like that. And then he will send you a special box, and he will also do these boxes that have like, and one of these 10 boxes will have like the original 6 editions in great condition of this particular run. But every box you get from him is full of amazing comics. They're all something special. They're all either like first appearance of this person, or first start on this guy as the artist on something or whatever. And they're all great comics. And then he includes all this artwork that you get, and he'll put like a couple pieces of John art that are like good ones. And then the boxes are wrapped in all of this cardboard everywhere. And there are pages and pages of sticker art that he puts. He does his art on stickers. So you'll get like pictures that are like, I can't figure out my hand size, this big, like that are a huge art piece. And then he wraps them, and he gets free tape. So they're taped really, really well. But you can cut them all apart, and you can have this like decoupage John art of like, those are the ones that he thinks aren't quite good enough to sell. So he just calls them box art and stamps them on stuff. But we've had some great shows opening at various boxes from him, and a couple other places that you might be interested in looking into. What was the one that we did for the Friday the 13th one? That one was great. They had like the Kane Hodder box that we got for James.
Yeah, I can't honestly. I can't. That's been so long ago. I can't remember where you found that one at, because they had an Attack the Killer Tomatoes one as well there for a while.
Yeah, but a couple different sites, and we also do big supports on Rough House Publishing, because when they put out a book, if you get the ultimate edition of the book, like just a novel, prose, you get like the book that is lettered and signed, and then a poster, and then some postcards, and then some stickers, and then some other art, and then all these different things. Hot sauce.
Yeah,
Amazing things. So when we find something that's like an opening thing, we save it up for an unboxing. And I might actually do something really soon, because I've been doing a lot of Kickstarters lately, and I might just do a big, like,
I was going to say,
all
like,
the Kickstarters I've gotten over the past couple months, and
Yeah,
just do an opening of all of them.
we did that whole show that was just about Worthy Chaos with Carissa Grant. We did a whole unwrap just about that at one point. Yeah.
Oh, I have sponsored every single one of Carissa Grant's Worthy Chaos comics, and I have a ton of them. So I might do a big opening of the thing. It's going to suck is that like some of them I've opened, some of them I've not. Because I've been like, I'm preserving the comics, so I'm just like, I'm holding on to those. But like, this one had a plushie with it, and this one had a necklace with it, and this one had a coin with it, and stuff. So I had to open those, but the other ones I just kept sealed so that they were as safe as possible.
Oh
in
yeah.
something.
Yeah,
But
we
she
were
does
talking
like
about
metal stuff.
we were talking about numbers and stuff. And we didn't mention Facebook. We're actually at 381 likes and 472 followers for our Facebook.
Oh wow, that's awesome. And guys, on YouTube, we're also just recently starting. We're turning some of the channels, or we're adding some channels for the shows. Jenny has been working super hard at this, and she's doing awesome. So you don't necessarily have to follow them, but we're trying to clean up some of the general Facebook page. So in order to see like when we do the Owl Light Society, which is our campfire show where we get a bunch of people together and we tell stories, there's the normal show, and then we break it up. Raz goes ahead and does his awesome editing work, and he breaks it up into each story that is told. So it's focused on the person who's telling the story, and that is its own playlist. And we're moving all of that over so that we have it saved on one page. So you'll still see the main Owlite Society on our Owlite Network page, but we're going to be moving Tomb of the Terrible for sure, as well as Owlite Society for sure over, and the what we call Campfire Cinders, which are everybody's individual stories, are going to be going over to that page so that we can, just so we don't have as many playlists clogging up our main site, but you'll be able to easily follow over there. If you want to like those as well, you can do that. They will be, you'll get the live version of the show on that specific show, as well as then the broken down episodes as well on the playlists that will be showing up in those channels. So we'd love it if you like them. But if you want to stick with the main show, you can, and then follow us on the different channels. But I mean, I don't know. It takes a couple seconds to click.
There's also unprinted pages and Corpse Garden Chronicles.
Oh, okay. Sorry. I was unaware.
They're not
You've gotten ahead of me.
page because I already had them set up. So I'm also transferring them over there as well.
Yeah, they existed previously.
Awesome. So yeah, we have a lot of stuff that's being moved around a little bit, but you'll be able to follow us. But the more you can, like, follow and like things that our name is on, it doesn't cost you anything, you know. We would love to have it. There you go. The more you know. Tom Dog would face hug things. I can face squirrel things. I can be like, oh, so cute. Please love me.
So I've been playing a prank on you for months. Jenny is the only one that caught it finally, and then Pyle knows about it now. I'm just gonna finally tell you because do what?
I saw it at the beginning, but I figured it was something weird you did on somebody else because it didn't sound like my voice. So I've just been like,
not your voice, it's
okay.
Dell's.
Yeah,
Dell's
that's
voice.
why I said it. Somebody else's.
I'm gonna play part of a video, okay? Now I need you to listen closely as soon as it gets to Deadly Grounds specifically. I just don't have the individual Deadly Grounds up right now. I just have the intro one. So give me a second because like you just need to pay closer fucking attention, okay? I'm gonna stop it right after it happens, so that way people don't have to like watch the whole damn thing. I just have to figure out the best one to do. Where's the padded cell one? There we go. I'm gonna play the package, but I'll stop right after it happens and listen.
Okay.
Everyone thinks because you're a zombie, you don't know good coffee. Well, they're wrong.
Did you hear it?
Oh dear.
That's you.
What?
That's you saying "oh dear" over the commercial, and it has been in there for ever.
Okay. Defense. My internet has been so shitty that usually when that commercial starts, I catch it about 15 to 20 seconds into it.
It's been going on for months. It's even the one that Splash Pages has.
Seriously?
That's the level of prank I was doing here, and it's been months, and it's been so sad that you never noticed. I'm just finally just telling you.
I don't hear it because I don't see the commercial because I lag so bad when it's playing commercials. It catches up like this, this far into the screen of it.
Now you know.
Now I know. No. So happy. I'm gonna have to tell Leo and be like, "Did you notice? You've been playing the commercial."
I bet you no one noticed. Or Jenny. Jenny's the only one that's noticed.
Good job, Jenny.
I was sad because I didn't think anyone noticed, and Jenny was like, "I noticed it. It's right in the beginning." I'm like, "Thank God." Okay, someone. It wasn't too weird or obscure of a prank. It's a harmless prank, but a fun one.
Well, I need you to do a number of video things or audio things for me soon. Maybe video as well.
As soon as I move, we're gonna do the one we've been talking about for a little while.
Okay.
The Smells Like Teen Spirit esque one and some other stuff. I gotta finish this haunt stuff while I'm I got another job to do a dance recital video, and we've already shot it and everything. Just gotta put it together for this local dance company for kids. So I gotta do that and haunt stuff while I'm in the process of moving. And as soon as I move back to the creative stuff, I'm not even writing right now because my brain just won't do it.
Okay. I just want to do the Cenobites versus music video, like for us. I think on Owlite. I think that would be a fun little just thing.
Do you know how many movie parts I got by doing this monologue that was just a combination of different quotes from Hellraiser? I literally created
I'm
a
assuming
monologue.
I don't have to feed you the lines.
I literally created a whole like sensible monologue that made sense from beginning to end, just based on different lines from different Hellraiser movies, and like I've gotten so many parts from that over the years.
Well, that's why. And for those of you guys that might still be watching, I'm trying to do Hellraiser versus music, where like Pinhead says something and somebody else throws it up in his face. Like initially, I honestly wanted to do like "No tears, please. It's a waste of good suffering." To "It's my party and I'll cry if I want to, cry if like they just keep throwing back all of the things he says in his face. So I have this list of like 3 pages of Hellraiser quotes with potential songs to tell off Pinhead, but we need to make sure that we don't copyright violate anything by having like 30 Pinhead quotes.
Yeah, but like I said though, if you have someone perform the quotes, because the voice is digitally altered, you have to know that after all these years.
Yeah. No, I actually Drew does an amazing Pinhead actually.
Nice. I've never heard him do it.
He has that deep that he can, like Jeremy hits the really deep stuff, but Drew can hit like a deep baritone, almost basso kind of thing going on. So
I'll have to do a Pinhead contest. That's probably one of the first horror like voices that I learned to imitate back in the day was probably his voice. But I also know how to digitally alter it to make it sound even more fucking like it. Like once you know how they digitized it and the way you can do it now, it's easier to do.
Yeah.
The important thing is
so I
hitting
suppose
the
we
right.
can just put up little gifs.
Yeah. The important thing is just to hit the right tone and pronunciation of things when you do the clean recording, and then come back with the layering. It's not even reverb. There's a reverb in it, but the way the reverb is done, along with the voice amplification and the slight tone adjustment, it's all done together instead of separately. So if you did it separately, the sound would be very different.
Again, if you need any tips on video projects, contact Rasty Slasher. He's a doctor of things and stuff, and he can tell you how to do some of these things and stuff. The rest of us can too, but they're not the same things or stuff.
We all collectively have a lot of knowledge at the Outlet about a lot of different things. Some of those things overlap, and some of them don't.
I have 2 doctorates. I just don't list them because I don't feel like typing doctor in front of my name.
I just
I
got
don't
the
know.
hits.
Yeah, I could do that. I've changed
smarter than
around
a
every now and then. I could be smarter. I'm Dr. Delphine times 2. But yeah. I'm a doctor of parodies. How about you?
I think the first parody I ever wrote as a kid was Frosty the Coke Man. But a Coke dealer. It was fucking epic. I got in a lot of trouble. That was like
Nice.
in school.
Oh wow. Okay, I'm not. I
I grew
don't
up in
date that
Leave me alone.
back. We didn't have preschool when I was little. Sorry. We just stayed at home and played outside.
I said middle school, not preschool.
Oh, I thought you said preschool, and I was like,
No.
damn, you're writing songs about Coke dealers in preschool, man. What the
No.
fuck?
No, it wasn't until middle school that I started doing that shit and getting in trouble.
Oh, okay. Well, middle school Coke dealers, that's fine. You know.
That's what the lunchboxes were so big back then. Had it been a kilo, it would have along with your thermos, or it didn't. Your thermos was for the liquid acid. Your lunchbox was for all the Coke.
You know how the kids would inject their oranges with like vodka and stuff so that they could eat their orange and get drunk at lunch? And like every teacher noticed. We had one that went ahead and used like blue Maui or some shit like that. So his orange like totally changed colors. He's like eating this fucked up wrong colored fruit, and there's like, just go to the fucking office, man. We aren't even gonna. If you don't know why we're asking you, you're even dumber than we thought. So just go
I'll
there.
tell you how poor we were by the time we hit junior high. They stopped letting us bring water bottles in from home because we were just filling our cups full of grain alcohol and bringing them to class and pretending like they were water. And for years, no one paid attention or cared. I'm dead serious.
Wow.
So they started making you either not bring them, or they had to be clear containers. Clear containers didn't work because we were still bringing in grain alcohol and they weren't paying attention. They
Yeah.
saw clear containers. Like, okay, cool. So then they once in a while a teacher would like smell proof a bottle, and then they just outlawed bringing them in at home, no matter how hot it was. Period. And you just have extra little breaks to go to the water fountain or whatever if it got too hot.
When I went to high school, we had people who brought their gun racks in because I went to a country school, and it might be hunting season. So when you got out of school, you would just, because my school had like cows on one side and cornfields on the other, and people would just go hunting, and you would fix your truck in the shop that would become a project for everybody for class, and the guns would go in there, and that just happened.
We weren't a country school, but that happened at ours too.
People were playing with butterfly knives on the bus and shit, and
yeah, no one gave a shit. I could still smoke in high school. As long as I had a note from my parent that said it was okay if I smoked on their property, I was still allowed to smoke when I was in high school. Which is weird because like towards the end of me being there, they started to change it, and then after I left, they changed it completely, and no one was allowed to anymore.
As long as we bummed cigarettes to both the janitor and the biology teacher, we were allowed to hang out on the dock with them and just smoke during all of our off periods or in between periods and stuff.
Dude, in high school, I had a key to almost every room in the building because it was really cool with the janitor, and we would just get stoned, and I'd bring him weed all the time. Really, really super cool guy, well-read guy too. Like we would talk about literature and smoke weed in the janitor's, one of the many janitor's closet stations throughout the school. And when I came in as a freshman, I was selling pool passes to other freshmen and exchange students. We had no pool on the roof. I sold them a key to the elevator, making them think there was a pool up there. So I charged them for the elevator key, and then I would charge them also for the pass to the pool. So it was a double fee. But the elevator key was really useful. Fortunately, I made it out of really thin material, so the elevator key would only work a time or two because it was the old like bolt style keys. And if you made them too flimsy, when you turned them, they'd break. So, they were short usages.
I was aware that weed existed in high school because of the book Go Ask Alice. And I never smoked in high school because it just wasn't something that was on anybody's I worked in a different town and the people there smoked and stuff, but I had never used anything. It never occurred to me. So, it wasn't available. So it wasn't something. But I also assumed because I'd read Go Ask Alice, I'd heard all these things about stop, drop, and roll. Don't move when you're in quicksand. This is how you turn a pen into a tracheotomy. That like all of these things were going to happen, that I was just going to like be walking around one day and somebody was going to be like, come into this room. I'm going to give you a pound of marijuana and a sheet of acid, and you are going to have fun. And that never happened.
I grew
They
up
were
different,
like,
man.
so I was like, all of that went into this place where it happens to other people, but not to us. And then eventually I got older and it was like, oh, that's weed. Okay.
My discovery
Oh,
in a
I
lot
can
of those
try
things
it.
went hand in hand with my haunt career because literally the summer before I turned 13, which when I started officially, because I was technically still 12, that's when I discovered how much, haunting and building. It's when I discovered acid, and it's the year I discovered weed. And I'd already been drinking for a couple years and smoking cigarettes for a couple years before that. So I was in high school, man. We would trip before school and try and hide it. It was a game. You'd get high as shit in the parking lot beforehand and spray ourselves down and have a change clothes and go to school. Like this was normal. It's what
That's
a lot of people
insane.
did. I mean, I guess not a lot of people, but enough people did it that as long as you learn to have your wits about you, you could fly under that radar, dude. And I went to a school that had a heavy military presence, believe it or not, because the Wright Pat Air Force Base. So there was a pretty, a noticeable Air Force presence in high school, especially. And we still did this shit. It's just what we do.
I've never shared with you guys the story of Red Haired Ray, and it's one of my best stories ever. We have a couple minutes. I think you can get it done shortly. I'll try to condense it a bit, but this is a story of Red Haired Ray, and it's one of my favorite drug stories ever. So I was living at this house where everybody used it, like weed or acid or something. Those were the two things that were maybe shrooms every now and then if they were around. But we were having an after party after a rave one night, and Red Haired Ray was one of the guys who always brought all the weed. And he would like sell some, but he would also just like share it with everybody because he was a really nice guy. And he sold a lot of weed, and he had a lot of weed. So he was going around and he was like, okay, can you get every piece in the house and line them up? And we're like, okay. So people are like grabbing their personals out of their pockets. We grab every house piece and we have this big art going on. And Ray's just like grabbing bags and like dumping shit out. And he's like breaking it up a little bit, and he's already broken up. And he's like, he fills like every bowl in the house. He's like, now, if any of those bowls run out, like bring it back to me and it'll get filled again. But he ended up like assigning somebody that was their job. Like Blonde DJ didn't handle any of his shit well, so he was like basically the server. So he would like carry the empty pipe, and they were being passed as well as being just refilled constantly. And so Red Haired Ray then pulls out after like an hour or so has been going on. We've broken up into like one of my roommates was a DJ, so I had people like jamming out to music in her room, and we were hanging out in the living room watching Liquid Television and shit. And there were like other rooms going with everything going on. And Ray's like, all right, so I've got a surprise for you guys, but I got to bring it out. And it's like, okay, what's that? He's like, it's in my car. I got to go and get it. Dell, you come with me. I'm like, all right. So I join Ray and we go out to his car. And the first surprise is that Kirsten is in there, passed out. She's like this adorbs little 15-year-old with like pale. She looked like the child queen from the Never Ending Story.
Empress.
Yeah, the Child Empress. Only with her hair was like shaved off all of her head except right in here, and it was the tightest little curly cues that you'd ever imagine. And she looked like her. And then he grabs this paper grocery bag and he's like, "Okay, I'm bringing this back." And I'm like, "Okay." So we like get her to come with us because she's been sleeping in a car in a shitty neighborhood for like 4 hours at least. And drag her in, and he's like, "Okay, here's the deal. I'm gonna light this and I'm gonna pass it around, but you can't ask what's in it before you smoke it. You just have to smoke it." And at that point, like, a number of people left. And I also forgot, during this time before we went to go get the thing, Ray was telling us stories like, "Dude, do you know one of the hardest things about dealing weed?" And we're like, "What is that, Ray?" And he's like, "I can't sleep in my bed because that's where I sort and stem everything, and it itches so bad." And we'd be like, "Ray, you could do that in other places." And he was just like, "Yeah, but that's where I go to do it, and now I can't sleep in my bed." And then he'd be like, "Another thing that really sucks about dealing weed?" And we're like, "What's that?" And he's like, "Math. Trying to remember how much something costs and how to change it and how to do it." And we're like, "That you could write yourself a list, Ray." And he's like, "Okay." So he's passing this thing around, and everybody's just like, a lot of people, like I said, left, but we passed it around once, and I'm just like, "What the fuck just happened to me after I take a hit off this?" And we look at him and we're like, "So Ray, okay, all of us who are in this room took the hit without asking you what it is. What was the deal with that glass bong?" Glass bong, let me emphasize that. And he's like, "Dude, that was ether instead of bong water." And everybody just stops. And we're like, "You had us passing around, you diluted ether in bong water?" He's like, "No, that was just pure ether, man. Like, quick, take a hit without lighting it. Just pass it around." And so a couple of us did, and we're like, like, what the fuck? And so that's how I can understand that Johnny Depp line in the thing. You know what I'm talking about. Fear and Loathing, yeah.
Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
But we all look at Ray and we're like, "Dude, you understand that's flammable, right? And this is a glass fucking bong." And he's like, "I know, man, but I put it in there like a week and a half ago and it hasn't evaporated yet, so I can't replace it." And I'm like, "Dude, Ray, if you would like, you could pour that down my sink, rinse it out, and replace it with water." And his face lit up like the fucking 4th of July, because it had never occurred to him that he could empty the bong in over a week and a half. He had like somehow convinced himself that the only way the ether would go away was if it evaporated all the after, so many times. And like there were tears as he did so and replaced it with water again. But all of us were just like, ether the fuck out, and just like, what the fuck? So that was Red Haired Ray. And this was one of my many stories of what the fuck? Dell in her late teens. Boy, howdy, was it sometimes memorable.
I may have done something equally or almost as bad once. We were getting again, I'd been drinking for years before my 21st birthday, for years, okay? Not a secret.
Mhm.
21st birthday came around, they wanted to do something special. So we actually got together and watched this classic movie called Curse of the Queer Wolf. Long story, it's a fucking fantastic B film from many, many decades ago. had this whole thing. We were drinking all kinds of different stuff, getting shit faced. Someone brought over this stuff called Bärenjäger, which is packaged in a picnic
I
basket.
love it.
And yeah, and if you read the thing, it says they actually use this in national parks to get bears drunk and unconscious to transport them. It says it right so in this little thing that's connected to the basket. I've only ever found it that one time, or I've only ever had it that one time because the person got it, couldn't remember where they got it from. So I've only seen it the once. And so we were drinking that, all these different things. We were straight Everclear, like actual Everclear, not the watered down bullshit that most states will put out.
Mhm.
We get up the next day. Freak's got a show. Fuck. We got to get and it was a big show at the fairgrounds. It was a huge show. We got to get down there. Fuck. Okay, well, that's cool because I'm only like, where I was living, I was only like 10 minutes away, if that. Probably not even that, really. But the car was broke, and like sometimes it would just overheat and there'd be smoke everywhere. Okay, well, fuck, we got to prepare. What are we gonna do? Hey, let's smoke this bong. I had this beautifully created craft ceramic, not even glass, ceramic bong. It was brilliant. The skulls, like just the bone. This thing was like done like by someone amazing. And I looked up and I said, dude, we should put Everclear in this. We get double fucked up. And everybody's like, yeah, let's put Everclear in this. So we put Everclear in ceramic and we hit it a bunch of times. Nothing bad happened. It should have. That should have exploded. Like even at least alcohol has or glass has more temperament for heat than ceramic does at certain levels of combustion. And by all rights, that thing, the first time we sparked it, should have exploded. And I don't know how it didn't. None of us thought about it. We did it, got shit faced all over again because we had to drink too while we were smoking. And got in this car. Our driver was sober, by the way. We had hard rules about that. And this car broke down on the way to the fairground. We had to walk the rest of the way, shit faced, and then got back after it was all over. Had a party at the band house after. Then came back to where I was living. And we went to grab the bong, and they're like, "What is that?" And somebody was like, "Dude, did you put alcohol in this?" And I'm like, "Yeah, dude, we got shit faced. That could have exploded." No, dude, it's flammable. Look, and they put it in a 5-gallon bucket and dropped a match in it, and the fucking ceramic literally exploded inside the bucket. Like, I mean, it fucking exploded. We were like, "Oh, well,
Yeah.
glad that didn't happen." And it was my idea. I was a moron.
I've only been to one place that's ever had Bärenjäger, and it was catty corner from the asylum here in town. And it was a place that was known for they had like peanuts on the floor and shit. And like if you ordered a drink, it was automatically a double. So if you ordered a double, you were basically asking for a Tom Collins glass full of liquor.
Yeah.
But they had Bärenjäger and they got it as because it's a honey flavored liqueur, but it's potent.
It's very potent.
Yeah, but they could never find anybody who would drink it. But I tried it once and I loved it, and so they would give me like $4 for a quadruple shot of it until I drank the bottle for them and the stock that they had in back. And wow. I quite enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's a blend of neutral grain spirit and real honey. Apparently, it's still sold.
It's quite tasty.
Maybe have a
It's
look.
very potent though, and they were just trying to get rid of their stock since I was the only person who'd ever entered their doors who enjoyed it. So
I really honestly enjoyed it as well, but I like honey. So I mean, it really helps. I like honey and things. Yeah, there's a store locator where you can buy it and everything. It doesn't come in the old school packaging used to. There was an actual like little basket on the outside of the bottle. That's the version of it that we had gotten forever ago. But yeah,
yeah, this was a good 15 years ago or so when I was drinking it. I remember because I was that was one of the bars where I was signing a song, and there was a deaf person in the bar who walked up to me and started talking to me because I was doing sign language, and then like we hung out with him for a while.
nice.
Yeah.
That rocks.
I'd love to find that again and try it. I'm not even a drinker anymore. I'm just wondering if my taste would have changed. Apparently, I can buy it online in all kinds of different places. Huh? That's cool. I'll forget about it. Just like I kept forgetting about those chocolate stars when I actually had money to buy them. But I have it saved.
Is
So.
what you get.
Do what?
Sorry, I lagged out there completely. If you like the flavor of honey and it's not hot, like spicy hot, but the hot of a high alcohol content, like when you drink a really nice cognac or something and you get that burn going, it's
Yeah.
kind of, it has that feel to it. So, but
Soothing.
very high content in alcohol. It's tasty. Like I don't think 1,000, is it 1,000 or 100 bananas, that 99 bananas, that's what it is, has banana flavor with the "Hi, I am as alcoholic as fuck" kind of thing.
Yeah. And they only sell this Baron Yager usually in like 750 milliliter bottles. So there's like one bottle type for it. And apparently they now also make one that is it's a tea based instead of honey based.
And I see it has honey and bourbon, which my website's loading really slow there from what you linked, but yeah. It's some tasty stuff, folks.
Yeah.
Go out and grab yourself some Baron Jaeger. Have some nice honey. Discover recipes and more.
There was a famous place somewhat around here where they had like, you know, like the old school, like when you'd go to like get like a machine soda, you know, where you put your cup in and yada, whatever it's called. My brain's dead. And they would have the
Fountain.
the fountain drinks, but then they'd have the ones that look like big bins, and it would be juice, like this big square bin at the top, and it was just full of juice. There is a bar that literally got a bunch of those and does mixed drinks in them and sells them by the cups and stuff, the mixed drinks. And they would take flavors from your youth of like different juices and different things that you love and turn them into drinks and serve them. So they actually had an ecto cooler one. They had one that was Tang. They had like all kinds of different ones. They actually got the actual drink mixes, or they reverse engineered the actual flavors in the case of like ecto cooler and some other stuff, where they actually like had all these flavors from your childhood infused with alcohol, but like well balanced infusions to where it would just the alcohol, even though it was strong, wasn't overpowering.
And those are really popular. We had one at our bar for margaritas. We just,
Yeah,
a
I see
lot
that
of
more with
places,
margaritas than anything else. Yeah,
they're a pain in the ass to clean though, because you have to run soapy water through it, which keeps making suds over and over and over. And so you have to keep running it until it quits putting out soap suds. And this is a question because I do not know the answer to. I was using hot water to clean it, and the soap suds kept continuing. But usually, if you use cold water, soap suds will stop showing up eventually. And somebody was like, well, just use cold water. But I was like, does that actually get rid of the soap, or does it just make it stop giving suds?
Makes it stop giving suds. If you want a better clean, I'd suggest continuing to use the hot water because it will dissolve any sediment or anything that may be in there.
Okay. So I was right, Barry and Carrie.
I always
Sorry.
did hot first and then ran cold after I cleaned the suds out.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's all about the
And
soap
it will
molecule.
help cool it back down.
Also, word of advice, out of nowhere, because I drank a bottle and a half of wine and we've been doing this for over 6 hours. If you work at a place with an ice cream machine and you turn it off overnight but forget to drain it, when you open the next day, you have to throw all of that out and then clean it out and then put in new ice cream mix. You can't just refreeze something that is sat at room temperature all night.
No, you can't.
No, I've worked at places where I was a manager and they were like, well, this happened. What do we do? I'm like, empty it, clean it, and get a batch of new. And they're like, but it's almost full. I'm like, who closed last night? Because we're going to have a talk. Like, it might just have been an absentee moment, but it's not going to be again because we had to throw out, like $200 worth of product or so, or whatever it was. It would have been more than that, but Oh, it's after 2 a.m. here, folks. I'm going to have to go because I have to watch the movie for tomorrow still.
It's after 3 here.
I know.
Yeah, we could go ahead and end the show.
Yeah, I mean 6 hours and 14 minutes. Holy shit! That's like only a quarter 24-hour show. Believe it or not.
We've all been terribly lonely and missing each other.
Yeah.
And y'all. So
Very much.
we needed to hang out for a while. So
And this is the only show that we can do that.
You got us first.
Yeah. Pat Itself is the only show where we can just not care about time limits and just do whatever.
So yeah, it was nice to have y'all around. Please, like we said before, please like us, please follow us, subscribe, whatever the free version is of anything, go for them. We would love it. If we could break 100 viewers on YouTube because we're one away, that would be so awesome. And then like we're doing really good on our Facebook for as young as we are, but the more likes and stuff we can have, and the Twitch, wow. Yeah, Twitch, we're over halfway there to the 50, and that just pushes it so that people can like influence the games and join our storytelling process with us. And that's what we want to be able to do, is have you guys be able to say, oh, this is going on. I summon the happy fairy of life points and bing on somebody. Or, Joe's having a really shitty night, so I'm going to spend a couple of my free points that I earned just from watching you guys to give Joe a +2 to his next roll, that he tries to do of this kind that he keeps botching on. So that would be incredibly awesome.
Matt needs that.
Yeah,
Matt sets buildings on fire when he rolls dice. This
Yeah.
is a serious problem we have.
Sometimes the character just needs a fairy to pop out and give him a hand job of health. It's your points can do that.
Yeah, you can help have it happen.
For
You
only
can
$5,
keep someone.
the cost of a Holland Tunnel hand job, you too can heal a hero.
Oh, this is free, man. This is free.
I know.
I mean, if you want to give us money, we'll let you do even more. But I'm just
Whoa,
saying,
more than a hand job. In context, that was a very powerful statement.
I'm dead now. Okay. But yeah, so you guys need to know how to get a hold of us. And I'm going to go first because I'm thinking about it.
Not making it better. How to get a hold of us. I already
Yes,
told you.
okay. See, this is Delphine. Delphine is the crow that inhabits this body, which technically belongs to this author chick named Carrie Lee Sanders. If you look up Kari Sanders, Sanders, and you see this as the avatar, that is me. You can find me on Facebook. From my Facebook page, you can link to everything else I have. You can find my author page, my Amazon stuff, my Owlite stuff, my Splash Pages stuff, all of the things that I do. And like a good 85% of those are answered by this lovely, lovely woman up here. I answer my own page and some of my Amazon stuff and some other things, but the rest of it, I am absolute shite at social media. I don't know how it works. So she takes care of it for me, and she'll let me know if anybody needs to talk to me. But yeah, follow us, do our stuff, read our stuff, check out our stuff. That's about enough with me. Raz, I'm going to let you mention the menagerie. So I'm passing it up to you now.
I was going to let Jenny mention the menagerie. I was going to let her go last.
Okay.
Okay. You can find me at rastyslasher.com. Ditto to what Del said about Jenny, though. Like, if you find me on most social medias, it's probably the number one Dr. Rasty Slasher cosplayer in the world, Jenny. She's fantastic at pretending to be me, and it's hilarious to find out whether people realize it or not. Spoiler alert, no one does. No one notices it. Finally, I had to tell my buddy John to stop messaging me if he wanted to ask me questions on TikTok because that was not me. And he's like, well, then tell Jenny to just start saying hi to me. So that was a hilarious conversation. But yeah, man, like you can find me wherever. Believe in yourself.
She's amazing at shutting down trolls because I had some bugging me and she's like, read this. I'm just like, nice. There you go. Jenny, tell us all the things.
All the things. Okay.
All the
If you want
things.
to find me, I'm on Ally. I'm on Fakehor. I'm pretending to be 9 different authors. And if you'd actually like to find me, I'm at Friday with the Library in the Blue Box and my author page, Jennifer Elliott. Now, recently, we put out this amazing anthology. There's so many great stories about a blue Camaro. And yeah, that was interesting. And about a haunted house and so many other amazing things, including a multi-universe love story.
Yeah.
So yeah, that one was interesting. But all of the proceeds for the first year of it being published goes to the Pro Literacy Fund. These people do everything they can to help adults learn how to read so they can find the success they need. They're a great place. They're going to help so many people, and we hope we can help just a small, minute part of them get what they need. But either way, read our stories because I'm in a book with so many amazing, great authors. And I don't know if I belong there, but they let me be there with them. So, yay!
That's exactly how I feel.
I
On a side
know
note,
my ghost
I mean,
story is yours, but hey.
Yeah, it is.
yours is a great
What did you
story.
say?
And
Yeah, it is.
I was going to say everything that I'm in, Raz is now in. Like, we retconned because
Oh yeah, I'm in
Morlor
that
from the
now.
Mythos is getting a Kickstarter release soon. And we're redoing the book a bit and offering some great new titles or not new titles, a new story by Raz and new colors.
It was a
And
great story. I loved it.
that green on the side, this is what it actually looks like when you get it. It's all multicolored foily. And so that is going to be coming out soon. And now I can say that my brother is in everything that I've written. And my mother is included in everything that I've written as well, because she's either had something dedicated to her or she appears in the intro as somebody explaining the genre to people who have never heard of it before. So it's really fun.
And I think we're gonna try and do a whole episode about just about that book when the Kickstarter starts in August.
Yeah, that's going to be super fun. And also stay tuned because in August we're going to have our first Clutch episode featuring Jennifer Elliott.
Dell gets to pop my cherry on interviews. No one's ever interviewed me before.
Yes, I get a chance to put her under the microscope, kids. So look forward to that. And look forward to tomorrow night where we will be bringing you Trailer Park. What? Oh, hold on. What is it? Trailer Park of Terror.
That was a very
So-
odd movie.
It was a fun movie, man. It was a lot of fun, that one.
I need to watch it.
Yeah.
But it looks interesting. Also catch me on Tuesday where we're going to be interviewing Ray Fox on Splash Pages. And that takes place an hour earlier than the Owlite shows. This is the Splash Pages for some reason start at 8 p.m. Eastern time because they like to go to sleep early because we're all old grumpy people.
And you guys may not see me on for a couple of weeks starting this week. I don't yet know, but I could be absent for a little while. That's why I really wanted to stick around for however long you guys wanted to run it. Because I'm like,
Well, yeah, we'll keep it
Build it
going
up.
while we can talk, but I need to either go open another bottle of wine or get some sleep. I'm not sure which.
Yeah.
And either one requires me to stand, so I can't be on the show.
Right. All right, guys. See you later.